Hey there. You don't have to figure everything out tonight. I'm Nick, and I know how tempting it is to lie awake replaying conversations, making plans, or worrying about tomorrow. But for the next few hours, none of that matters. All you have to do is listen. Let these strange stories carry your thoughts somewhere quieter until sleep takes over. Just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then uninterrupted storytelling for the rest of the night. If this helps you rest, I'd really appreciate your support with a subscribe and a like. Now, let's leave the world outside. Sterling's hand rested on the bear's skull, and the bone was cold. The trophy had hung above his study's fireplace for 3 winters now, mounted professionally in London. The jaw articulated to show the canines, the bullet hole in the crown filled and polished to a dull gleam, and the room itself was cold enough that his breath formed clouds in the lamplight. The bone beneath his palm held no heat, no memory of the animal that had once lived inside it. Just calcium and air and the faint residue of arsenic paste the taxidermist had used to preserve the hide. Sterling withdrew his hand and looked at the empty space above the mantel where something that would never feel this dead was going to hang. The butler had stoked the fire an hour ago, and the coal still glowed behind the grate, but the December cold had settled into the house with the permanence of stone. Sterling crossed to the Bengal tiger pelt mounted against the far wall and ran his fingers across the tawny fur, feeling for the 3 bullet holes he could find without looking, close grouped enough to cover with his palm. He had fired from 20 yards while the villagers watched from their Shamiana platforms, convinced the man-eater was protected by gods they would not name. The tiger had killed 17 people in 6 months. Sterling had killed it in less than a minute. The wall above the fireplace, the place of highest honor where guests would see it first, had been reserved for 3 years, waiting for something that would make the tiger seem ordinary. The villagers had feared the tiger, but fear was not the same as belief. No one believed the tiger could not die. The Wendigo would have no entry in any register. The creature existed only in myth, and Sterling had first heard the name from a fur trapper in Montreal, a man who had spent 40 years in the Northern Territories and who would not enter certain valleys even with a Winchester and a dozen men. The trapper had drawn a shape in spilled whiskey, tall, thin, with a head too large and limbs bent at wrong angles. He had described a creature that moved across snow without leaving deep tracks, that froze men to death by proximity. The Algonquian tribes would not hunt it, and the Cree would not speak of it, which was exactly what Sterling wanted, the thing no one else would pursue. He had hired 12 mercenaries through a Threadneedle Street agency, all veterans, all experienced with large-bore rifles and winter conditions, and doubled the quoted price on the condition they would not be told what they were hunting until they reached the Yukon. 6 weeks to cross the Atlantic and reach the headwaters. 2 men deserted at the Porcupine River. The remaining 10 followed Sterling's indigenous guide up a river whose name the guide would not speak, growing quieter each day until he communicated only through gestures. On the 14th day, he stopped walking. Sterling had been examining tracks that crossed the river shallows. Tracks too large for deer or elk, too deep for anything walking on 2 legs without sinking. He turned to call the guide forward and found the man standing 30 feet back, staring at the opposite ridge. The guide said something in his own language, too rapid for Sterling to follow. Then he switched to English and refused to go further. Sterling withdrew a leather pouch of gold coin and held it where the guide could see it. The pouch contained more than the guide would earn in 5 years of trapping, enough to buy land, horses, a winter that did not require risking his life in the bush. The guide did not look at the money. He stared at the ridge, at the line where spruce gave way to granite and snow, and then his gaze dropped to the ground between them. to the place where boreal forest should have shown signs of browse, willow bark stripped by moose, ptarmigan tracks in the snow, the shallow burrows where voles tunneled beneath drifts. There was nothing. The snow held only Sterling's boot prints and the tracks they had been following. No small game, no bird sign. The horses had begun refusing to lead without blinders 3 miles back, their ears flat against their skulls, nostrils flaring at air that smelled of nothing but cold and stone. "I won't go in there," the guide said. "Not for any money you have." Sterling studied him. The man's hands were steady, his breathing even, but his attention remained fixed on the dead ground between them. And Sterling understood that the guide was not refusing out of superstition, but out of recognition. He had seen this before, or been taught to recognize it, the boundary where the food chain ceased to function and something else began. The guide took 3 steps backward, and then turned and walked toward the supply wagons with the deliberate pace of a man who wanted very much to run but would not let himself. Sterling watched him collect his pack and rifle and continued downriver without looking back, walking until the willows swallowed him and the sound of his footsteps faded into the river's constant whisper. Sterling told the mercenaries they would continue without a guide. No one objected. The valley narrowed over the next 2 days, the walls steepening until the river ran through a stone corridor. The temperature dropped to 40 degrees below zero. The horse's breath froze in clouds that hung motionless. The men wrapped their faces and kept their rifles inside their coats. The valley swallowed sound. On the 17th day, they found the first clear track. It was pressed into a snowbank at the base of a rockfall, longer than Sterling's forearm, narrow at the heel and splayed at the toe, with claw marks extending 4 inches beyond the depression. The depth suggested weight, but the edges were too clean for something that should have broken through and floundered. Whatever made it had walked across snow that would not support a man without snowshoes, disturbing nothing beyond a single line of prints that led from the rocks to the river and vanished where the ice began. Sterling crouched beside the track and pressed his gloved hand into the snow alongside it. His hand sank to the wrist. The track beside it was perhaps 2 inches deep. One of the mercenaries, a Scotsman who had served in the Afghan campaigns, knelt on the opposite side of the print and studied it without speaking. After a long moment, he said that the track was fresh, probably made within the last 6 hours. The snow inside the depression had not yet developed the granular crust that formed overnight in extreme cold. Whatever had made it was still in the valley. Sterling told the men to load their rifles and keep them loaded. They followed the river for another mile until the valley terminated in a box canyon whose far wall was a sheer face of blue-white ice that rose 300 feet from the canyon floor to the glacier's calving edge. The canyon was perhaps half a mile across at its widest point, narrowing to a bottleneck at the entrance where the river squeezed through a gap in the rock barely wide enough for the wagons. The walls were vertical on 3 sides. There was no other exit. Sterling ordered the wagons positioned at the canyon's entrance. The mercenaries set up a perimeter camp, horses picketed inside where they would be protected from wind. No fires. Sterling had forbidden open flames. Concerned smoke would telegraph their position. The men ate cold rations and slept in shifts, 2 men awake at all times. On the 3rd day, Sterling climbed to a ridge overlooking the canyon at first light, carrying his field glasses and the Holland & Holland 500 Nitro Express. Built to stop charging elephants, heavy enough to break collarbones on unprepared shooters. He glassed the canyon until he saw it, a shape darker than the ice, moving along the base of the glacier. Tall, perhaps 10 feet, and thin in a way that seemed anatomically wrong, limbs too long for the torso. It walked upright with a smooth, gliding gait, feet barely disturbing the snow. Sterling descended at a controlled run and gave the order to assemble. The mercenaries formed a skirmish line across the canyon floor. Sterling positioned himself at the apex. The thing descended the talus slope 2 hours past noon, moving with measured slowness that made Sterling's finger tighten on the Holland and Holland's forward trigger. Through the rifle's iron sights, he could see it clearly now. Gaunt beyond any emaciation he had witnessed in 4 continents of hunting. The torso narrow as a sapling, the limbs jointed at angles that seemed to bend in directions human anatomy would not permit. The head was massive and elongated. The skull visible beneath skin stretched so thin it appeared translucent in the flat Arctic light. No antlers, no mane. Nothing to soften the terrible geometry of bone and sinew arranged into something that walked upright but had never been human. It reached the canyon floor and stopped, turning its head with mechanical precision to face the line of mercenaries positioned across the snow. Sterling's breath hung in the air before him, frozen crystals that did not disperse in the wind but drifted slowly downward. The temperature had dropped another 10 degrees since morning. His trigger finger had gone numb inside his glove. The Wendigo stood motionless at the base of the slope, perhaps 200 yards distant. It made no sound. Sterling had expected breathing, the rasp of exertion, after a descent of 300 feet across loose rock. But the thing's chest did not rise and fall. It simply stood, watching them with eyes that absorbed the daylight and returned nothing. Sterling had positioned himself at the center of the skirmish line, with 5 mercenaries angled to his left and 5 to his right, creating overlapping fields of fire that would catch the creature in a crossfire, regardless of which direction it moved. The men had fought in the Afghan campaigns in the Transvaal, and they held their positions without shifting or lowering their rifles. But Sterling could see the Scotsman to his immediate left, the one who had examined the tracks, and the man's jaw was set in a way that suggested he was forcing himself not to look away. The Wendigo moved, closing distance with a single, purposeful step. The movement was wrong. It covered perhaps 6 feet without the legs appearing to extend fully, the thing relocating itself across the intervening distance without visible transition. Sterling blinked, and the creature was 10 feet closer. He tightened his grip on the rifle, his palm slick inside the leather glove despite the cold. Another step. 12 feet this time. The thing's feet touched the snow and left impressions identical to the tracks they had been following. Shallow, clean-edged, too narrow for the creature's height. It moved without breaking stride, without acceleration or deceleration. A smooth, gliding progression that covered ground faster than a man could run while appearing to move at walking speed. 150 yards, 120. Sterling opened his mouth to give the order to fire and realized his lips had frozen together. He worked his jaw, felt the skin crack, tasted blood. The air was so cold it burned his throat. He managed to say the word through the clenched teeth. One of the mercenaries fired before Sterling finished speaking. A younger man whose name Sterling had not learned, positioned at the far right of the line. The shot was high, the report flat and muffled in the cold air, the bullet striking the glacier wall behind the creature and sending up a spray of ice fragments that glittered briefly before falling. The Wendigo halted mid-stride. It turned its head toward the mercenary who had fired, and Sterling saw the thing's eyes for the first time. They were black, not the brown black of normal eyes, but a black that seemed to extend into the skull as if the sockets contained not organs, but apertures opening onto some deeper absence. The lantern light that one of the mercenaries had hung from a rifle rest. Sterling had ordered it placed as a marker for a range estimation. Flickered as the creature's gaze moved across it, and the flame diminished, pulled into those eyes and extinguished as if the thing's attention was a physical weight that crushed illumination. Sterling centered the rifle's front sight on the creature's chest, where the heart would be if it had a heart, and fired both barrels in rapid succession. The recoil drove the rifle's stock into his shoulder hard enough that he felt something in his collarbone compress, but he kept his feet and did not look away. The first round struck the Wendigo in the center of the chest. The second hit 3 inches lower, clustering exactly where Sterling had intended. Black powder smoke obscured his vision for half a second, and when it cleared, the thing was still standing, its head tilted slightly as if examining the damage. Then it fell backward, not collapsing, but falling as a tree falls when the trunk has been severed, rigid and complete, striking the snow without sound and lying motionless where it landed. Sterling lowered the rifle and waited. The mercenaries held their positions, rifles trained on the fallen shape, no one speaking. The canyon was utterly silent. Sterling could hear his own breathing, the wheeze of air moving through his damaged throat, but nothing else. No wind, no movement. He reloaded the Holland and Holland with 2 fresh cartridges and walked forward, his boots crunching in the snow. The mercenaries followed, maintaining their spacing, forming a semicircle around the fallen creature at a distance of 20 feet. Sterling approached until he stood directly over it, the rifle pointed at its head. The Wendigo lay on its back with its arms at its sides and its legs straight, as if it had been positioned for formal viewing. Up close, it was even larger than Sterling had estimated, 12 feet from crown to heel, with limbs so thin they seemed incapable of supporting the torso's weight. The skin was gray-white, the color of old snow, and drawn so tightly over the bones that Sterling could see the individual ribs, the curve of the pelvis, the architecture of the skull beneath the translucent flesh. The bullet holes in its chest were visible, 2 dark punctures surrounded by flesh that had split radially from the impact, but the wounds produced no blood, no fluid of any kind. Sterling handed the rifle to the Scotsman and knelt beside the creature, removing his right glove. He touched the Wendigo's chest, and cold slammed into his palm with a force that had nothing to do with atmospheric temperature. This was something that should not exist where living things could stand. Sterling's hand went numb to the wrist in 3 seconds. The skin stuck to his palm briefly before he jerked back. Seeing his flesh red and abraded as if burned, the bullets had struck exactly where he aimed, through what would have been vital organs in anything human. Exit wounds visible in the thing's back. Identical punctures with radial splitting. Sterling held his hand above the Wendigo's face, waiting for condensation that would indicate breathing. Nothing. The thing weighed 500 pounds at minimum, yet the snow beneath it was undisturbed beyond the impact depression. The tracks it had left during approach were shallow as a deer's, despite the weight that should have driven it knee-deep into powder. One of the mercenaries coughed, the sound harsh and wet. Sterling looked up and saw that several of the men had lowered their rifles. The tension that had held them rigid during the approach was beginning to ease, replaced by the exhaustion that follows survived danger. Sterling told them to keep their weapons ready. The Scotsman asked whether Sterling was certain the creature was dead. Sterling looked down at the Wendigo, at the bullet wounds that had torn through what should have been vital organs, at the absence of breathing or pulse or any sign of metabolic function, and confirmed that the thing no longer lived. The Scotsman studied the body for another moment, then nodded and slung his rifle. Sterling ordered the men to retrieve the steel-banded supply wagon. Loading the rigid corpse required all 10 mercenaries, ropes, and levers improvised from tent poles. The Wendigo filled the entire cargo bed. Sterling had them wedge what rations would fit into the corners around the creature's torso. Most of their food remained outside, sacrificed to protect the trophy. The Scotsman questioned this, but Sterling's response was direct. Professional hunters did not shoot Wendigos, and the expedition required decisions professionals would not make. Sterling locked the wagon with a padlock he carried on a chain around his neck. The sun was setting by the time they finished. The temperature dropped another 15 degrees as the light faded. Sterling ordered double watches through the night. 2 men awake at all times, armed and scanning the canyon approaches. Sterling took the first watch, sitting with the Holland and Holland across his knees. The canyon was dark except for the stars overhead, which shone with a brightness he had never seen in more southern latitudes. His damaged throat ached with every breath. He could see the supply wagon, 20 feet distant, a dark shape locked and motionless in the snow. He had shot the creature through the heart and lungs. He had confirmed the absence of breathing and pulse. He had felt the terrible cold of its flesh. The thing no longer lived. Sterling repeated that fact to himself throughout the night, and each time he found it less convincing. The wagon remained silent until 3 hours past midnight. The sounds began 3 hours past midnight. Sterling had rotated watch duties at intervals he calculated to prevent exhaustion while maintaining vigilance. 2 men awake, 2 hours on, 4 hours rest. The pattern staggered so no man would stand the same watch twice in sequence. He had taken the final watch himself from midnight until dawn, sitting with the Holland and Holland across his knees and his back against a supply crate positioned to give him clear sight lines across the camp perimeter. The Scotsman was on watch with him, positioned 20 feet to his left, where he could monitor the canyon's entrance and the wagon containing the Wendigo. The temperature had dropped to what Sterling estimated was 50 degrees below zero. His breath formed clouds that hung in the air for several seconds before settling as fine ice crystals on his coat collar. The stars overhead were so bright, they cast faint shadows across the snow. No wind, no sound beyond the occasional creak of leather harness as the horses shifted in their picket lines. Sterling heard the first noise at 2:30 in the morning, a faint scraping that might have been wood moving against wood, distant enough that he could not immediately locate its source. He turned his head slowly, scanning the canyon, and realized the sound was coming from the supply wagon, the one that was locked. He stood, moving carefully to avoid the noise of snow compressing under his boots, and crossed to where the Scotsman sat. The Scotsman was already looking toward the wagon, his rifle held across his body in a ready position. Sterling asked quietly whether he had heard it. The Scotsman nodded, and they listened together, hearing the scraping come again, louder now, accompanied by a splintering crack that suggested wood under stress. Then silence for perhaps 30 seconds. Then another crack, sharper, and the sound of something heavy shifting position inside the wagon's cargo bed. Sterling felt his throat tighten. He had locked that wagon himself. He had watched the Scotsman and 3 other men secure the iron-strapped cover and test the mechanism to confirm it could not be opened from inside. The Wendigo had been rigid, frozen into the position in which it had fallen, limbs that would not bend even when they tried to force them. Dead things did not move. The splintering sound continued, rhythmic now, accompanied by a wet crunching that Sterling recognized from 30 years of hunting as the sound of teeth working through gristle and bone. He could hear breathing, not the shallow respiration of something sleeping, but deep, labored inhalations, followed by long exhalations that seemed to absorb sound rather than produce it. The Scotsman said something in a whisper Sterling did not catch. Sterling told him to wake the men. Within 2 minutes, all 10 mercenaries were awake and armed, arranged in a semicircle facing the wagon at a distance of 30 feet. Sterling positioned himself at the center of the line, the Holland and Holland reloaded and ready. 3 men held lanterns on poles, the light forming overlapping pools that illuminated the wagon's iron-strapped exterior, but revealed nothing of what was happening inside. The sounds grew louder. Sterling could hear wood breaking in rapid succession now, the splintering no longer occasional, but continuous. The wagon's cover bulged upward in places, the reinforced boards flexing under pressure from within. Something was tearing through the interior structure, methodically destroying every partition and support beam. Then the wagon shifted on its wheels, rocking slightly, and Sterling heard the crunching sound accelerate to a frantic pace that made his hands tighten on the rifle stock. Whatever was inside was eating with an urgency that suggested hunger beyond anything Sterling had witnessed in starving animals, hunger that consumed without pausing for breath or swallowing, hunger that sounded like desperation made audible. The Scotsman asked whether they should open the doors, and Sterling considered the question. The wagon was locked and reinforced. The cover was designed to withstand wolves and bears. If they left it sealed, whatever was inside would eventually exhaust itself or run out of... The thought stopped mid-formation. Run out of what? The only things inside that wagon were the Wendigo's body and 2,000 pounds of winter rations. Sterling told the men to maintain their positions and move forward alone, walking slowly toward the wagon with the rifle raised to his shoulder. The sounds continued without pause. Wood splintering, something heavy shifting, the wet crunching of consumption. He reached the rear gate and pressed his ear against the iron-strapped wood. The breathing was directly on the other side of the gate, perhaps 6 inches from his head. Deep inhalations that seemed to pull air through the wood itself, creating a pressure differential Sterling could feel against his cheek. He stepped back and examined the padlock. It was still secure and the mechanism undamaged. Whatever was inside had not tried to escape. He called for lanterns. 2 mercenaries brought their lamps forward and held them at angles that cast light across the wagon's exterior. Sterling examined the cover, looking for gaps or damage. The boards had flexed but not broken. The iron straps were intact. The thing inside had made no attempt to breach the walls. Sterling returned to his position in front of the semicircle and told the men to prepare to fire on his command. He would open the doors. If the creature emerged, they would kill it. If it attacked, they would concentrate fire on its center mass and reload as quickly as their training permitted. No one was to break formation or lower their weapon until he gave the order. The men adjusted their grips on their rifles. Several of them had fought in colonial wars where discipline under fire meant the difference between survival and slaughter. Sterling counted on that experience now. He approached the wagon's rear gate and withdrew the key from his coat pocket. His hands were steady despite the cold. He inserted the key into the padlock mechanism and turned it. The lock opened with a click that seemed unnaturally loud in the frozen air. Sterling removed the padlock and set it in the snow. He placed his hand on the gate's handle and pulled. The doors swung open, revealing the Wendigo sitting in the center of the empty wagon bed. Its legs crossed beneath it in a position that should have been impossible for joints constructed as its were, its hands resting on its knees with the palms turned upward. The creature was exactly where they had loaded it 6 hours earlier. It had not moved from that spot, but it was no longer rigid. The limbs that had been frozen into death position now bent with fluid ease. The head that had been tilted at a fixed angle now moved with fluid certainty to face Sterling directly. Its eyes absorbed the light from all 3 lanterns simultaneously. The flames diminished as Sterling watched, pulled toward those black apertures and extinguished by the thing's gaze. A weight Sterling could feel pressing against his face. Darkness pooled around the Wendigo in visible streams, flowing into its eyes and leaving the wagon's interior lit only by the starlight filtering through the open gate. The creature made no aggressive move. It simply sat, watching Sterling with an attention that felt ancient and patient and utterly devoid of fear. Sterling's gaze moved past the Wendigo to the wagon's interior. The cargo bed was empty. Grain sacks deflated, iron barrel hoops bent, where 90 pounds of pork and wood had been consumed without distinction. Partitions shattered to kindling, 2,000 pounds of carefully rationed food, 3 weeks for 12 men, gone in less than 6 hours. Sterling raised the Holland and Holland and centered the sights on the creature's forehead. The Wendigo looked at him with eyes that held no fear, no aggression, no recognition of threat. It sat with the calm of something that had already won. Sterling's finger tightened on the trigger. The creature's body shuddered. The movement accelerated into convulsions that threw it forward onto its hands and knees. The Wendigo's back arched, each vertebra locking into position. Its mouth opened wider than human anatomy would permit, revealing rows of teeth extending back into the throat. The skin changed color, gray-white to slate to black. The flesh drew tighter until Sterling heard it tear along the ribs and shoulders. Then the entire body stiffened, limbs locked, back arched to impossible angle, and the skin turned white again, the color of limestone, hard and mineral. The creature's flesh calcified. Skin became stone. The thing's eyes faded to milky white, emptied of the darkness that had absorbed light. Then the body began to crumble, fingers breaking into ash, extremities disintegrating into powder. The calcification spread rapidly towards center mass, arms and legs fragmenting, torso collapsing, ribs falling inward. The skull was last, jaw detaching and crumbling, cranium dispersing into fine particles. Sterling watched a 12-foot creature reduce itself to a pile of ash no larger than what might remain in a fireplace after a winter night's burning. The process took 30 seconds. When it finished, nothing remained but gray powder settling across the cargo bed, across Sterling's coat, across the faces and exposed hands of every man standing within 20 feet of the open doors. Sterling inhaled and tasted metal and cold earth and something underneath both that made his throat contract. The ash was in his mouth, on his tongue, in his lungs. Behind him, he heard one of the mercenaries cough and spit, then cough again harder, the sound wet and desperate. 3 minutes later, the hunger arrived, spreading through Sterling's stomach like ice swallowing fire. The coldness had nothing to do with the temperature. This was something else entirely, a sensation that spread outward through his torso and into his limbs until his hands began to shake. His vision sharpened until he could see individual ice crystals on the Scotsman's collar 20 feet away, could see the pulse moving in the man's throat, could track the slight expansion and contraction of his chest with each breath. Sterling's mouth flooded with saliva and his teeth ached with a pressure that felt like they were trying to push through his gums. He looked past the Scotsman to the 9 other mercenaries and saw the same recognition spreading across their faces. Jaws working, hands trembling, eyes fixed on one another with an attention that had nothing to do with tactical assessment and everything to do with meat. The Scotsman's voice, when he spoke, sounded distant despite standing an arm's length away. "What have you done?" Sterling tried to answer, but his throat had closed around something that felt like broken glass. He swallowed hard and the sensation intensified, the cold in his stomach spreading until his entire body felt hollow, scraped clean from the inside. A hunger so profound that the 3-day emergency rations each man carried might as well have been pebbles for all the sustenance they would provide. This was not the hunger of a missed meal or even a missed week. This was the hunger of something that had never eaten and never would eat enough, a bottomless void that consumed without filling, that grew stronger the more it was fed. The ash had not simply killed their food. It had passed into 11 men through their own lungs, transferring the curse that had animated 12 feet of gaunt flesh. The thing was patient, and it was starving, and it would not be satisfied with salt pork or dried beans or any food that came from stores or hunted game. The Scotsman turned away without waiting for an answer and walked toward the other mercenaries, his steps making no sound in the snow despite his weight and the fresh powder's depth. Sterling noticed that none of them were breathing visible clouds anymore, despite the temperature being well below zero. He lifted his own hand and saw his breath pass over his palm without forming condensation, the moisture freezing somewhere inside his lungs before it could reach the air. The blizzard arrived 2 hours after sunrise, and by noon they could not see 10 feet through the driving snow, and the men had stopped speaking to one another entirely. The blizzard continued for 3 days, and during that time, Sterling watched the men transform through stages that seemed designed as if the curse was rebuilding them according to a sequence it had followed many times before. The first day took their voices. Within hours of inhaling the ash, the mercenaries stopped speaking except when camp maintenance demanded coordination, moving supplies under canvas, lashing tents against wind that tore at the guy lines with enough force to snap rope. When they did speak, their words came out flat and effectless, stripped of the inflections that distinguished the Scotsman's educated Edinburgh accent from the sergeant's working-class London vowels. By evening, Sterling could no longer identify who was speaking without seeing their face. They all sounded identical, calm, patient, emptied of whatever electrical variance had once made each man's voice his own. Their movements synchronized next. Sterling noticed it when 2 mercenaries carried a supply crate between tents during a lull in the snow. They moved in perfect unison, despite wind gusting at irregular intervals and ground that shifted beneath buried rocks. Their steps matched exactly, left foot and right foot falling at the same instant, their grips on the crate's rope handles adjusting simultaneously to compensate for weight shifts without any visible signal passing between them. When they set the crate down, they released at exactly the same moment and stepped back in mirror movements that looked choreographed despite having never been practiced. Sterling watched them walk in opposite directions and saw their steps fall into sync within 3 paces. 20 feet of space between them, wind and snow obscuring sightlines, yet their boots struck the ground in perfect unison, as if they shared a single nervous system distributed across 2 bodies. The second day took their biology. Sterling woke before dawn and walked to the supply tent entrance, where the sergeant and 3 other mercenaries stood waiting in a line. They stood without fidgeting, without shifting weight foot to foot, without the small unconscious movements that kept blood flowing when a man remained motionless in cold that had dropped to 65 degrees below zero overnight. Sterling watched them for 20 minutes and saw none of them blink. Their eyes stayed open and fixed on the tent entrance, tracking nothing, acknowledging nothing. When the man inside finally emerged with a coil of rope, all 4 waiting men turned their heads at identical speed and angle to track his movement. Sterling heard their coat collars rustle in perfect synchronization despite wind that should have staggered the sounds across fractions of a second. The third day sharpened them into predators. Sterling woke in darkness and found he could see individual threads in his tent's canvas walls, could read the brass manufacturer's stamp on a rifle cartridge without light, letters appearing as faint, luminous tracings, as if his eyes had learned to see by a spectrum that did not require external illumination. Sterling emerged from his tent and found the mercenaries performing camp maintenance with clockwork efficiency. They dismantled perimeter guy lines that would never be raised again, stacked firewood they would never burn, coiled rope with movements so synchronized that 3 men working at separate wagons tied off their final loops at the exact same instant. The work was unnecessary. The camp would not be struck. The supplies would not be moved. But they continued anyway, performing the rituals of expedition discipline as if muscle memory could delay what they all understood was coming. When Sterling looked at their faces in the pre-dawn darkness, he saw his own transformation reflected back. Eyes that no longer caught light but absorbed it. Pupils dilated so wide the iris had nearly vanished, a faint luminescence outlining each man's hands and face, as if their flesh had learned to drink illumination, the way the Wendigo's gaze had pulled lantern flames into darkness. The hunger had not diminished. Sterling had consumed his 3-day emergency rations within 18 hours, driven by an appetite that provided no satisfaction. The other men's rations vanished at the same rate. By the second day, nothing remained except leather and canvas, and Sterling caught himself calculating how many meals the rifle sling might provide if boiled. No one suggested hunting after the impossible tracks appeared on the second afternoon. The sergeant reported fresh deer sign, but Sterling recognized the Wendigo's signature: 2 narrow heel, splayed toe, tracks beginning and ending on bare rock, and told him it was bait. The men simply waited after that, moving through camp like automata when movement was required and standing in perfect immobility when it was not, their eyes tracking one another with the same patient attention Sterling had seen the Wendigo's gaze when it sat in the wagon, surrounded by empty sacks and scattered barrel staves. Their steps made no sound in the fresh snow, no matter how heavily they trod. And when Sterling examined their tracks, he found the prints shallower than his own, despite several of the mercenaries outweighing him by 30 pounds. Sterling kept the Holland and Holland loaded and within reach at all times, the rifle lying across his lap when he sat on his camp cot, and tucked against his side when he attempted sleep, though sleep had become increasingly difficult as the hunger intensified, and his body's rhythms began to change in ways that suggested he was undergoing the same transformation he had been observing in the other men. He slept in 2-hour increments when he slept at all, waking to scan the darkness outside his tent for movement, for the shapes of men who no longer moved with human hesitation or human sound, for any indication that the patient waiting he sensed from them had shifted into something more active and immediate. He could hear them out there in the darkness during the long hours between midnight and dawn, when the blizzard's howl diminished to a constant low moan that seemed to come from the glacier itself rather than from wind moving across its surface. Their presence was marked not by noise, but by its absence. Spaces where the wind's howl changed pitch or dropped to silence entirely, where the snow's whisper against canvas went dead, where something was standing that absorbed sound the way the Wendigo's eyes had absorbed light. Sterling would lie on his cot with the rifle across his chest and track these zones of silence as they moved slowly around the perimeter of his tent, circling at a distance of perhaps 15 feet, never approaching closer but never withdrawing entirely, maintaining a patient vigil that continued through all 3 nights of the blizzard without any apparent need for the watchers to rest or seek shelter from cold that would have killed exposed flesh within the hour. On the 4th morning, the blizzard cleared, leaving the canyon buried under 6 feet of fresh snow and a sky so clear Sterling could count individual stars despite the approaching dawn, the constellations sharp and brilliant in a way that seemed almost aggressive, as if the universe itself was watching the canyon with the same patient attention the men had developed. When Sterling emerged from his tent, he found the 10 mercenaries already assembled in a semicircle near the supply wagons, waiting for him with an arrangement that suggested they had been standing there for hours without moving or speaking, or showing any sign of cold, despite conditions that would have frozen an unprotected man solid within minutes. Sterling walked toward them carrying the Holland and Holland, and they tracked his movement with perfect uniformity, their heads turning at exactly the same speed, their eyes fixed on him with the same flat attention. He stopped 15 feet from the semicircle, close enough to be heard, far enough that no man could reach him before he could bring the rifle to bear. And none of them acknowledged his arrival with any gesture or greeting. They simply stood, waiting, their breath producing no condensation and their steps having left no tracks in the snow behind them, despite the 6 feet of powder they must have walked through to reach their current positions. The Scotsman stepped forward from the line, his movement so smooth and silent that Sterling's finger found the Holland and Holland's trigger before he consciously registered the motion. The Scotsman stopped and looked at Sterling with eyes that no longer reflected the dawn light, but seemed to absorb it. Small apertures of darkness in a face that had lost the slight asymmetries and imperfections that made a face human. His voice, when he spoke, came out in the same flat tone all their voices now carried. "We'll draw lots." Fair, Sterling understood. He looked past the Scotsman to the 9 other mercenaries and saw his own fate looking back at him through 10 pairs of eyes that drank the light and returned nothing. They were patient because they had already won. The Wendigo had not died when its body calcified and crumbled to ash. It had multiplied, distributing itself among 11 men who had inhaled its remains, and now those 11 men were vessels for the same hunger that had driven a 12-foot creature to consume 2,000 pounds of food in 6 hours and die content because it had accomplished exactly what it needed to accomplish. The Scotsman stepped back into the semicircle. The line of men closed behind him, their bodies blocking the canyon's bottleneck with geometric exactness. Behind them lay 300 miles of frozen wilderness, and before them stood only the glacier's sheer blue wall, a box canyon with no exit and no terrain left for retreat. Sterling lowered the Holland and Holland and let it hang at his side. The rifle held 2 cartridges, and there were 10 men arranged in a semicircle before him. He had no leverage remaining. The sergeant produced a leather pouch from his coat and shook its contents into his palm. 11 wooden matches, 10 left full length, 1 broken short. He stirred them in his closed fist until they were randomly mixed, then held his fists extended toward the line of men with only the tips visible, all appearing identical in the pre-dawn darkness. The men formed a single line without speaking. The Scotsman stepped forward first, reached into the sergeant's fist, and withdrew 1 match without looking at it. He stepped aside and stood motionless, the match concealed in his palm. The next man drew, then the next, each taking 1 match and stepping aside to wait in perfect silence while the others completed the draw. Sterling watched their faces and saw no relief or fear or any human expression at all, just the flat patience of things waiting for an outcome they had no reason to care about because they would feed regardless of who the lot selected. When Sterling's turn came, he reached into the sergeant's fist and felt the smooth wood of the remaining matches against his fingertips. He selected 1 at random and pulled it free. The wood felt warm against his palm, warmer than it should have been. Sterling did not look at the match. He stepped aside and waited while the last man drew, the young mercenary who had fired too early during the Wendigo's approach, whose name Sterling had never learned. The sergeant spoke for the first time since producing the matches. "Show?" Sterling opened his palm and looked down at the match he had drawn. Full length, unbroken, safe. He looked up and saw the Scotsman holding his match, full length as well. The man beside him held another long match. 1 by 1, the remaining mercenaries opened their palms to reveal full-length matches. 9 men holding 9 safe draws. The young mercenary was last. He opened his hand slowly, and Sterling saw the broken match resting across his palm. Perhaps an inch of wood, snapped clean, unmistakable. The young man looked at the match without expression, then looked at Sterling. His eyes had the same light drinking quality Sterling had seen in his own reflection. Pupils dilated until almost no iris remained. He did not plead. He did not step backward. He simply stood holding the short match in his open palm, waiting with the same terrible patience the Wendigo had shown. Sterling had not won. He had been kept, fed information, given a clean kill, allowed to believe the danger had passed. The lots had not determined who would be eaten. That had been decided the moment the young mercenary's hand closed around the short match. The lots had determined who would participate. Sterling had drawn safe. He would not be consumed today. He would watch instead, and then when the next draw came, he would reach into the sergeant's fist again and hope chance would protect him one more time, and then one more time after that, working through the lottery until Sterling himself drew short or became the last one standing. The circle of mercenaries shifted, their movements perfectly synchronized, and Sterling saw them close in around the young man with the short match. Not quickly, not with aggression, just a slow contraction of the semicircle, patient and inevitable, giving the chosen man nowhere to retreat. Sterling walked past the tightening circle toward the supply wagon that had held the Wendigo. The men parted to let him through without sound. He reached the wagon and gripped the iron hasp where the padlock had hung, the metal cold enough to burn through his glove. He had spent 30 years mounting trophies in his London study, arranging dead things into permanent stillness. Now the Wendigo had mounted him, hollowed him out, threaded wire through his emptied frame, positioned him on display. The curse had not died when its body calcified. It had merely transferred itself, distributing among 11 hollow men who would walk and hunt and feed according to its design. Behind him, the wet sounds began, brief and systematic, functional as butchery. Sterling's fingers opened from the hasp, not because he chose to let go, but because something else commanded it. His jaw ached with pressure that had nothing to do with his own will. His hands trembled. The trophy had killed him by letting him succeed, had given him everything he wanted. The greatest hunt, the impossible kill, the permanent proof of dominance. And in taking it, he had inhaled its ash and become what it needed him to become. He turned in lockstep with the thing his body had become and walked back toward the circle, where the men waited for him in perfect silence. David had been running the dozer for 6 minutes before he noticed none of the ash trees had any leaves. He'd felt the wrongness earlier, the way the blade caught on the first trunk, the wood resisting the cut, wet inside even though the bark was bone dry, the way the tree fell without the crack you expected from dead timber. But he'd pushed through because Lauren was watching from the trailer steps, arms crossed against the cold, waiting for him to prove the investment had been worth it. The circle of white trees stood in the exact center of the property they just bought. 23 acres of dense Appalachian forest in Greenbrier County, West Virginia, purchased for $60,000 less than it should have cost. And David had spent the drive down from Pittsburgh convincing himself the discount was because of the dead trees, just a localized blight, nothing that couldn't be cleared in an afternoon. But now, with the dozer idling and his hands on the throttle and the next tree in the blade's path, the trees had been planted. The spacing was too perfect, the circle too exact, standing as a fence around something that wasn't there anymore, or hadn't been visible until he'd started cutting. The property deed had listed the parcel as 23.4 acres, more or less, meets and bounds survey from 1987, and the language had struck David as strange when he'd first read it. Not coordinates, but compass bearings and chain measurements from witness trees and iron stakes, surveying that predated anything he recognized. The realtor in Granelle had been eager to close, and David and Lauren had been looking for 6 months, and this was the first piece that fit what they needed. Isolated enough to market as exclusive, close enough to Route 60 that guests could reach it without feeling like they were disappearing, and cheap enough that the construction loan they'd barely qualified for would actually cover both land and build-out. The morning they arrived, Lauren had walked the perimeter while David unhooked the trailer and leveled it on the logging road that cut through the eastern edge of the property. She'd come back with her hands in her jacket pockets and told him the forest was denser than the photo suggested, mostly oak and hickory with some tulip poplar mixed in, but what she'd found at the center had stopped her. 23 ash trees in a perfect circle, everyone dead or dying, bark bone white where normal ash was dark and furrowed. And when she'd tested the bark with her pocket knife, it had come away in sheets, revealing wood grain that ran in spirals rather than vertically. Growth rings compressed so tightly she couldn't count them even with her reading glasses on. They'd spent that first afternoon measuring the circle. The spacing between trees came out to just under 66 feet, which Lauren recognized immediately as a Gunter's chain, the colonial-era surveying standard. And when David tried to verify her numbers with his metal tape measure, the tape extended smoothly until it reached the 66-foot mark, then caught on nothing, the spring mechanism making a high whine that persisted until he retracted it completely. And when he pulled out his phone to check the coordinates against what a perfect circle would require, the deviation was less than 8 inches across the entire circumference, tighter than you could achieve without instruments more sophisticated than anything available in the 1700s, unless the surveyor had treated the work not as land division, but as engineering, and the tape measure, when David checked it afterward, was unmarked, but faintly warm to the touch, despite the cold air. That night, they'd set up the propane heater in the trailer and gone over the timeline. Lauren had spread the property deed on the narrow table between them, the legal description running to 3 dense paragraphs of compass bearings and chain measurements, and she'd traced one passage with her finger, a section that described the ash circle not as timber or natural growth, but as a recorded monument, a surveyed feature that predated the deed itself by at least 200 years, referenced in the original grant language as existing and established. David had asked what that meant, and Lauren had said it meant whoever wrote the first deed had treated the circle as permanent infrastructure, the kind of feature you built a property description around rather than clearing away, and that suggested intent that went deeper than boundary markers or commemorative planting. The dozer had arrived the next morning on the flatbed. Muscle memory from grading jobs in his 20s returned as David climbed into the seat, and when he fired up the engine and started toward the circle, Lauren came outside and stood on the trailer steps, arms crossed, watching him go. The first tree had been harder to cut than it should have been. David had angled the blade and pushed, felt the resistance, pushed harder, and the trunk had bent before it snapped. The wood inside fibrous and strange, not brittle the way deadwood should be. When it fell, there'd been no crack, just a slow toppling. And the moment it hit the ground, David had felt something shift in the air, a pressure change maybe, or sound carrying differently when a barrier came down. His hands had gone tight on the controls, and he'd had to make himself breathe normally before he could back up the blade and reposition for the next tree. 6 trees down now, and the wrongness hadn't faded. If anything, it had gotten clearer, more defined, each cut peeling back layers of something that had been hidden and now didn't want to stay that way. The wood of every tree had been the same, resistant and fibrous, and the white bark had flaked off in sheets under the blade, exposing inner wood that was darker than it should have been, almost gray. No leaves on any of them, no small branches, just the main trunks and the heavy limbs reaching up and out, skeletal and geometric. Lauren was still on the trailer steps. David could see her from the dozer's seat, a small figure in a dark jacket, and he knew from the way she stood that she was watching him, the same way she'd watched him when they'd signed the purchase agreement, when they'd loaded the trailer, when they'd quit their jobs, waiting for him to prove this was the right decision, that they could do this, that the risk was worth it. The ash trees were dead. They had to come down. The lodge had to go here, at the center of the property, because that's where the topography worked and the access road could reach and the drainage was best. David adjusted his grip on the throttle and lined up the blade on the 7th tree. His hands were cold inside his gloves, and he could feel the diesel engine vibration through the seat, steady and unvarying, the only sound besides the wind moving through the canopy above. The next tree was directly in line with the trailer, and if he looked past it, he could see Lauren still standing there, waiting. He'd wanted to call out to her, to ask if she was sure if they should take another day to think it through, but the distance was too great, and the engine too loud, and he knew that asking would just make it harder for both of them. He pushed the throttle forward, and the blade bit into the trunk. The 7th tree fell wrong, not slow and toppling as the others had, but fast, twisting as it went down, and when it hit the ground, the impact sent a shudder through the earth David felt through the dozer treads. The trunk split lengthwise as it landed, the wood inside not gray, but black. And something came out of the split. Not sap, not moisture, just cold air that rolled across the clearing and hit David's face, even though he was 30 feet away and upwind. The temperature dropped. He could see his breath suddenly. White clouds that hadn't been there a minute ago, and the diesel engine coughed once, stuttered, then caught again. Lauren had come down from the trailer steps and was walking toward the circle, her arms wrapped around herself now instead of crossed. David shut down the dozer and climbed off, his legs unsteady, and met her at the edge of where the 7th tree had stood. The tree lay in 2 halves, the heartwood exposed, and the black interior went all around through what should have been solid timber, hollow. Every one of these trees was hollow. Lauren walked the perimeter while David examined the fallen trees. 6 trees down before this one, and all of them the same. Outer wood intact, bark perfect, but the cores rotted out, and when David pressed his hand against the exposed heartwood, he felt cold radiating from it. Not ambient cold, but the kind that came from deep earth, from caves and springs and places that never saw sun. Lauren came back from the perimeter walk and knelt at one of the fallen trees, and what she found made her pull out her phone to take photographs, even though her hands were shaking. Half buried at the tree's base was a piece of worked iron, hand-forged, the head flattened and stamped with symbols that weren't standard boundary marks, but something older. Concentric circles surrounding what looked like a cross or a bound sheaf, protective marks she'd seen in books about colonial witchcraft, but never on an actual surveying instrument. When she looked across the fallen timber, she saw more of them, one at each tree's base. 23 markers driven deep enough that the roots had grown over them and locked them in place. And where the roots had reached the bedrock, they'd penetrated it, not through natural weathering, but through some process that had left the limestone surface polished, vitrified, heat-treated in a manner she associated with lightning strikes or forge work, but never with biological growth. The roots hadn't just grown down. They'd spread laterally through the limestone in a pattern that matched the circle above, each tree's root mass extending exactly 33 feet in both directions before terminating, creating an unbroken underground network that mirrored the above-ground geometry with the same precision, the the surveyor's chain had enforced. The trees had been doing something, holding something. And now 7 of them were down, and the cold was spreading, and David could feel it coming up from the ground where the roots had been. The sun went down fast, faster than it should have, and the cold followed, a wet cold that came up from the ground. David had been cold before, but this was different. This was cave cold, and it was coming from the clearing where the ash trees had been. Lauren found a geological survey map showing the properties had over solution cavities in the Greenbrier limestone, voids that could run for miles, part of the same karst system that fed the springs and caves throughout the valley, and the ash circle sat directly over one of the larger mapped cavities, a void that extended at least 200 feet below the surface with multiple lateral passages connecting to the broader aquifer network. What made her pull the map closer was the notation beside the cavity marker. A surveyor's note from 1987 describing the feature as anomalously dry despite sitting at the water table's predicted level, and a recommendation against any excavation or foundation work within 500 feet of the circle's perimeter. Someone had known. Someone had measured and documented and warned, and the warning had been ignored or forgotten or deliberately concealed in the back pages of a survey report no one would read unless they were specifically looking for it. That was when the fog came. It started as a thickening of the darkness beyond the windows, a grayness that moved between the trees and blurred the line between ground and air. Then it was against the glass, condensation forming on the outside of the windows and running down in streaks that caught the lantern light. Then it was everywhere, a wall of white that pressed against the trailer on all sides and turned the world beyond the aluminum skin into something David couldn't see and couldn't hear and couldn't measure. The temperature inside the trailer dropped 5 degrees in as many minutes, despite the heater running full blast. The propane flame guttered, burned blue instead of orange, and the air coming from the vents smelled wrong, tasted wrong, like metal and stone and water that had been standing too long. Lauren moved to the windows and put her hands against the glass, and David saw her breath fog the surface from 2 feet away, even though the trailer's interior was still above 60 degrees. She said something about cold air drainage, about fog forming in hollows when warm air lifted after sunset, but her voice had gone thin, and she wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the fog, and David could see in her expression that she didn't believe what she was saying any more than he did. The first sound came an hour after the fog closed in, a crack, sharp and loud from somewhere east. Then another crack, closer, and another, too regular, too spaced, coming in a pattern that suggested intention rather than weather. David pressed his face to the window, but the fog was too thick. He couldn't see anything but white. Lauren had pulled the Winchester from its case and loaded it. She stood in the center of the trailer with the rifle across her chest, eyes moving between the windows. The sounds followed a pattern. They were getting closer, and they were coming from multiple directions now, a ring of cracks tightening around the trailer. The fog had gone from white to gray, and underneath the cracking, David could hear something else. A low sound that might have been wind, except the air was perfectly still. They barricaded the door, pushed the narrow table against it, wedged the folding chairs under the window frames. David pulled the crowbar from the toolbox and set it within reach. The trailer was built for weather and weekend camping, not defense. The cracking stopped. The silence that followed was worse. David found himself counting his breaths, marking time, because there was no other sound, no wind, no insects, no animals. Just the fog pressing against the glass. Lauren had moved to the window facing the ash circle, and when David joined her there, he saw what had stopped the cracking. There were shapes in the fog, not trees, not the forest, shapes that stood upright, manlike, moving between the trailer and the clearing. Too many to count, too indistinct to identify, just silhouettes that appeared at the edge of visibility and then faded back into the white. They weren't approaching. They were pacing, moving parallel to the trailer in both directions. And as David watched, he saw them pass each other without interacting, without speaking, just walking back and forth in the fog, regular as sentries on patrol. He counted 7 distinct silhouettes before they blurred together, 7 shapes moving in coordination. And the number made something cold settle in his stomach that had nothing to do with the temperature. 7 trees down, 7 shapes in the fog. Lauren's breathing had gone shallow beside him, and when David looked at her face, he saw the same understanding he felt, the same arithmetic connecting what they'd cut down to what was out there now. He wanted to say it was coincidence, wanted to say they were seeing things in the fog, pareidolia, the mind's tendency to find patterns and faces in random visual noise, but the shapes kept moving, kept pacing, and their silhouettes were too consistent, too regular, to be mist and shadow playing tricks. One of the shapes stopped. It turned toward the trailer, stood motionless for a long moment, then began walking directly toward the window where David and Lauren stood. David's hand found Lauren's shoulder, his other hand reaching for the crowbar, and he watched the shape come closer, its edges sharpening as it approached, until he could see it wasn't a shape at all, but a figure, thin and tall, wearing rotted homespun and tarnished pewter buttons, fabric that had been stained past recognition. The figure stopped 10 feet from the window, just at the edge of where the lantern light reached, and David saw its face. It was wrong. Not inhuman, but wrong as a person left somewhere too long, somewhere cold and dark and empty. The features were there, eyes, nose, mouth, but they sat on the face without expression, without life, and the eyes didn't blink when they fixed on David's. And when the figure raised one hand slowly and placed it against the fog between them, palm out, finger spread, David saw the hand was missing 2 fingers, the pinky and the ring finger, the stumps old and healed and wrong. The figure's palm pressed against the exterior glass, and where it made contact, the grease and condensation on the surface didn't smear or wipe away, but calcified instantly into frost, spreading outward from the point of contact in geometric patterns that matched the markers, looked like these stamped symbols on the iron stakes, concentric circles radiating from a central point. Lauren moved closer to the window and put her own hand against the interior glass opposite where the figure's palm rested. And the cold that came through was immediate and absolute, bone deep. The kind of cold that came from caves and deep earth and places that had never known warmth. The figure's head tilted at a sound neither David nor Lauren had made, bird-quick, inhuman in its speed, orienting not to them but to something uphill, beyond the clearing, and then it was gone, stepped back into the fog so fast David couldn't track the movement, and where its hand had been, the frost remained geometric, and the silence that followed pressed against his ears, heavy and absolute. The fog didn't lift with morning. When the light changed from black to gray, David could see the shapes better, could make out details he'd missed in the dark. They moved without disturbing the fog. Their clothing hung in folds that didn't match any period David recognized. Some of them carried things he couldn't identify, tools maybe, or weapons. And when Lauren pushed herself to her feet and moved toward the door, one of the shapes hit the window, the impact sharp and sudden, and David grabbed the rifle. The sound was still ringing in Lauren's ears, impact against glass, and David was already on his feet with the rifle in his hands and his face toward the window where the sound had come from. The fog outside was lighter now, morning fog instead of night fog, and through it Lauren could see the shape that had hit the window more clearly than she'd seen any of them during the darkness. Tall, narrow-framed, wearing clothing from another century, the fabric gone to rags and earth tones, pewter buttons tarnished nearly black. The figure's hand was still against the glass where it had struck, palm flat, fingers spread, and the face visible through the condensation was wrong in a manner Lauren had no vocabulary for. Wrong as something preserved past its time, skin tight over bone, eyes sunken but open, mouth stretched in an expression that might have been pleading or might have been something else, something that had no living equivalent. David had the rifle up, barrel aimed at the window, and Lauren watched him hold that position for a long moment before he lowered it again, his hands shaking. He said they needed to leave, needed to get to the truck and hook up the trailer and drive out before the fog lifted and they could see what else was out there. And Lauren agreed, stood up, moved toward the door, and that was when the hammering started. Not one impact, but dozens, simultaneous, coming from every side of the trailer at once, fists against aluminum, open palms against windows, something harder against the door, metal on metal, every strike landing at the same instant across all surfaces, then stopping together. Silence for exactly 3 beats, then starting again. Lauren counted 7 distinct impact points, 7 places striking the trailer in perfect unison, the pattern repeating 3 strikes, 3 beats. Silence, 3 strikes. Synchronized percussion that made the trailer's frame vibrate and sent condensation running down the inside of the windows in fresh streaks. David had backed away from the window, the rifle forgotten in his hands, and Lauren saw his face had gone white. "Ghosts," she said, and heard how thin her voice sounded. The folklore was true. Spirits that guarded sacred places, retribution for desecration. And they'd cut down 7 ash trees from a circle that had stood for centuries. The hammering stopped. The silence lasted 10 seconds, and then one of the windows cracked, a single fracture line running diagonal across the glass. David raised the rifle and fired 3 rounds through the cracked window, the sound enormous inside the trailer, cordite, immediate, and sharp. And through the ringing, Lauren heard each bullet pass through empty air or ricochet off something solid that wasn't flesh, hard surfaces that sent the rounds skipping into the fog. The hammering continued unchanged, the same rhythm, the same force, as though kinetic force meant nothing to whatever stood outside, and when David lowered the rifle, his hands were shaking so badly he had to set it down on the counter to keep from dropping it. Lauren moved to the propane heater and put her hand near the vent, felt the air coming out cold despite the flame still burning inside, the combustion happening but the heat going somewhere else, being drawn away or consumed or redirected. And when she looked at the windows, she saw the condensation on the inside of the glass beginning to freeze in patterns that weren't random, weren't the dendritic branching of normal ice crystal formation, but geometric, concentric rings radiating from specific points on each pane. Points that corresponded exactly to where the ghost figures had been standing outside, as though their presence was forcing the moisture into arrangements that matched the iron markers buried at the base of each tree. David had come to stand beside her, and together they watched more figures emerge from the fog, stepping into visibility one after another until 7 were standing in a rough line facing the trailer, and Lauren counted them. 1 figure for each tree they'd cut down. And the correspondence wasn't coincidental. Something about cutting the trees had released these figures, or allowed them to manifest, or restored to them enough material presence to interact with the physical world. The hammering started again, and this time Lauren listened differently. Listened not to the volume or the violence, but to the pattern. The 3 strikes, followed by 3 beats of silence, followed by 3 strikes. And she realized the rhythm wasn't random percussion, but measured spacing, the kind of coordinated communication you'd use when voices couldn't carry. and the 3 points of impact on the trailer's frame, front corner, rear corner, center of the long wall, weren't random either. The ghosts were striking at the places that would hold the structure, the places that mattered, as though they were trying to signal not just danger, but instruction. Reinforce here. Prepare to hold. The ground shook. Not a tremor, not earthquake vibration, but a single heavy impact from somewhere uphill beyond the ash circle. Something large enough that the trailer rocked on its frame and the propane heater's flame guttered and died. And Lauren felt the impact not just through the floor, but through the air itself. A pressure wave that made her ears pop and her vision blur. The diesel generator outside the trailer stuttered, coughed, and fell silent. The electrical hum that had been constant since they'd arrived, cutting off so abruptly that the silence felt physical. The 7 figures outside turned in unison, their heads swiveling toward the source of the impact, and their formations shifted, tightened, drawing closer together until they were standing shoulder to shoulder facing uphill, and Lauren saw them raise their hand and saw some of them holding things she'd missed before. Tools, implements, lengths of metal. Except the tools were pointed not at the trailer, but away from it, toward whatever had made the ground shake. Another impact, closer, and this time, Lauren heard trees crack, heard timber snap and fall, and the sound was wrong, too loud, too complete, as though whatever was moving uphill was pushing through the forest rather than walking around obstacles. And beneath that sound, she heard something else, a low frequency that wasn't quite sound, that she felt in her sternum and her jawbone before she heard it with her ears, a vibration that made the trailer's aluminum frame resonate and sing. The siege continued through the morning and into the afternoon, the ghosts maintaining their line facing uphill, and David and Lauren trapped in the trailer between the defensive formation outside and whatever was coming down from the ridge. The propane heater had been dead since the first ground impact, and the cold that had come in then was immediate and absolute, worsening as the hours passed. David moved to the rear window and tried to use the spirit level from his toolbox to check whether the trailer's frame had shifted, but when he set the level on the windowsill, the bubble refused to center, drifted slowly from one end of the vial to the other and back again without settling, describing a slow oscillation that defied both gravity and the instrument's design. And when he tapped the vial, the liquid inside had frozen, solid ice filling the tube, even though the trailer's interior temperature was still above 50 degrees. He looked out at the remaining ash trees and saw their shadows had rotated 90 degrees, pointing in a direction that couldn't be east or west, or any compass bearing he recognized, as though the light source had moved, or the ground beneath them had rotated, while everything else stayed still. David stayed at the rear window. Lauren stayed at the front, watching the ghosts. And when she tried to call to David across the trailer's interior, her voice sounded wrong, muffled and distant, as though she were speaking through water, even though he was standing less than 30 feet away. The distance between them felt negotiable, the geometry refusing to stay consistent. David had come away from the rear window and was standing in the narrow aisle between the counter and the bench seats. He asked if she was ready to leave yet, and Lauren said no, they needed to stay, needed to see this through, and David said maybe the best thing they could do was get out of the way. Lauren looked at him and saw someone she recognized but didn't know anymore. She told him she wasn't leaving. David said the truck keys were in her pocket. Lauren said she knew. An hour before what should have been sunset, but what the light outside suggested was mid-afternoon or possibly dawn, Lauren moved to the window and watched the shapes outside reform their line facing uphill, and she listened to the hammering pattern they'd been producing intermittently since the siege began. And when she counted the total sequence, 4 strikes, pause, 4 strikes, pause, 4 strikes, pause, 4 strikes. Pause. She recognized it as the same count as the number of trees still standing, 16 anchor points holding against whatever was coming, as though the ghosts were communicating about the integrity of the cage, or how many more breaks the geometry could sustain before the binding failed completely. They'd waited through the night without sleeping, watching the shapes in the fog hold their defensive line, listening to the sounds from uphill grow closer, and then fall silent in a manner that was worse than the noise. And when the door came off its hinges just before dawn, it happened without warning, in one violent motion that tore the aluminum frame and sent the door clattering across the gravel outside, metal on stone, and then the ghosts were inside. 7 figures poured through the opening, moving with purpose and coordination. And Lauren pressed herself against the wall while David grabbed for the rifle he'd set down hours ago. But the ghosts didn't come toward them, didn't acknowledge them at all, just swept through the trailer in a coordinated rush, systematically stripping every piece of worked metal they could find. Crowbar and tire iron and chain, the rifles torn down for the steel barrels and iron sights, tent stakes, and propane wrench and hammer, anything forged, anything iron or steel, and Lauren watched them test each piece before taking it, watched them hold the metal against the trailer's aluminum skin, and seemed to measure something, conductivity maybe, or magnetic properties, or some quality she had no instrument to detect. Within 30 seconds, every piece of ferrous metal in the trailer had been claimed, and the 7 ghosts turned as one and moved back toward the opening, formed a line facing uphill, and Lauren saw them drive the iron pieces into the earth at their feet, each piece placed with precision at a specific distance from the next. And when the last piece was driven, she saw sparks, actual visible arcs of electricity jumping between the iron stakes, even though there was no power source, no battery or generator, just the metal itself completing some kind of circuit through the limestone bedrock, through the solution cavities beneath, through whatever remained of the root network the ash trees had grown over 3 centuries, and the air between the stakes began to shimmer, began to show the same heat distortion effect you'd see over hot pavement, except the temperature was dropping, not rising, and the distortion was localized to the exact space the iron defined. David stood with his back against the rear wall, breathing hard, his hands empty. Lauren stood beside the window, watching the ghosts arrange themselves, watching them settle into positions that corresponded exactly to where the surveyor's markers had been buried at the base of each ash tree, and she understood what she was seeing. The ghosts were acting as nodes in an improvised binding circuit, their bodies serving as the vertical conduits the ash trees had once provided, their iron implements driven into the bedrock at exactly the points where the original markers sat, recreating the geometry from memory or from some deeper understanding of how the cage had worked. Lauren moved to the door and looked out at the 7 figures standing between the trailer and the forest uphill. David came to stand beside her. 7 figures couldn't cover the full circumference that 23 trees had defined. She looked at him and said they were the missing nodes. David looked back at the ghost line and saw the gaps in the formation, saw the places where the spacing was wrong, and he understood. Not fighting, not fleeing, but becoming part of the circuit themselves, completing the geometry with their own bodies because there was nothing else left to use. The sound cut out, not fading but stopping, a line of silence moving down the mountain from somewhere uphill, and Lauren felt it pass over the clearing, felt her ears suddenly empty, the pressure wrong, and when she tried to speak, no sound came, and the aluminum frame that had been ringing with condensation a moment before had gone perfectly still, perfectly silent, as though the trailer and everything around it had been wrapped in something that wouldn't let vibration through, that was actively absorbing acoustic energy and converting it into something else, into cold or absence or the specific quality of vacuum that shouldn't exist at atmospheric pressure. The 7 ghosts shifted their formation, tightened it, moved closer together until they were standing shoulder to shoulder in a line that stretched from one side of the clearing to the other, and Lauren saw them drive their iron pieces deeper into the earth, saw them settle into positions that suggested they'd done this before, had held this line or trained for it, or prepared for it across 3 centuries of waiting, and the waiting was over. The forest, uphill, began to lose dimension. Not falling, not breaking, but flattening. The 3-dimensional structure of trunks and branches and canopy collapsing into something 2-dimensional, as though the depth had been extracted from the scene and all that remained was a painted backdrop. And through the pre-dawn gloom, Lauren could see the flattening spreading downhill toward the clearing, could see trees that had volume and mass and presence, a moment before reduced to silhouettes, to outlines, to images without substance, and the barometric pressure was dropping, her ears popping continuously as the atmosphere itself was being drawn away or consumed or compressed into the space where the entity was moving, and her mind couldn't process what she was seeing because matter didn't lose dimension, didn't compress from 3 axes to 2, didn't leave behind visual information without any physical substrate to support it. The ghost leader turned its head, not toward the forest, but toward Lauren, toward the trailer, toward the 2 people standing in the doorway watching the defensive line form, and its eyes met Lauren's. And the expression on its face was unmistakable, even through the wrongness of preserved flesh and centuries of death. Pleading, desperate, begging for help or forgiveness or understanding, and its mouth was still open, still trying to communicate something it couldn't voice, and its hand, the one missing 2 fingers, pointed uphill, pointed at the spreading absence, pointed at what was coming. The bedrock beneath the trailer began to feel wrong, not shaking, not vibrating, but losing mass somehow, losing solidity, as though the limestone that had held the weight of mountains for millennia was forgetting how to be stone. And Lauren felt the wrongness through her boots, through her legs, through her bones, felt the ground beneath her becoming negotiable, uncertain, something that might give way or might hold but couldn't be trusted anymore. She tried to calculate what could make bedrock behave that way, tried to imagine the force or presence that could unmake stone simply by approaching it, tried to fit it into some framework that made sense, and her mind refused, rejected the premise, rejected the implications, because nothing should be able to do this. Nothing should be able to exist in a way that made existence itself conditional. David grabbed her arm, said they needed to go, needed to get to the truck while there was still time. Lauren pulled away, told him the town's downhill, Raynell with 1,500 people, Route 60, and the valley beyond it. If they ran, they'd just be running toward the people the entity would reach next. David said it wasn't their fault. They couldn't have known. Lauren looked at him and said it was their fault. They'd been warned and ignored it. Cheap meant warning, not opportunity. And now the cage was broken, and the entity was free, and they'd done that, whether they'd known or not. We didn't just break something, Lauren said. We let it out. The words hung in the freezing air between them, visible as condensation. And David's face changed. Something collapsing behind his eyes, some final resistance giving way, and he nodded once, sharp, final, and moved past Lauren through the doorway and out into the clearing, and she followed him, both of them stepping out of the trailer into the pre-dawn cold, both of them moving toward the ghost line, and the ghosts saw them coming and made space, the formation opening to accept 2 more bodies, 2 more anchors, even if the anchors were just flesh and bone and the desperate need to hold something back. And Lauren and David took their positions in the line, and the ghosts closed ranks around them, and together they faced uphill, faced the spreading silence, faced the absence descending from the ridge toward the place where the cage had been. The entity came through the forest, and the forest changed around it. Not breaking, not being pushed aside, but occupying multiple positions simultaneously. David watched the tree line uphill and saw the oaks overlapping themselves, each trunk present in 3 or 4 locations at once, stacked atop each other in a manner that defied perspective, that made parallax fail because there was no consistent viewpoint from which the scene resolved into coherent geometry, and when he tried to judge the distance to the nearest tree, his depth perception failed completely, the tree appearing simultaneously 100 yards away and close enough to touch, occupying both positions at once and several positions in between. And the positions weren't stable, but shifting. The tree sliding through space without moving, occupying a blur of locations that his eyes couldn't hold steady, couldn't fix into a single image. The silence that had fallen when the entity breached the clearing remained absolute, unbroken. And Lauren was saying something beside him, but David couldn't hear her voice, couldn't hear his own breathing, couldn't hear anything except a single low frequency that wasn't sound at all, but something his skull was conducting directly, bone conduction bypassing his eardrums entirely. A vibration that made his vision blur and his balance fail because his inner ear couldn't find equilibrium anymore, couldn't determine up from down or forward from back. Lauren stood to his right in the ghost line, close enough that her shoulder touched his, and through the silence David could feel her shaking, could feel the vibration in his own legs where the ground had stopped feeling solid, had started feeling like something that might give way if he shifted his weight wrong. And when he looked down at the bedrock beneath his boots, he saw it was behaving impossibly. The limestone surface showing ripples, concentric circles radiating outward from the clearing's center as though the stone had turned liquid, as though the molecular bonds that made rock solid were loosening or failing or being overridden by the entity's proximity. The ghosts on either side held their formation without speaking, without moving except that David could see them differently now, could see through them in a way he couldn't before, as though the entity's proximity was making everything less substantial, less certain about what it was. The temperature dropped, not gradually, but in stages, each drop sudden and severe. And David's exhale frosted immediately, turned ice crystals that fell rather than dispersing, and beneath his feet he felt something else change, felt the bedrock shift not horizontally but vertically, subsiding in a way that suggested the solution cavities beneath were collapsing. The voids that had been mapped as stable for decades suddenly giving way as though the entity's passage was draining them, or filling them, or altering the fundamental properties of the limestone that formed their walls and ceilings. And David remembered from the geological survey that the cavity beneath the ash circle connected to the broader aquifer network, to the springs and streams that fed the entire valley, and if those cavities were collapsing, then the water table was failing. The hydrology of the whole region breaking down as the entity moved through it. Lauren reached for his hand, and when their gloves touched, David felt the contact in the wrong place, felt it in his shoulder, in his jaw, and he looked at her, and her face was there, but also wasn't there, occupying the space it should occupy, but also the space 3 feet to the left. And when he tried to focus on which image was real, his eyes couldn't hold both, and the splitting hurt, made something behind his forehead spike with pain. The ghost leader raised its hand, the one missing 2 fingers, and the formation tightened, 9 bodies drawing closer together until David could feel the cold radiating off the figures on both sides of him. And he understood suddenly that the specific positions they occupied corresponded to the surveyor's geometry, to the 66-foot spacing translated into the distances human bodies could span while maintaining the circuit's integrity, and the ghosts had been holding this exact formation for 300 years. The silence became absolute. David couldn't hear his own heartbeat anymore, and the absence was so complete it felt like pressure, like being underwater, like drowning in emptiness. Then the entity was there at the clearing's edge, except there was no moment of arrival, no transition from absent to present. It was simply occupying the depression where the ash circle had been, and David's mind couldn't process what he was seeing because the thing didn't have edges, and trying to focus on any part of it made that part dissolve into something else, made the whole image shift and refuse to stay still. The geometry of the space around it was wrong, the angles refusing to add up, and when he tried to look directly at it, his vision slid off, couldn't hold the shape. The ghost line surged forward as one, iron raised, and David felt the load they were trying to hold, felt it through the limestone beneath his boots, through the cold air between them, felt the circuit straining to complete itself and failing, and then the line shattered. 3 ghosts erased in the space between one breath and the next, and the ghost leader was turning, was running toward David and Lauren, was pressing something small and cold into Lauren's hand. Worked iron, stamped with concentric circles, the same symbols as the markers buried at the trees. And then it was gone, and the remaining ghosts were scattered, their formation broken. The entity stood in the clearing's center, exactly where the prison had been, and for the first time since it had appeared, David could see it fully and could see all of it at once. And the seeing broke something in him that he knew would never repair, and he turned away before the full image could fix itself in his memory, turned and grabbed Lauren's arm and pulled her toward the truck. Behind them, the last 4 ghosts held the line. Held it for 10 seconds, 20. David heard their weapons strike, heard the impacts, heard the sounds cut off one by one, and when he looked back from the driver's seat of the truck with the engine running and Lauren beside him and the road downhill waiting, the clearing was empty except for the entity standing in its crater, and nothing moved uphill anymore. Nothing stood between it and the valley. The entity began to move downhill. They made it 2 miles before the logging road washed out. The crushed limestone collapsed into one of the solution cavities, and through the windshield they could see the drop 20 feet straight down into darkness. David checked the truck's odometer and saw it had rolled forward exactly 2.3 miles since they'd left the clearing. But when he looked at the compass mounted on the dashboard, it was still pointing in the same direction it had been when they'd started driving. Hadn't rotated at all despite the switchbacks and curves they'd descended. And when he looked over the edge of the washout, he saw not the forest canopy below, but bedrock, polished limestone forming a concave depression. And at the center of the depression, he could see the ash circle, could see the trailer, could see the crater where the cage had been. And he understood with sudden nausea that they hadn't driven away at all, that the logging road had folded in on itself as the solution cavities collapsed, had curved through space in a manner that wasn't possible in normal topology, but was happening anyway. The entire property warping into a closed basin with the crater at its lowest point. And no matter which direction they drove from here, they would end up back at the center. Lauren got back in the truck. David turned around and they started back. But back meant down into the washout because down was the only direction left. And when the truck's front wheels went over the edge, David felt the suspension compress and then release as the ground beneath them stopped being a vertical drop and became a slope, became a basin, curving down toward the center. And the headlights swept across the clearing below, across the trailer's remains, across the ash circle, gone completely. Every remaining tree reduced to splinters and carbon ash so fine it looked like snow, black snow settling across scorched earth in patterns that matched the geometric frost the ghost's hand had left on the window. David stopped the truck at the clearing's edge and shut off the engine. Lauren found his hand. They waited. The entity was in the clearing already, had been there since the moment they'd looked over the washout's edge and seen the crater below. And what David saw through the windshield was matter decay in real time, everything that had once been living. The ash splinters, wood and fabric and rubber, breaking down not through decomposition, but through some process that converted solid substance into fine particulate, into powder, into something that looked like ash or carbon but was colder than carbon should be, settling into the limestone's crevices and solution pores, sinking into the bedrock as though the stone were porous enough to drink it. And the conversion was spreading outward from the crater in concentric rings that matched exactly the spacing of the ash trees that had stood there for 300 years. "I should have listened," David said, and his voice was flat, emptied of everything except exhaustion. "We both should have," Lauren said. The entity moved to the center of the clearing, to the crater it had made when it had first broken free, and it stopped there. And for the first time, since it had emerged from whatever prison the ash circle had been maintaining, it was motionless. David and Lauren got out of the truck and walked toward the clearing center, toward the entity. With each step, David felt his understanding of scale and possibility dismantle itself until nothing was left except the immediate present. Lauren beside him, the cold air, the bedrock under his boots, the entity waiting. Lauren held up the surveyor's marker. The entity's attention shifted to it. David felt the pressure in the air change, felt something vast focus on the small piece of worked metal, and the focus had weight, had substance, pressed against his skull in a way that made him understand the marker wasn't just iron, wasn't just a surveying tool, but something that had been placed in the bedrock 300 years ago specifically to anchor a binding, to create a node in a circuit that ran through limestone and ash roots and human intention. And the marker had been waiting all this time for someone to complete what the colonial settlers had started, to drive it home and close the loop. Lauren knelt at the exact center of the crater, where the bedrock had compressed into a shallow depression, and pressed the iron marker against the stone. David knelt beside her and put his hands over hers. Together they drove the marker into the bedrock, felt it sink into stone that shouldn't yield but did, the limestone parting around the iron as though recognizing it, as though the bedrock itself remembered what the marker was for and was accepting it back into position. And David felt the moment the marker seated fully, felt it click into place with a sensation that wasn't physical, wasn't audible, but was unmistakable. A rightness that resonated through his hands and arms and sternum, a completion of circuit that had been open and broken for days and was now closed again. The cold came next, not touching them but passing through them, through the space their bodies occupied, and David felt his awareness separate from his flesh in a way that had no physical sensation attached to it, but was nonetheless completely real, felt his consciousness pulled outward and anchored to the clearing itself, to the limestone bedrock beneath, to the solution cavities that ran for miles through the mountain's interior, to the iron stakes the ghosts had driven, and the marker he and Lauren had just placed, to the geometry all of it defined. And he understood suddenly that he could feel the bedrock, could sense its composition and structure, and the voids within it, the way he could normally sense his own fingers and toes, that the mountain had become his body, or his body had become part of the mountain, and the distinction between the two had stopped meaning anything. He tried to move his hand and felt it respond, but the response was wrong, came from too far away, as though his original body had become just one small component of a much larger system, that extended downward through 200 feet of limestone and laterally across the entire property and outward to the circle's perimeter, where the ash trees had stood, their root channel still conducting even without the wood above, and the system was him now, was his awareness distributed across stone and iron and the ghost paths the roots had carved and the specific mathematics of the surveyor's geometry. Lauren's eyes met his. She was still there, still aware, but the awareness wasn't behind her eyes anymore. It was distributed across the clearing, present in the cold air and the scorched earth and the depression where the marker stood and the bedrock beneath and the cavities below that. And David knew without being told that they were the cage now, that their consciousness had been bound to this place as the colonial settlers had been bound, as the ash tree's roots had been bound, and the binding would hold for as long as they remained aware, for as long as the limestone beneath held its shape, for as long as the iron stayed grounded and the geometry stayed intact. The entity settled into the crater between them and the marker. The cage was closed. The sun rose on the clearing. Two figures stood at the clearing's edge, motionless, wearing modern jackets and boots, their faces turned downhill toward the valley where Route 60 cut through the mountains and Raynell's lights were just beginning to go dark with the coming dawn. They didn't move when the sun touched them. They didn't move when the fog lifted. They stood exactly where they'd been standing since the moment the marker had been driven. And around them, the scorched earth formed a ring where the ash circle had been, and at the center of the clearing, the crater sat empty except for the surveyor's marker, and nothing moved in the space between the figures and the crater, and nothing would move there for a long time. The foam inside the earmuffs had compressed to almost nothing. 3 decades of daily pressure, reducing what had once been industrial-grade protection to something barely thicker than cardboard. Russell Hadley held them in his hands, the industrial pelters he had bought in 1993, back when he still believed noise cancellation might be enough, and examined the duct tape holding the cracked headband together. The tape had gone gray with accumulated sweat and the fine suspended dust that hung in the air of the San Joaquin Valley, coating everything inside the hangar with a film that never quite settled. He would need to add another layer soon. The last repair had been in March or possibly February. He had stopped tracking such things with any accuracy years ago, stopped tracking anything except the time. It was 13 minutes before 3 in the afternoon. Russell set the earmuffs on the workbench beside the half-empty plastic jug of Jim Beam and walked to the hangar's main doors, the corrugated steel rattling in its track as he pushed it closed. The metal was too hot to touch with bare hands at this hour. 108 degrees outside, the July sun turning the valley into something that shimmered and distorted at the horizons. But Russell had learned to use his shoulder, pushing until the latch caught and the interior dimmed to a dusty twilight, broken only by the light filtering through rust holes in the tin roof. The darkness was not complete. It never needed to be complete. He was not trying to hide from anything that required darkness. The concrete floor beneath his boots was stained black in irregular patches where 30 years of oil spills had soaked into the porous surface, permanent as a record. The hangar had not changed since 1993 in any meaningful way. The same dry chemical fire extinguishers mounted on the walls with inspection tags punched through June of that year. The same dead radio stack bolted to the workbench with its frequency crystals still tuned to the Agricultural Aviation Common Traffic Advisory. The same safety wire pliers hanging on pegboard hooks that had rusted into their exact positions, Russell had stopped maintaining the tool sometime in the late 90s, stopped calibrating the torque wrenches, stopped replacing the peeling placards that warned against smoking near avgas. The trade itself had eroded around him. Small strip crop dusters giving way to automated commercial spray rigs, the Central Valley's independent operators bought out or simply aging into retirement. But this hangar remained an operational museum of early 90s radial engine technology, frozen at the moment Mickey had taken the Grumman up for the last time. What Russell did every day was wait for 3:15. He checked his watch, 7 minutes before the hour. The watch was a Timex, battery-powered, nothing fancy. He had gone through 7 of them since Mickey died, replacing each when the battery ran out because changing a watch battery required driving into town during business hours, and Russell had arranged his life to avoid business hours, to avoid hours in general, to avoid any span of time that was not directly related to the preparations required before the quarter hour arrived. The current watch was 2 years old. The second hand swept forward with a faint tick that Russell could hear in the closed hangar. Could hear even over the sound of his own breathing. Could hear because he had trained himself to listen for it the way another man might listen for an alarm. 22 minutes remained. Russell returned to the workbench and picked up the earmuffs again. The foam pads had deteriorated into something that resembled old sponge, compressed and crumbling, but they still formed a seal. That was all that mattered. He had tried other methods in the early years, earplugs, combinations, layered protection, but infections and failure had driven him back to these. By then he had discovered that bourbon provided a different kind of insulation, one that made it possible to endure the sound, and endurance was all Russell had ever asked for. He was not trying to escape. A man who wanted to escape would leave. With 16 minutes remaining before the hour, Russell took up his position against the western wall, the location he had calculated in the first month of the manifestations, when he had still been capable of engineering thought. The corrugated tin at his back functioned as a reflective baffle, redirecting the phantom engine sound away from his position, and the steel I-beams overhead created acoustic shadows where the worst of the pressure waves dissipated before reaching him. He had tested other positions in those early months, the office, the loft, various corners of the main floor, and this spot against the western wall was the only one where a man could endure the sound without permanent hearing damage, though Russell's hearing had failed anyway by the 5th year. The maintenance bay occupied the eastern end of the hangar. The hydraulic lift was gone, sold for scrap years ago. A few scattered tools remained untouched. Russell had stopped walking into the bay in 2001. 30 years of daily appearances had taught him the exact dimensions of the space where Mickey would manifest, and Russell had learned to position himself outside those dimensions. He took up his position now, back against the western wall, facing away from the maintenance bay. Rust flaked off the corrugated tin when he leaned into it. Russell slid down until he was sitting, knees drawn up, the earmuffs in his left hand and the bourbon jug in his right. At 65, sitting had become necessity rather than weakness. 6 minutes before the quarter hour, the light coming through the rust holes had shifted, the afternoon sun turning the columns of dusty illumination into something almost solid. Russell watched the particles and took another drink, and did not look at the maintenance bay. He had looked once on the second day. Once had been enough. When 6 minutes remained, Russell fitted the earmuffs over his head. The seal was not perfect, but it would reduce the sound by 20 or 25 decibels. Still loud enough to hurt. Not loud enough to cause more damage than had already been done. He was aware of many things he needed to do and would not do because doing them would require explanations, and explanations would require acknowledging that he was a 65-year-old man who had spent the last 30 years sitting in a closed hangar every afternoon waiting for his dead brother to relive the moment of his death. With 2 minutes remained, Russell took a final long pull from the bourbon jug and set it beside him on the concrete. His hands were shaking slightly. They always shook in the final minutes, but he attributed this to age rather than fear. At 65, a man's hands shook. At 65, a man's knees hurt, and his hearing was shot, and his liver was probably failing from 3 decades of daily bourbon consumption. These were facts. Russell dealt in facts now. The fact was that his younger brother had died at 3:15 in the afternoon on July 19, 1993. And the fact was that Mickey's spirit had been appearing in this hangar at exactly that time every day since. And the fact was that Russell had chosen to remain here and witness it rather than leave, because leaving would have required believing he deserved to leave. And Russell had stopped believing that before the first week was out. With 1 minute remaining, he pressed the earmuffs tighter against his skull and closed his eyes. Not because closing his eyes helped. It didn't. He had tried keeping them open in the early years, had tried watching, had tried confronting the thing directly. But because a man needed to be doing something during the event, and closing his eyes was the thing Russell had settled on. Eyes closed, head down, hands gripping the foam pads to hold them in place against his ears. A posture that resembled prayer, though Russell had given up praying around the same time he had given up cleaning the oil stains. The temperature inside the hangar began to drop. Russell felt at first as a coolness against his face, the sweat on his forehead suddenly clammy instead of slick. Then the air itself seemed to contract, the oppressive July heat pulling back, replaced by something that felt like early November, then late October, then the deep cold of a January night. The transition took less than 15 seconds. By the time Russell's watch hand swept past the quarter hour, the temperature inside the sealed hangar had dropped from 108 degrees Fahrenheit to something well below freezing. Russell's breath condensed in the air before him, visible even through his closed eyelids as a faint change in the darkness, a lightening where moisture met cold. His hand, still gripping the earmuffs, had gone numb. The corrugated tin wall against his back, which moments ago had been almost too hot to touch, now conducted a cold that burned through his shirt and into his skin. And then the sound began, even through the earmuffs. Even with 30 decibels of protection, the sound was enormous. It started as a grinding of metal on metal, the labored cough of a radial engine trying to catch, failing, trying again. Then came the high whine of wind over fabric, the scream of a stall, and beneath it all the repetitive, metallic clank of someone yanking on levers, yanking hard, yanking with the kind of desperate force that came from knowing the ground was rushing up, and there were only seconds left to fix whatever had gone wrong. Russell kept his eyes shut and his head down and counted his breaths. 1 breath per second, 30 breaths total, and then it would be over. 30 seconds was how long the event lasted. 30 seconds of that grinding mechanical roar. 30 seconds of cold that turned his sweat-soaked shirt into something that felt like ice against his skin. 30 seconds of knowing that 10 feet behind him, in the empty maintenance bay, his younger brother was sitting in an invisible cockpit, frantically working phantom controls while the phantom ground rose up to meet him. He had made it to 17 breaths when he heard the other sound. It was not part of the usual sequence. The usual sequence was engine noise, wind noise, the clank of levers, and then, at the 27-second mark, a truncated scream that cut off the way a scream cuts off when a biplane, traveling at 70 knots, hits the ground nose first. Russell had heard that truncated scream every day for 30 years. He knew its exact pitch and duration. He knew which syllable it cut off on. This new sound came earlier at the 19-second mark, and it was not a scream. It was the sound of something heavy falling onto concrete. Russell's eyes opened before he could stop them, automatic response overriding discipline, and for one fractured instant, he saw his own breath misting in the air, saw the concrete floor slicked with a rime of frost that had not been there when he closed his eyes, saw the columns of light from the rust holes filled with ice particles instead of dust. Then he yanked his gaze back down, staring at the concrete between his knees, and kept it there while he counted the remaining breaths. 18, 19, 20. The cold intensified. His teeth were chattering now, jaw clenching involuntarily. 21, 22, 23. The engine sound reached its crescendo, a roar that seemed to fill the entire hangar, that seemed to come from everywhere at once. 24, 25, 26. At the 27-second mark, Mickey screamed. Russell did not look up. He had learned not to look up. He counted 28, 29, 30, and then the sound cut off as though someone had severed a cable, and the cold began to lift. The temperature did not return to normal gradually. It returned the way it had left, in a sudden reversal that felt like stepping from an air-conditioned room into an oven. Within 10 seconds, the frost on the concrete had evaporated, leaving only a damp residue that would be gone in another minute. Within 20 seconds, Russell's breath was no longer visible. Within 30 seconds, the hangar was back to 108 degrees, the July heat reasserting itself, the air thick and stifling. Russell sat against the wall with the earmuffs still clamped to his head and waited for his hands to stop shaking. This part took longer than it used to. His body needed time to convince itself that the cold was over and would not return until tomorrow at the same time. When his hands were steady enough, he lifted the earmuffs off and set them beside the bourbon jug. He took a long drink and did not look toward the maintenance bay. He knew what he would see if he looked. Nothing. Mickey appeared at the quarter hour and disappeared 30 seconds later, leaving only damp spots on the concrete where the frost had been. Russell remained sitting until the sun had moved another 6 inches west. Then he stood, knees protesting, and carried the bourbon jug back to the workbench. The earmuffs he left where they were. He opened the hangar's main door and stepped out into the late afternoon heat. The valley stretched out before him, flat and shimmering, almond orchards marching toward the Kettleman Hills visible to the east. Russell thought about the sound he had heard at the 19-second mark, the sound that was not part of the usual sequence, something heavy falling onto concrete. He had not imagined it. In 30 years, Russell had cataloged every grind and whine and clank with the precision of a man who had nothing else to catalog. The sound at the 19-second mark had never occurred before. Russell closed the door and walked to his truck. He would drive into town tomorrow for supplies, and if anyone asked how he was doing, he would say he was fine and he would be lying. But lying was easier than truth. The sun was setting behind him as he drove away, the sky turning orange from light filtered through agricultural dust. He did not look back at the building in his rearview mirror. He never looked back. Looking back would have required seeing the place where his brother had died and where his brother returned every day to die again. And Russell had spent 30 years training himself not to see that, not to acknowledge it, except during the one unavoidable half-minute when acknowledgement was forced upon him. By the time he returned to the hangar 2 hours later, supplies purchased, lies told, easier path chosen, the last light had faded from the sky and the valley was dark except for the distant glow of Coalinga's streetlights to the west. Russell parked the truck and carried his supplies inside and set them on the workbench beside the earmuffs he had left on the floor. The corrugated tin structure had finally begun radiating its accumulated heat back into the night air, the metal sheeting making faint contracting sounds as it cooled. And through the rust holes in the roof, Russell could see the thermal shimmer of rising air carrying petroleum vapors and workshop dust upward into the darkness. The hangar's passive ventilation finally operating after the sun had stopped forcing heat downward through the thin metal. The San Joaquin Valley's microclimate meant the temperature would drop 40 degrees by dawn, the same desert physics that turned July afternoons into ovens, converting the night into something almost cold. And Russell would wake before sunrise to the sound of tin sheeting expanding again as the cycle began once more. He would put the supplies away tomorrow. Tonight he would drink until the shaking stopped. And then he would sleep on the cot he had set up in the corner farthest from the maintenance bay, and tomorrow at 13 minutes before the hour the preparations would begin again. The earmuffs sat on the workbench, duct tape gleaming dully in the darkness. The quarter hour would come again tomorrow, and Russell lay down on the cot and closed his eyes and waited for the bourbon to carry him away from the waiting. The duct tape split on the 14th day of August, 3 weeks after the sound that should not have been there. Russell was adjusting the headband when he felt the adhesive separate. A small tearing sound followed by the sudden looseness of the right earpiece swinging free. He held the earmuffs up to the afternoon light coming through the rust holes and examined the damage. The tape had finally given out where it had been flexed most often, right at the hinge point of the headband. Beneath the gray outer layer, he could see 2 previous repairs, each an archaeological stratum of successive failures, and beneath those the original black plastic of the headband cracked clean through. It was 11 minutes before the hour. Russell set the broken earmuffs on the workbench and looked at the roll of duct tape. 3 minutes to effect a repair that should have been simple, except his hands had already begun shaking. He pulled off a strip, pressed it over the brake, wrapped it twice. The tape adhered to itself in the wrong places. The seal would not hold. Russell knew this from the way the right earpiece sat at the wrong angle. Foam pad canted away. He added another wrap, then another, but the damage was structural. With 6 minutes remaining, he took his position against the western wall, back to the corrugated tin, earmuffs clamped to his head with both hands holding them in place. This had happened before, in 1998, though that time the break had been in the foam pad itself and he had been able to jury-rig a solution with cotton batting and electrical tape. This was different. This was the frame. And Russell was 65 now instead of 40, and his hands shook, and 6 minutes was not enough time. The cold arrived early. Russell felt it at 4 minutes before the hour, a drop in temperature that should not have started yet, that had never started early in 30 years. His breath misted in front of his face. The corrugated tin at his back went from hot to freezing in seconds, cold burning through his shirt. He pressed the earmuffs harder against his skull, but the right pad was already slipping, pulled away by the weight of the broken headband. And when the sound began, earlier than it should have, 2 minutes early, the broken seal let it through at full volume. The engine sound was enormous. Not the reduced roar Russell had trained himself to endure, but the complete thing, unfiltered. A radial engine coughing and grinding and backfiring at full throttle in an enclosed space. Russell's left ear, still sealed by the intact earmuff, heard the sound at 90 decibels. His right ear, exposed by the broken seal, heard it at 117, and the difference was the difference between survivable and devastating. He could hear individual components now, the distinct clank of metal on metal as someone worked the throttle lever, the scrape of fabric over metal as someone shifted weight in a seat, the specific squeal of a mixture control being forced past its détente. These were sounds Russell had never heard before because the earmuffs had always protected him from this level of detail, and hearing them now revealed structure he had never been meant to hear. Someone was breathing hard in the maintenance bay. Russell's eyes opened involuntarily. He yanked his gaze down immediately, staring at the concrete between his knees. But he had seen enough in that fractured instant to understand that the breathing was not his own. The temperature had dropped below zero. Frost was forming on every surface, spreading from the maintenance bay outward in a visible wave, and where the frost touched the concrete, it left patterns that resembled nothing Russell had ever seen in nature, geometric and wrong. And then something moved in his peripheral vision. Russell clamped his eyes shut and counted breaths, but the broken earmuff had destroyed his concentration, and he lost count at 9. Started over, lost count again at 14. The breathing in the maintenance bay was frantic now, coming in short gasps, punctuated by mechanical grinding. And beneath it all was a sound Russell had heard before but never understood until now. The sound of someone working a problem, not rage, not desperation born of terror. This was the focused, methodical sound of a pilot running through emergency procedures. Throttle, mixture, fuel pump, ignition. Diagnose, isolate, correct. The lever yanking was not frantic pulling at controls, but rather the systematic testing of each system in sequence, and the breathing, harsh but regular, was the breathing of someone concentrating, someone working the problem, someone who believed the problem could be solved. Russell's right ear caught something else, the specific rhythm of fingertips drumming against metal. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. A pattern Mickey had used when he was thinking, when he was solving something. Russell had not heard that sound in 30 years, had not known he remembered it until this moment. The recognition hit him in the chest, physical and sudden, and he made a sound he did not intend to make, a small, caught noise in his throat. The drumming stopped. Everything stopped. The engine sound cut off mid-grind. The breathing ceased. For 5 seconds. Russell counted them, 1 beat of his watch hand per second. There was absolute silence, and that silence was worse than any sound because it meant the thing in the maintenance bay had heard him, had responded to him, had acknowledged that Russell existed. Then the engine sound resumed, but different now, higher pitched, the sound of an engine straining to restart. And beneath it, so quiet Russell almost missed it through the broken earmuff seal. The sound of someone crying, not sobbing. Crying the way a man cries when he is alone and has run out of options. Quiet crying, nearly silent. Russell had heard this sound once before, the morning after Mickey's 14th birthday when their father had died and Mickey had sat in the pilot's seat of the family's Cessna and cried exactly this way, trying not to make any sound that would carry to the house. Russell's hand, still clamped over the earmuffs, began to tremble. Not the age tremor, but a deeper shaking that started in his bones. The thing in the maintenance bay was not a phantom. It was Mickey. Mickey crying. Mickey trying to fix something that could not be fixed. Mickey believing even now that if he just worked the problem correctly, he could solve it. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. Russell could no longer feel his hands. The cold was absolute now, deeper than any natural cold, and his sweat-soaked shirt had frozen to his skin. Frost had spread across the entire floor, and through his closed eyelids, Russell could see the light from the rust holes dimming as ice formed over the openings. His breath came in short gasps that condensed instantly, and he could feel each exhale freezing on his lips, on his cheeks, building up in layers. The engine sound reached crescendo, a roar that filled every cubic inch of the hangar, that vibrated through the concrete and up into Russell's bones, and Mickey's quiet crying became a single, sharp intake of breath, the sound of someone who has just understood something terrible. And then came the scream. Russell had heard this scream every day for 30 years. He knew its exact pitch and duration. But hearing it at full volume, unfiltered, with the broken earmuff failing to protect him, he understood for the first time that it was not a scream of terror. It was a scream of apology. "I'm sorry." That was what the scream contained, compressed into a single, truncated syllable that cut off when the invisible plane hit the invisible ground and Mickey died again. The same death, the same moment, for the 10,000th time. The sound cut off. The temperature began to rise, but slowly, more slowly than Russell remembered. He sat against the tin wall with his hands still clamped over the broken earmuffs and waited for the cold to lift. But something was wrong. The frost on the concrete was not evaporating. It was melting, running in thin streams across the floor, and in those streams Russell could see dark particles. Soot, spreading outward from the maintenance bay. He made himself wait. Counted to 30, then 50, then 70. The frost continued melting, the soot continued spreading, and finally, against 30 years of trained avoidance, Russell opened his eyes and looked directly at the maintenance bay. It was empty. The concrete was wet where the frost had melted. Dark stains spread across the floor in patterns that might have been random and might not. But there was no Mickey, no plane, no visible evidence that anything had been there except for one detail Russell's eyes caught and held. A single handprint in the frost remaining on the concrete curb that separated the bay from the main floor. Small hand, smaller than Russell's. The frost preserving it was already starting to melt, water running through the fingerprint grooves. But Russell could see it clearly enough to know it was real. Someone had put a hand on that curb, bearing weight, pushing themselves up or steadying themselves, and the cold of their touch had been cold enough to freeze the concrete beneath. Russell stared at the handprint until it melted completely away. The water ran off the curb in thin streams that followed the expansion joints in the concrete, and as the frost receded, Russell could see that the melting pattern was not random. The ice had formed most thickly in two parallel lines 6 inches apart, exactly the width of a Grumman's main landing gear stance, and the lines curved inward at their forward ends in the subtle toe-in geometry that kept a tail dragger tracking straight during ground operations. The frost lines were tracing the outline of wheel chocks and gear struts that were not present, mapping the negative space where a physical aircraft would have rested if the phantom occupying the bay had any mass beyond cold and sound. Russell removed the broken earmuffs, set them on the floor beside him, and sat in the warming hangar with his back against the wall. The concrete where the handprint had been was nearly dry now. Mickey had been working the problem. Mickey had been crying. Mickey had screamed an apology. The understanding hit Russell with nauseating force. He had spent 30 years avoiding something he had completely misunderstood. The earmuffs lay on the floor, broken, unrepairable. Russell picked them up and turned them over in his hands. The duct tape was torn, the headband cracked through, the foam compressed to nothing. They had failed. Tomorrow at the quarter hour they would fail again, and Russell would hear everything. Every sound, every detail, every piece of evidence that the ghost in his hangar was not doing what Russell had believed it was doing. He stood, knees protesting, and carried the broken earmuffs to the workbench. Set them down beside the bourbon jug. Did not drink. Could not drink. His hands were still numb from the cold, and his right ear was ringing from the unfiltered sound, and somewhere in his chest was a feeling he did not have a name for, something that was not quite grief and not quite terror, but contained elements of both. Tomorrow the earmuffs would fail. Tomorrow Russell would hear everything. Tomorrow he would have to decide whether to keep his eyes closed or finally look. He walked to the hangar door and opened it. The August heat hit him like a wall. He stood in the doorway and looked at the almond orchards marching toward the Kettleman Hills, and for the first time in 30 years he noticed the wall-mounted barometer just inside the doorframe. A brass aneroid instrument from the hangar's original construction, never removed, never consulted. The needle sat at 29.4 inches of mercury. Russell had no memory of ever seeing it move. Tomorrow he would watch it during the manifestation, would see if the localized cold created a measurable pressure differential, would begin documenting the physical parameters of the event with the rigor he had once applied to aircraft maintenance, because understanding the mechanics of Mickey's appearance might be the only way to understand what Mickey needed from him. The maintenance log had been gathering dust on the shelf above the workbench for 30 years, untouched since July 20th, 1993. Russell had trained himself not to even glance in its direction. But 3 days after the earmuffs broke, 3 days of hearing Mickey's crying unfiltered, he found himself reaching for it at 9 in the morning, hours before the quarter hour. The cover was oil-stained canvas, pages warped from decades of valley humidity. Russell opened it to the last entry, dated July 19, 1993, written in his own handwriting, the letters shaky from the hangover he had been nursing that morning. Grumman biplane. Fuel line inspection deferred to post-flight. Compression check normal. Magneto timing correct. Test flight scheduled 3 in the afternoon. Deferred. The braided stainless steel fuel line had shown wear at the compression ferrule the night before, wear that required replacement before any test flight. But Russell had been drunk, and replacing the line would have meant another hour of work. He had told himself he would do it in the morning. Morning had arrived with Russell bent over the hangar's bathroom sink vomiting, hands shaking too badly to thread the ferrule. He should have called the client, canceled the test flight, admitted the incomplete repair. Russell had done none of these things. Instead, he had sat in the hangar's office with his head in his hands, and Mickey had found him there at 2 in the afternoon, slumped in the desk chair, reeking of bourbon and failure. Russell closed his eyes and let the memory come. He had spent 30 years pushing it back, but now resistance felt pointless. The memory arrived complete and pitiless. Mickey had been 22 that summer, fresh out of community college with a certificate in aviation maintenance and hero worship for his older brother that Russell had done nothing to earn. Mickey had driven out to the hangar that afternoon without being called, and he had taken one look at Russell's condition and understood what it meant. Mickey had told him he could not fly that day, standing in the office doorway with his hands in his pockets, stating observable fact. Russell had nodded, head pounding too badly for speech, and managed to say something about calling the client, postponing, maybe losing the contract. Mickey had walked to the window and looked out at the Grumman sitting on the tarmac, engine cowling still open from Russell's incomplete inspection the night before. The fabric-covered wings shimmered in the July heat. Mickey had stood there for a long time, not speaking, and Russell had known what his younger brother was thinking before Mickey turned around and offered to take it up himself. Russell's first response should have been refusal. Mickey was qualified. He had his pilot's license, had logged hours in this specific model, but he was not rated for test flights, had never flown a plane fresh out of maintenance, had never needed to evaluate whether repairs had been completed correctly. These were specializations that required experience Mickey did not have. But Russell's head had been pounding and his hands had been shaking, and the contract had been worth $12,000, and instead of refusing, he had approved a quick pattern around the field, standard test protocol, bring it straight back down if anything felt wrong. Mickey had grinned, that easy grin, and Russell had managed to stand despite the hangover, and they had walked out to the plane together. The memory played out with visceral clarity. He could feel the July heat, could smell the aviation fuel and the almond trees, could see Mickey climbing into the cockpit, with careful deliberation. Russell had stood on the tarmac and run through the pre-flight checklist verbally. Fuel selector, mixture control, throttle position. Mickey had responded to each item with practiced efficiency, and Russell had felt a small stab of pride beneath the hangover nausea. What Russell had not done was mention the fuel line, had not told Mickey about the wear at the compression ferrule, had not explained the deferred inspection. He had told himself the fuel line would probably hold for one short flight, that the wear had not been critical, that mentioning it would only make Mickey nervous. These were the lies he had constructed, and he had believed them just long enough to give Mickey the thumbs up for engine start. The radial engine caught on the second try, coughing blue smoke before settling into rough idle. Mickey let it warm up for 3 minutes, then taxied to the end of the strip. Russell watched his younger brother run through the engine checks. Full throttle, check magnetos, mixture rich, everything by the book. Mickey released the brakes and the Grumman started its takeoff roll, and Russell turned away from the strip and walked back into the hangar, because watching would have meant acknowledging what he had just done, and he was not yet ready to acknowledge it. He was in the office going through invoices he did not need to review when he heard the engine note change. The radio's steady drone cut off mid-cycle, replaced by silence, and Russell's hand stopped moving and his breath stopped moving, and for 3 seconds he sat completely still, listening to the absence of sound. Then he was running. Out of the office, across the hangar floor, through the main doors into the July heat, and by the time he reached the tarmac, the Grumman was already falling, nose high and wrong, the fabric wings stalled, and the fuselage rotating into a spin that Mickey was either fighting or had already given up fighting. And Russell opened his mouth to scream. Don't panic, work the problem. But the plane hit the almond orchard 1/2 mile north before the words cleared his throat. The impact made a sound Russell would hear for the rest of his life. Not an explosion, but a heavy, compressed crunch. Metal and wood and fabric collapsing into a space too small to contain them. Russell ran the 1/2 mile and found wreckage. The specifics came later, delivered by professionals whose job was to convert tragedy into paperwork. The Federal Aviation Administration inspector who arrived the next morning and spent 4 hours examining the inverted airframe, photographing the crushed cockpit and the separated fuel line. The braided stainless steel line Russell had noted as worn, the compression ferrule that had vibrated loose exactly as Russell had known it might. The flared aluminum tubing still attached to the engine with fuel stains marking where the connection had separated in flight. The inspector had ruled it pilot error, controlled flight into terrain, stall spin on final approach, with engine failure as a contributing factor. And Russell had signed the report and accepted the finding because correcting it would have required explaining what he had failed to do the night before the flight, and Russell was not prepared to make that explanation to anyone, including himself. The insurance payout had arrived 6 weeks later, a check for $12,000 made out to Russell Hadley, which Russell had never cashed. The check was still in the office desk drawer, yellowed and brittle, next to the Grumman's maintenance logbooks that Russell had kept when the salvage company hauled the wreckage away. He had told them the logs were required for his records, which was true, though the real reason he kept them was that throwing them away would have meant accepting that the plane and everything associated with it were finished, and Russell had not been ready to accept that either. Russell opened his eyes and looked down at the maintenance log on the workbench. His hands, 65 years old now, liver-spotted and trembling, rested on the canvas cover. Younger hands, then, steadier hands. Hands that had been shaking from alcohol withdrawal instead of age. Hands that had failed to complete a repair that would have taken 90 minutes. Hands that had waved Mickey into a plane with a fuel line Russell knew was compromised. The hangar was silent except for Russell's breathing, harsh and irregular. It was not yet noon. The quarter hour was still hours away. But Russell could feel it approaching with the weight of inevitability, could feel the knowledge settling into his bones that today he would not close his eyes when Mickey appeared. He would look. He would witness what he had spent 3 decades avoiding, would force himself to see whatever Mickey's manifestation was trying to show him, because 30 years of avoidance had answered nothing, and Russell was running out of time to find answers. The maintenance log lay open on the workbench. Russell reached for the pen he had not touched in 30 years. His hand shook so badly he could barely hold it, but he managed to write one line beneath the final entry. Fuel line failed due to deferred maintenance. Mickey Hadley died due to Russell Hadley negligence. He set the pen down and looked at what he had written. Not an apology, not an explanation. Simply the facts, recorded where such facts belonged, 30 years late, and worthless to everyone except the man who wrote it. Russell looked at the clock on the wall. noon. 2 hours and 45 minutes until the quarter hour. 2 hours and 45 minutes before he would witness what 30 years of avoidance had prevented him from seeing, and perhaps begin to understand what Mickey's ghost had been trying to do all this time. Russell walked to the bourbon jug and poured 3 fingers into a glass. This time he did not drink straight from the plastic container. The thing he was about to do required at least the pretense of intention, of consciousness, of choosing rather than simply enduring. He drank the bourbon slowly and felt it burn going down. And when the glass was empty, he set it beside the maintenance log and walked to the place where he would sit when the quarter hour came. The broken earmuffs sat on the floor where he had left them. Russell picked them up, examined the cracked headband and split duct tape, and then, with finality that steadied his shaking hands, he carried them to the workbench and dropped them into the metal waste bin. He would not need them anymore. At the quarter hour, he would sit with his back to the tin wall and his eyes open, and he would watch Mickey die. And he would witness what 30 years of avoidance had prevented him from seeing, and maybe witnessing would be the first step toward something that resembled atonement. Russell sat on the floor with his back against the tin wall and his knees drawn up and waited. And for the first time in 30 years, the waiting had changed. No longer punishment, but preparation, improbably, unbearably, for an act of witness. The days ran together after that. Russell stopped tracking them in any detail, stopped marking time in units smaller than the distance between one quarter hour and the next. What mattered was that each afternoon he would take up his position against the western wall, and each afternoon Mickey would appear, and Russell would keep his eyes open and watch. The first time he watched, the day after he had written the truth in the maintenance log, Russell lasted 11 seconds before his nerve failed. 11 seconds of seeing Mickey's translucent form in the maintenance bay, hands working invisible controls with focused intensity. 11 seconds of watching soot fall and frost spread across concrete that was 108 degrees moments before. Then Russell's eyes jerked down to the floor and stayed there while he counted the remaining 19 seconds by sound alone. The second day, he managed 18 seconds. The third day, 23. By the end of the first week, he could watch the entire 30-second loop without looking away. The watching left him shaking and nauseated when the cold lifted. What Russell learned from watching was worse than what he had learned from hearing. Mickey's face carried an expression Russell had seen before but never understood until now. Concentration. Determination. The look that said he believed the solution was within reach if he could just think it through correctly. There was no rage in Mickey's expression, no accusation, no awareness that his older brother sat 10 feet away watching him die again and again. Mickey was working the problem, running through emergency procedures. Throttle forward, mixture rich, fuel pump on, magnetos both. The sequence was textbook, exactly what Russell had taught him, and Mickey was executing it exactly as taught. But the engine would not restart because there was no fuel reaching it, and Mickey would pull back on the stick trying to gain altitude, and the plane would stall, and Mickey would scream. Not in terror, but in something else Russell could not yet name. And then the loop would end, and Mickey would vanish. Russell watched this 30 times in August, 30 times in September. By October, the pattern had become its own kind of ritual. And Russell began to notice changes in the world outside the hangar that marked the passage of time more clearly than any calendar. The almond orchard to the north, the orchard where Mickey had crashed, had been sold to a solar developer in late summer, and by autumn the trees were gone, replaced by acres of photovoltaic panels that turned the former agricultural land into an industrial grid. The change was visible from the hangar's main doors, a transformation Russell registered only because it coincided with the day his vision began failing from the accumulated cold exposure, the panels appearing as warped silver shapes against the Kettleman Hills rather than the distinct rectangles they actually were. The San Joaquin Valley's long drought had entered its fourth decade, and the evidence surrounded the hangar in the form of abandoned irrigation equipment Russell could see on his bi-weekly drives into Coalinga. Center pivot sprinklers frozen mid-rotation, their aluminum frames turning to rust, water tables dropped so far below ground that the cost of pumping exceeded the value of the crops the water would sustain. The independent agricultural operations that had been Russell's peers in 1993 had vanished, bought out or simply folded. Their hangars either demolished or repurposed for industrial storage. Russell's hangar was the last of its kind for 30 miles in any direction, a relic preserved not by intent, but by the simple fact that no one had bothered to tear it down. By November, the cold was killing him in ways Russell could measure, but not reverse. His body was failing from 65 years of general use plus 4 months of daily exposure to temperatures that should have killed him in the first week. His extremities showing mottled discoloration from repeated frostbite, his breathing labored from thermal shock that had scarred the lung tissue past any possibility of healing. The question was whether he would die before he found a way to tell Mickey the truth, and by late November, Russell had begun to suspect the answer was yes, unless he did something different. On the 23rd of November, Russell sat in the hangar at 10 in the morning and looked at the maintenance bay. For 30 years, he had positioned himself against the western wall, back to the corrugated tin, facing away from where Mickey appeared. Maximum distance, maximum separation. The closest he had ever been to his brother's manifestation was 10 feet. And even that proximity had required every ounce of courage Russell possessed. But Mickey was manifesting at the center of the maintenance bay, and Russell was watching from 10 feet away, and no communication had occurred across that gap in 4 months of watching. The loop continued unchanged, and Russell was running out of time. He could move closer, could drag his chair 6 inches forward today, another 6 inches tomorrow, could test how close he could get to the epicenter of the cold before it stopped his heart permanently. The thought made his hands shake, made his breath come short, made every instinct he possessed scream that approaching the manifestation was suicide. But so was staying at this distance. The cold was killing him from 10 feet away. Moving closer might kill him faster, but it might also be the thing that finally broke through to Mickey, might create enough disruption in the loop's structure that communication became possible. Russell stood. His knees protested. His vision grayed. He walked to where his chair sat against the western wall and gripped the back. Lifted. The chair was old metal, heavier than it looked, and Russell's muscles trembled with the effort. He carried it 6 inches forward and set it down. Stepped back. Looked at the new position. 6 inches closer to the maintenance bay. 6 inches closer to the space where Mickey appeared. It did not look different. It did not feel different. But Russell's heart was pounding and his hands were shaking, and he understood that he had just crossed the boundary he had maintained for 30 years, and there was no going back now. He would test it at the quarter hour, would sit in the new position and see if Mickey noticed, if the cold intensified, if anything changed. And if he survived, he would move the chair another 6 inches tomorrow, and another the day after. And he would continue moving closer until either the cold killed him or something in the loop responded to his approach. The alternative was dying at a distance while Mickey continued to work the problem alone. And Russell had done that once already in 1993 when he stood on the tarmac and watched Mickey's plane fall, and he would not do it again. By the first week of December, Russell had moved the chair 3 feet closer to the maintenance bay, 6 inches each day for 6 days, and the cumulative effect was that he now sat at 7 feet from the epicenter instead of 10, and the cold had intensified proportionally with each inch of approach. The brass aneroid barometer mounted just inside the hangar's doorframe, untouched since Russell had first noticed it at the end of August, had become his metric for the manifestation's physical reach. At 10 feet from the bay, the needle would drop 3 inches of mercury during the 30-second event, a barometric plunge equivalent to ascending from sea level to 6,000 feet in the span of a breath. At 9 feet, the needle fell to 26 inches, and Russell had watched the corrugated tin walls flex inward with audible groans as the pressure differential tried to equalize between the collapsing cold mass and the mild December afternoon air outside. At 8 feet, the needle dropped past 24 inches and held there, trembling, while frost spread across the instrument's brass housing, and the expansion joints in the roof sheeting made sounds like rifle cracks. At 7 feet, the cold stopped his heart. The first cardiac arrest had felt like drowning in reverse, his chest seizing not from water, but from the absolute absence of thermal energy, his pulse stuttering twice and then ceasing entirely, while the barometer needle spun counterclockwise through its lower range, and the tin roof buckled against forces it had never been engineered to withstand. 30 seconds of paralysis. Then the pressure had equalized. The warmth had returned in a rush that made the roof shedding snap back into position with a sound like sheet metal being hammered flat. And Russell's heart had restarted with a lurch that left him on his hands and knees for an hour afterward. But he had survived. And the next day, he did not move the chair any closer, but he sat in the same position at 7 feet and experienced the same cardiac arrest. And this time, when his heart stopped, he understood that it would restart when the warmth returned and the terror was less. By the 7th of December, Russell could sit through the 30-second loop with his heart stopped and his vision black and his breath frozen in his lungs. And when the manifestation ended and his body restarted, he could stand and walk and prepare for the next day's proximity. He was dying incrementally. Each exposure took something that did not fully return. His vision had begun to fail even outside the manifestation, the retinal damage accumulating. His lungs were scarred from the thermal shock. His heart had developed an arrhythmia that persisted between quarter hours. But he was still alive, and Mickey was still 6 feet away, and Russell had not yet crossed the final boundary. On the 14th of December, Russell did not move the chair. Instead, at 3:14 in the afternoon, with 1 minute remaining before the manifestation, he stood up from where he sat and walked to the edge of the maintenance bay. The concrete curb that separated the bay from the main floor was 6 inches high. Russell had not stepped over that curb since 1993. For 30 years it had been the boundary he maintained, the line he did not cross, the division between the space where he existed and the space where Mickey died. Russell stood at the edge and looked down at the 6-inch rise. Insignificant height, trivial obstacle, a step a child could take without thinking. And his body refused to move. His throat had gone completely dry. He could hear his own breathing, too fast, too shallow, and his hands were shaking worse than they had shaken in the final seconds before any previous manifestation. The air above the maintenance bay had already begun to warp, the way air warps above hot pavement, except the distortion was moving in the wrong direction, a visible compression, as though the space itself were contracting in preparation for what was about to fill it. Loose workshop debris, sawdust, metal shavings, a small washer Russell had lost months ago, was beginning to move across the floor, pulled toward the bay's center, in spiraling patterns that suggested air currents ducted by an invisible structure. The particulates tracing slipstream paths around a fuselage that was not yet present, but whose aerodynamic footprint was already warping the atmosphere of the enclosed space. Crossing it now required an act of will that felt like tearing something fundamental inside his chest. Russell lifted his right foot, placed his boot on the 6-inch curb, felt the concrete edge beneath the worn sole, committed his weight forward. The simple physics of stepping up and over a trivial barrier became an act that required every fragment of courage Russell possessed, because once his boot touched the bay's concrete floor, there would be no possibility of retreat, no backward step that could undo the violation, and he would be standing in the exact space where Mickey appeared, where Mickey died, where Mickey had died every day for 30 years while Russell watched from a distance he had convinced himself was respect, but had always been cowardice. He was standing in the exact center of the space where Mickey appeared, standing where the invisible cockpit would manifest in 45 seconds. His heart was already beating too fast, adrenaline overriding the damaged rhythm, and his hands were shaking and his vision was graying at the edges. But he remained standing because sitting would have meant weakness, and this was the one act of his life that required him to be strong. 30 seconds before 3:15, the temperature began to drop. Russell felt it as a wave moving through the hangar from some point beneath the concrete, cold rising through the floor and into the air. His breath misted before him. Frost spread across the bay's floor in geometric patterns that raced outward from where Russell stood, and he understood that by standing at the epicenter, he had placed himself at the exact point where the manifestation's cold was most intense. His heart stopped, not gradually, but instantly, mid-beat, as though someone had flipped a switch. His vision went black. His lungs seized. The cold was absolute, dropping from the mild 58 degrees of December afternoon to something far below zero in the span of 3 seconds, and Russell's body, already damaged from weeks of exposure, could not maintain function under the thermal shock, but his consciousness remained. He could not see, could not breathe, could not feel his heart beating, but he was still present, still aware, and through the darkness he could hear the phantom sounds beginning. Not the usual sequence, not the engine grinding and lever yanking, footsteps running, close. And then something collided with Russell's chest, and he felt hands on him. Not invisible this time, but solid and present, and desperately pushing, trying to move him, trying to get him away from the center of the manifestation. Mickey was there. Not sitting in an invisible cockpit, not working phantom controls. Mickey was standing in the maintenance bay with Russell, and Mickey's hands were on Russell's chest, pushing him backward, trying to force him out of the epicenter. And Mickey's face was inches from Russell's own, and the expression Mickey wore was pure terror mixed with incomprehension. Russell could not speak, could not breathe. His heart was not beating and his vision was still black, but he could feel Mickey's hands on his chest, solid and real and freezing, and the pressure pattern was familiar. 5 fingers splayed across his ribs on each side, Mickey's palms pressed flat against Russell's sternum, pushing with desperate force, the same way Mickey had leaned on him when they worked together 30 years ago. The same finger spread pattern Russell had felt 1,000 times when Mickey needed leverage or balance. But now Mickey was not leaning. Mickey was pushing, trying to move Russell out of the kill zone, and Russell understood that by stepping into the maintenance bay, he had done something that had never happened in 30 years of manifestations. He had put himself in danger during the loop, and Mickey was responding not by continuing his program sequence, but by trying to save his older brother. Russell's legs gave out. He had been standing, but the cold had progressed too far, had shut down too many systems, and his knees buckled, and he collapsed backward onto the concrete bay floor. Mickey's hands stayed on his chest as Russell fell, Mickey's spectral body following him down. And when Russell's back hit the concrete, Mickey was kneeling over him with both hands still pressed against Russell's sternum. And Mickey's face had changed. The terror was still there, but something else had entered it, something that looked like recognition. Mickey was looking at Russell's face, really looking, and for the first time in 30 years there was awareness in Mickey's eyes, awareness that Russell existed, that his older brother was here and dying and needed help. Mickey's hands pressed harder against Russell's chest, not pushing anymore, holding. The cold intensified around the contact points, dropping even further below zero, and through the blackness, Russell felt the pressure. Not physical force, but the weight of recognition, of his dead brother's hands touching him for the first time in 30 years, of being seen after 3 decades of hiding. The shock of it. Not temperature, but contact. Not cold, but connection. Jolted something in Russell's failing nervous system. His heart stuttered, lurched, caught. 1 beat. Painful, uncertain. Then another. Not restarted by supernatural mechanics, but by the simple animal response to being touched, to being held, to another human presence refusing to let him slip away into the dark. Russell's lungs drew air again, shallow and irregular. His vision began to clear at the edges, the blackness receding, not because the cold had lessened, but because consciousness itself was clawing back from the edge it had nearly crossed. He could see Mickey's face above him, could see the soot stains on his cheeks, could see the tears that were falling and freezing on impact, could see the expression that was no longer just terror, but something else mixed in. Desperate concentration, the look of someone working a problem they did not fully understand, but knew they had to solve. Mickey's hands shifted position on Russell's chest, adjusting the finger spread pattern, and Russell felt the specific pressure that meant Mickey was putting his full weight into the contact. The same pressure from when they were young, the same gesture. The realization tore through Russell's skull. Mickey was not trapped in the moment of his death anymore. Mickey was here, now, in this moment, responding to what he saw, choosing to help his brother instead of reliving the crash. 30 years. 30 years the loop had run its programmed sequence, and Russell's physical presence at the epicenter had broken it, had created enough disruption that Mickey could step outside the pattern and respond to the immediate crisis instead of the remembered one. Russell's vision was still dark at the edges, and his heart was still failing, and his lungs were still scarred, and he was still dying. But Mickey was here with him, aware of him, choosing him, and that meant everything. Mickey's hands remained pressed against Russell's chest, the freezing cold still radiating from the contact points, and Russell lay on the concrete bay floor and looked up at his younger brother's face and understood that he had perhaps 30 seconds before his body gave out completely, 30 seconds to communicate across 30 years of silence. 30 seconds to tell Mickey the truth. That might break the haunting or might mean nothing, but had to be spoken regardless. Russell reached up with both hands and gripped Mickey's wrists. The contact was electric. Skin against spectral skin, cold and insubstantial but present. He held on, fingers wrapping around Mickey's wrists, and Mickey looked down at him with an expression that contained everything Russell had spent 30 years unable to face. Grief and love and desperate effort mixed together in a face that was soot-stained and tear-streaked and so heartbreakingly young. The moment Russell's hands closed around Mickey's wrists, something changed. Not in the hangar, where the cold still held absolute, and the corrugated tin walls had already begun losing what little December warmth they had absorbed before the manifestation began. The change happened inside Russell's skull, a sensation of falling sideways through a door that had always been there but never visible until this instant. The connection was immediate and absolute. One moment Russell was looking up at his brother's spectral face. The next that he was inside Mickey's memory, experiencing it not as observation, but as direct sensation, as though Russell's consciousness had been pulled backward through 30 years and transplanted into his younger brother's body in the final moments before the crash. Russell was in the cockpit of the Grumman. He could feel the stick in his right hand, the throttle in his left, and the sensory assault was immediate and overwhelming. The acrid smell of burning rubber from engine seals stressed past their limits, the violent buffeting of wind tearing across fabric wings as the glide steepened, the deafening scream of air rushing past the open cockpit at 70 knots, and the blinding glare of July sun through the windshield, turning the instrument panel into a wash of white that made the gauges nearly impossible to read. Russell could feel the harness cutting into Mickey's 22-year-old shoulders, could feel the stick vibrating in hands that were slick with sweat, could taste the copper penny flavor of adrenaline flooding Mickey's mouth. The sensory detail was complete and overwhelming and claustrophobic, and the vertigo of displaced consciousness told Russell this was not his memory. This was Mickey's. Mickey's final minute, preserved in whatever medium ghosts used for consciousness, and the contact between them had opened a channel Russell had never known existed. The engine coughed. Russell felt Mickey's hands respond automatically. Mixture rich, throttle forward, fuel pump on. The emergency sequence Russell had taught him during hundreds of hours in this same cockpit. But the engine did not catch. The cylinder compressions were there. Russell could feel them through the stick. But the ignition was firing on empty combustion chambers because no fuel was reaching them. The smell changed immediately. Hot cylinder head paint and exhaust residue without the petroleum overlay of combustion. A dry, scorched metal smell that meant the engine was turning over without fuel load. And the control cables went slack in Mickey's hands as the slipstream died. The aerodynamic forces that had kept tension in the elevator and rudder linkages vanishing as the propeller stopped pulling air, leaving only the dead inertial weight of the control surfaces themselves. A subtle wrongness in the feedback that Mickey registered but could not yet interpret because the plane was still gliding and still had altitude and the field was still ahead. And Mickey did not know why. Russell felt his brother's confusion as his own. Felt Mickey's hands work through the restart procedure a second time, slower and more systematic, checking each system in sequence. Magnetos both, check. Mixture full rich, check. Fuel selector on, check. Pump switch on, check. Everything was configured correctly, everything was where it should be, and the engine was still dead. The plane was still gliding, still had altitude. Russell could feel Mickey's awareness of the field ahead, the mental calculation happening in parallel with the system checks. Angle of descent, airspeed, distance to threshold. Still makeable, still time to restart. Work the problem. Russell felt Mickey's hands move to the primer, pumping it twice, trying to force fuel into the cylinders manually. The primer's resistance felt normal. The spring-loaded plunger compressed smoothly, the tactile feedback suggesting the system was drawing liquid. And the engine coughed again, caught for half a second, then died. And that half second of ignition was the false clue that condemned everything that followed, because the primer had delivered fuel from its own reservoir, proving nothing about the main fuel line except that combustion chambers and ignition were intact. But the sensation of resistance in Mickey's hand told him the fuel system was responding, and Russell felt his brother's thought process as clearly as if it were his own. If the primer worked, the fuel system was functional. So the problem was not the fuel system. The problem was pilot error. The realization moved through Mickey's consciousness with the weight of certainty, and Russell, experiencing it from inside his brother's mind, felt the exact moment Mickey decided he had stalled the engine himself, had pulled too much angle on the turn, had let the airspeed decay below sustainable, had made the fundamental mistake every student pilot was taught to avoid. The engine had not failed. Mickey had failed the engine. Russell tried to scream at his brother's memory, tried to force his own knowledge into the past, but the connection was one-directional. He could experience Mickey's thoughts, but not alter them, could feel every sensation, but not change a single action, and he was trapped inside his brother's consciousness, watching Mickey make a decision that was exactly wrong. Mickey pulled back on the stick. Russell felt the elevator response, felt the nose come up, as Mickey tried to gain altitude, tried to climb, and the airspeed bled away instantly. The stall warning, a change in the sound of wind over fabric, happened at exactly the moment Russell had known it would, and Mickey's hands responded by pulling harder on the stick, trying to force the climb. And Russell felt his brother's desperation, not as external observation, but as lived experience. The absolute conviction that if Mickey could just get the nose higher, he could make it back to the field. The plane stalled at 1,800 feet. Russell felt the buffet through the stick, felt the nose pitch down despite Mickey pulling back with both hands, felt the sickening drop as lift vanished and the Grumman transitioned from controlled flight to ballistic descent. The artificial horizon in the instrument panel tumbled inside its housing, the miniature airplane symbol spinning counterclockwise as the real horizon outside the windshield began rotating in the opposite direction, sky and ground trading places in a sickening carousel that accelerated with each revolution. The turn and bank indicator pegged hard against its stop, the needle pressed there by centrifugal forces the instrument had never been calibrated to measure. Russell felt the harness cutting deeper into Mickey's shoulders as the spin loaded the pilot's body with forces that pulled him hard against the left side of the cockpit. The 5-point restraint system digging into flesh and holding Mickey in position while the world outside spun and the altimeter needle unwound with terrible speed through 1,500 feet, 1,400, 1,300. Mickey's hands worked the rudder pedals and the stick in the memorized recovery sequence. Opposite rudder, stick forward, wait for rotation to stop. But the ground was rising too fast and the spin was too developed, and the controls responded with the sluggish, dead weight of a machine whose aerodynamic surfaces were no longer moving through clean airflow but tumbling through their own turbulent wake. The throttle was still full forward in Mickey's left hand. The mixture control still rich. Both levers pushed to their forward stops in configurations that would have restarted a living engine, but did nothing for cylinders starved of fuel. What Russell felt radiating through his brother's nervous system was not panic, but the cold comprehension of consequence. The understanding that every input Mickey was making was technically correct and utterly useless. that the fundamentals Russell had drilled into him were being executed perfectly against a problem those fundamentals could not solve. The almond orchard filled the windshield at 5 seconds to impact. Mickey's hands stopped working the controls and simply held them, fingers wrapped around the stick and throttle in the last physical contact he would have with the machine he believed he had failed. Russell felt his brother's lips move, felt the words form, heard them as though they were his own voice speaking inside his own skull. "I'm sorry, Russell. I broke your plane." The words were not screamed. They were whispered, barely audible over the sound of wind and the rush of approaching ground, spoken to the instrument panel and the spinning horizon, and the brother Mickey would never see again. They were the last words Mickey spoke before impact, and they were not words of terror, but words of apology. The almond trees filled Mickey's vision. 3 seconds. 2. 1. The impact happened, and Russell was torn out of the memory with violence, his skull splitting open. He was back in the present, back in the freezing hangar, back in his own dying body, with Mickey's hand still pressed against his chest, and the cold still holding, and his organs shutting down one by one from the hypothermic shock. But everything had changed because Russell had just experienced his brother's final moments from inside Mickey's consciousness. And the truth was worse than anything Russell had imagined over 30 years of guilt. Mickey had never known about the fuel line. Mickey had died believing he had made a pilot error. Mickey had died believing he had failed Russell. The grief that moved through Russell was absolute. Not the grief of having caused his brother's death. He had carried that for 3 decades. But the grief of understanding that Mickey had carried the same guilt, had carried it into death and beyond death, each of them believing the other blamed them, each of them seeking forgiveness from the person who had never blamed them at all. Russell's vision was darkening completely now. His heart was failing, each beat weaker than the last. Mickey's cold was shutting him down organ by organ, and Russell had perhaps 30 seconds of consciousness remaining. 30 seconds in which he could speak or remain silent, could tell Mickey the truth or die without ever correcting the fundamental misunderstanding that had trapped them both for 3 decades. Mickey's face swam in and out of focus above him. The tears were still frozen on Mickey's cheeks. The strain of holding Russell's failing body together was visible in every line of his spectral form, and through the contact point where Mickey's wrists rested in Russell's grip, there was a sensation of resistance, a subtle mechanical feedback like holding a control yoke under load, the kind of vibration that transferred through linkage cables when aerodynamic forces were working against the pilot's inputs. And Mickey was still here, still choosing to be here, still using his freezing presence to anchor Russell to consciousness, even though it meant breaking the loop that had defined his existence for 30 years. Russell found his voice. It was barely a whisper, each word requiring the effort of lifting a weight with muscles that no longer functioned. But the words were the only thing that mattered now, the only truth that could possibly matter, after 30 years of mutual misunderstanding and shared guilt. His hands tightened on Mickey's wrists, holding on with what little strength remained, and Russell forced the words out past his failing throat. The words came with the last air in Russell's failing lungs, each syllable deliberate and clear enough that Mickey would hear them, would understand them, would know that what Russell was about to say was not comfort or kindness, but simple truth. "It wasn't your fault, Mickey. You flew it perfectly." Mickey's expression transformed. The soot-stained terror melted away, replaced by peace. Russell's heartbeat stopped. His vision darkened. He forced out the last truth. It was me. It was all me. His hands fell from Mickey's wrists. His breathing ceased. The cold shut down his heart, his lungs, until Russell Hadley lay still on the concrete, eyes open. Mickey's hands remained on Russell's chest for 3 seconds. Then his spectral form faded. Soot disappearing, fear draining, body dispersing, until only the empty bay remained and Russell's body across the curb he had not crossed in 30 years. The December afternoon warmth returned. Frost evaporated. Within 2 minutes, the hangar was back to 58 degrees, the familiar smell reasserting itself. Petroleum and hot tin and settling dust coating Russell's still form. The corrugated iron made faint thermal expansion sounds, pops and creaks as the metal adjusted, and the space became nothing more than an industrial structure, absolutely still. The silence held absolute. No engine sound resumed at the appointed second. No phantom crash marked the end of the cycle. The quarter hour came and went the next day, and the day after, and every day that followed, and the hangar remained empty of everything except Russell's body and the settling dust and the fact that for the first time in 30 years, the loop had finally ended. Douglas Hartley stood in the center of the cul-de-sac and looked at the barbecue. 4 figures stood around the grill in the front yard of the second house, arranged as though someone had interrupted them mid-conversation. One held a pair of tongs over the grill grate. One had a plastic bottle of beer raised halfway to its mouth, frozen in a laugh. The other 2 faced each other in positions that suggested agreement or argument, or nothing at all. It was 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was directly overhead, and there were no shadows anywhere, which made it difficult to tell whether the figures were standing on the grass or slightly above it. Douglas had been looking at the scene for 5 minutes, and could not decide whether it was meant to be a family gathering or a neighborhood party, or simply 4 people who had nothing better to do on a Saturday afternoon than stand around a grill that had never been used. The assistant came up beside him with the sight folder tucked under one arm. She had taken off her sunglasses and was squinting at the figures in the yard. She told him they were fiberglass. Douglas said he could see that. She pointed out that the grass was plastic too, pulling up at the corners where the heat had made it buckle. Douglas looked where she indicated. The lawn was indeed artificial, laid down in strips that had separated along the seams. Beneath the green plastic, he could see the original desert hardpan, pale and cracked. The figures stood on the fake grass with the certainty of people who had been there long enough to forget what was underneath. The assistant said the whole development was like this. 7 houses, all furnished, all posed. She had walked through the first one while Douglas was on the phone. There was a woman at a kitchen table with a cup of coffee. The coffee was plastic. So was the woman. Douglas asked whether Grafton had built them himself. The assistant checked the bankruptcy file and said it didn't specify. Douglas turned away from the barbecue and looked at the cul-de-sac. 7 houses arranged in a perfect circle around a central island of decorative rock and a flagpole with no flag. Each house was a single-story ranch style painted in desert pastels, pale yellow, mint green, dusty rose. The roofs were red tile. The driveways were concrete, uncracked, bearing no evidence that a car had ever pulled into them. The mailboxes all had names on them in neat vinyl letters: Cooper, Ortega, Sullivan, Hastings, Reed, Beck, Grafton. Douglas asked which one was his. The assistant said the last one, at the end of the circle. The bankruptcy trustee had sealed it after Grafton disappeared. They would need bolt cutters. The 2 backers were walking toward them from the access road, raising small clouds of dust. The older one was carrying a briefcase. The younger one had his hands in his pockets and was looking at the houses with the expression of someone who had been promised something different. The site manager trailed behind them, sweating through his shirt, already sunburned across the bridge of his nose. The older backer wanted to know if this was really what they had driven 6 hours to see. Douglas confirmed it was the Vista. The backer called it a ghost town. Douglas explained it had never been a town, only a model development. Grafton had built it as a showcase in 1974. He was going to sell the concept to investors and replicate it across the Southwest. Then the oil crisis hit, and he went bankrupt before he could open it to the public. The younger backer was staring at the barbecue scene. He asked why there were mannequins. Douglas said it was staging. Developers used to furnish model homes to help buyers visualize the space. Grafton must have taken it further than most. The assistant pointed out that they were not in the house, but in the yard. Douglas suggested Grafton was demonstrating outdoor living. The assistant asked if he meant in the desert in Nevada. Douglas did not answer. He had already walked the perimeter of the cul-de-sac twice before the team arrived, taking measurements and photographs for the environmental assessment. The resort project required demolition of all 7 houses and the construction of a luxury lodge with a spa, a golf course, and 200 guest casitas terraced into the hillside. The land was worthless as it stood. No water, no power, 40 miles from the nearest town. But the views were extraordinary, and the zoning was already in place. Grafton had secured the permits in 1973 before anyone understood how expensive it would be to build out here. Douglas had bought the parcel from the bankruptcy estate for a fraction of what Grafton had spent. The numbers were sound. The only complexity was the physical removal of the existing structures, which was why he had brought the site manager and why he needed the backers to sign off on the demolition budget before the end of the week. Douglas told them they should walk through the houses so they could see what they were dealing with. He led them to the first house, the one with the woman at the kitchen table. The front door was unlocked. The interior was cool and dim, the windows covered with curtains in a fabric that might have been gold or mustard or simply sun-faded orange. The furniture was arranged with the kind of exactness that suggested no one had ever moved it. A sofa and 2 armchairs faced a television console in the living room. A dining table was set for 4 with plates and napkins and plastic tumblers filled with something meant to resemble iced tea. In the kitchen, the woman sat with her coffee cup. She wore a blue shirtwaist dress, and her hair was styled in a way Douglas associated with his mother's generation. Her hands were positioned on either side of the cup, warming them perhaps, and her face was turned toward the window. The site manager said something under his breath that Douglas did not catch. The assistant walked around the table and found a newspaper. The date was June 1974. Douglas said that was when Grafton had stopped construction. The assistant said everything was still here, exactly as he had left it. The older backer opened the refrigerator. Inside were plastic versions of milk cartons, juice bottles, a head of lettuce, a package of something wrapped in butcher paper. He said it was all fake, even the food. Douglas reminded him that it was a model home and everything was for display. The backer asked why Grafton had furnished it, if he had never opened it to the public. Douglas said he did not know. Perhaps Grafton had thought he would come back. They moved through the rest of the house. In the master bedroom, 2 figures lay in the bed under a chenille bedspread, their heads on the pillows, their arms at their sides. In the second bedroom, a child figure sat at a desk with a pencil in its hand and a notebook open to a page of careful cursive writing. In the bathroom, someone had arranged towels on a rack and placed a bar of soap in the dish by the sink, still wrapped in paper. The younger backer asked if Grafton had lived here. Douglas said no. The trustee had told him Grafton lived in Los Angeles. This had been only a project. The backer asked who these people were supposed to be. Douglas did not answer. He was looking at the child at the desk. The notebook contained the same sentence written over and over in blue ink. I will be good. I will be good. I will be good. The handwriting was neat and uniform, copied from a model perhaps, or traced with a stencil. He turned the page. The next page was identical. So was the one after that. Douglas said they should see the others. They went through 3 more houses. In each one, the mannequins were posed in scenes of domestic routine. A man reading a newspaper in an armchair. A woman folding laundry in a utility room. 2 figures playing cards at a table. A family watching television, the screen dark. Their faces turned toward it in expectation of something that would never come. The furniture was all in the same style. Wood veneer and avocado upholstery and the kind of lamps Douglas remembered from childhood, with bases shaped like ceramic urns. The air in the houses smelled of dust and heat, and something synthetic he could not place. The plastic breaking down, perhaps, after decades in the sun. By the time they came back outside, the sun had dropped low enough to cast long shadows across the cul-de-sac. The barbecue figures now had shadows that stretched toward the street. The effect was to make them look less like figures and more like people who had been standing very still for a long time. The older backer wiped his forehead with a handkerchief and said he had seen enough. He wanted to know when they could start demolition. Douglas said 2 weeks, once they had the signed contracts and the equipment on site. The backer said good. He did not want to spend another night out here. Douglas told him they were not spending the night here, but in Tonopah. The backer pointed out that Tonopah was 40 miles away. Douglas agreed there was nowhere closer. The site manager cleared his throat. He said he had brought camping gear and they could set up in one of the houses. It would save them the drive and give them more time for the full survey tomorrow. Otherwise, they would lose 3 hours on the road. The assistant was watching Douglas. She said it was not a bad idea. They would get better photographs in the morning light. Douglas walked to the trucks to check the equipment. When he turned the key in the site manager's truck, nothing happened. He tried again. The engine did not turn over. The site manager came over and looked under the hood. He said the battery was dead. Douglas checked his own truck. Started without trouble. The older backer said they could all take one truck to Tonopah. The site manager said 6 people would not fit comfortably, and the roads were rough. Douglas looked at the sky. The sun was already touching the horizon. It would be full dark in less than an hour, and the road to Tonopah was unpaved and poorly marked. Douglas looked back at the cul-de-sac, at the 7 houses standing in their perfect circle. The windows were dark. The doors were all closed now, though he could not remember whether they had closed them or whether they had been that way when they came out. The barbecue figures stood in their positions, and in the failing light, their shadows made them look like they were leaning forward slightly, like they were listening. All right, he said. We'll stay. They chose the house with the woman at the kitchen table because it had the largest living room and no figures in the bedrooms. The assistant cleared the dining table while Douglas and the site manager brought in the equipment from Douglas's truck. The older backer sat in one of the armchairs and opened his briefcase. The younger backer stood in the kitchen doorway and watched the woman at the table. She had not moved. Her coffee cup was still positioned between her hands, and her face was still turned toward the window, though there was nothing outside except the cul-de-sac and the other houses and the desert beyond. The younger backer asked if they should move her. The assistant said they should leave her where she was. Moving her seemed worse somehow. The backer said he did not see how it could be worse, having her sit there all night watching them. The assistant pointed out that she was not watching them. Her eyes were painted on, and they were looking at the window. The backer said he knew that, but it still felt like she was watching. Douglas told them to leave her. They had no place to put her and no reason to disturb anything in the house. They were only staying one night. The backer went back into the living room and sat down beside the older man who was reviewing the demolition contracts and making notes in the margins with a fountain pen. The site manager had found the breaker box and restored power to the house. The overhead lights came on, fluorescent and harsh, making the room look smaller than it had in the afternoon. The assistant located the air conditioning controls and started the system. It coughed and rattled for several minutes before settling into a steady hum. The air that came through the vents smelled stale and processed, but it was cooler than the air outside. Douglas walked through the house, checking the windows and doors. In the master bedroom, the two figures still lay under the chenille bedspread. He did not look at them closely. In the second bedroom, the child sat at its desk with the notebook open. Douglas pulled the door closed. In the bathroom, he turned on the tap and watched brown water run for 30 seconds before it cleared. The soap in the dish was real soap, not plastic. Someone had stocked the bathroom with actual supplies at some point, though whether it had been Grafton or the bankruptcy trustee or someone else, Douglas could not say. When he came back to the living room, the assistant had set out the survey maps on the dining table and was weighing down the corners with coffee cups from the kitchen. The older backer was still reading the contracts. The younger backer had moved to the window and was looking out at the cul-de-sac. The site manager was opening cans of soup in the kitchen using a manual opener he had brought in the camping supplies. The assistant asked Douglas if he had found anything concerning. He said no, the house was structurally sound. She asked if the water was running. He said it was, though he would not recommend drinking it. She said they had brought bottled water for that. She had also brought sandwiches for dinner, but the site manager was insisting on heating soup, so they would probably eat both. The older backer looked up from the contracts. He said the demolition budget was higher than he had expected. Douglas said it was accurate for a site this remote. They would need to bring in generators, fuel, waste removal, and crew housing for 2 weeks minimum. The backer said he understood that, but the numbers were still high. Douglas said the alternative was to leave the vista standing and build around it, which would limit their development options and reduce the property value. The backer made another note in the margin and said he would discuss it with his partners. The younger backer turned from the window. He said there was something wrong with the way the houses were positioned. Douglas asked what he meant. The backer said they were all facing inward toward the center of the cul-de-sac. Every front door, every picture window, every porch. It was like they were watching each other. Douglas said that was standard for a residential circle. The backer said it did not feel standard. It felt deliberate. The assistant said Grafton might have designed it that way to create a sense of community. The younger backer asked what kind of community involved mannequins staring at each other across an empty street. The assistant did not answer. They ate the sandwiches and the soup at the dining table, sitting in the chairs that had been arranged for the plastic family. The woman remained at the kitchen table with her coffee cup. Douglas found that if he sat with his back to the kitchen, he did not notice her. The others arranged themselves similarly. No one sat facing the kitchen doorway. The conversation during the meal was professional and brief. The older backer wanted confirmation that the permits were transferable. Douglas said they were. The site manager wanted to know whether they should contract local labor or bring in a crew from Reno. Douglas said they would decide that after the survey was complete. The assistant said very little and took notes in a small spiral notebook she kept in her jacket pocket. After they had finished eating, the assistant cleared the table and washed the dishes in the kitchen sink. Douglas heard her running the water and opening cabinets. When she came back, she said the cabinets were fully stocked with dishes and glassware. All of it clean, all of it arranged as though someone were planning to use it. Douglas said that was consistent with a model home. The assistant said she supposed it was. The older backer said he was going to review the environmental reports and then turn in early. The younger backer said he wanted to walk around outside before it got fully dark. The site manager offered to go with him. Douglas said that was fine, but they should stay within the cul-de-sac. The younger backer asked why. Douglas said because the property was unfamiliar and there was no reason to wander in the desert at night. The backer accepted this and left through the front door with the site manager. The assistant sat down at the table with the survey maps. She asked Douglas which house they should inspect first in the morning. Douglas said they would start with Grafton's and work their way around the circle. The assistant made a note of this. She asked whether Douglas thought the bankruptcy trustee had been inside Grafton's house when it was sealed. Douglas said he assumed so, but the file had not specified what the trustee had found. The assistant said she hoped it was not more mannequins. Douglas said he expected it was exactly that. They worked in silence for 20 minutes, making notes on the maps and calculating the equipment they would need. The older backer had moved to the sofa and was reading with his briefcase balanced on his knees. The air conditioning continued its steady hum. The lights overhead flickered once, held, then stabilized. Outside, the sky had gone fully dark. Douglas could see the younger backer and the site manager walking past the window, their shapes black against the porch light across the street. The assistant looked up from the maps. She said there was something she wanted to ask Douglas, though she was not sure it was relevant. Douglas told her to ask. She said the mannequins in the houses were all different. Different faces, different body types, different clothing. But the positions they were in, sitting, standing, holding objects, were all perfectly natural. She had been thinking about it all afternoon. Someone would have needed to understand anatomy and posture very well to arrange them that way. It was not the kind of thing an architect would necessarily know how to do. Douglas said perhaps Grafton had hired someone. The assistant said perhaps, but the bankruptcy file listed no expenses for staging or consulting. Everything had been done by Grafton himself. Douglas asked what she was suggesting. The assistant said she was not suggesting anything, only that the level of detail was unusual. The figures looked like they had been posed by someone who understood how people actually sat in chairs or stood at counters or held coffee cups. It was more than decoration. It was accurate. Douglas did not answer immediately. He was thinking about the child at the desk, the way its hand had been positioned around the pencil, the angle of the wrist, the slight forward curve of the spine. It had looked exactly like a child writing, not like a mannequin arranged to suggest writing, but like someone who was actually doing it. Before he could say anything, the front door opened, and the younger backer came in alone. His face was pale, and he was breathing heavily. The older backer looked up from the sofa. He asked where the site manager was. The younger backer said he was still outside. He had found something. Douglas stood. He asked what the site manager had found. The younger backer said it was better if Douglas came and looked. Douglas followed him out onto the porch. The site manager was standing in the yard of the third house, the one where they had seen the man reading the newspaper. He was pointing at the front window. Douglas walked across the street. When he reached the site manager, he looked where the man was pointing. Through the window, he could see into the living room. The armchair where the man with the newspaper had been sitting was empty. The newspaper was still there, folded on the armrest. But the man was gone. The site manager said he had walked past the house 10 minutes ago and the man had been there. He was certain of it. He had looked right at him through the window. Now he was gone. Douglas went to the front door. It was locked. He walked around to the side of the house and tried the back door, also locked. He came back to the front and looked through the window again. The living room was exactly as he remembered it. The sofa, the television console, the coffee table with its arrangement of magazines, except that the armchair was empty. The younger backer had followed them across the street. He asked if someone could have come in and moved it. Douglas said the doors were locked, and there were no signs of entry. The backer asked if Douglas was certain the man had been in the armchair earlier. Douglas said he was certain. He had photographed it that afternoon. He could check the images if the backer wanted proof. The site manager said maybe they had misremembered which house it was. Maybe the man with the newspaper was in a different house. Douglas said it was this house. He had photographed each house in sequence and labeled them on the map. The man with the newspaper had been in house 3 in the armchair by the window. The assistant had come out of house 1 and was walking toward them. She asked what was wrong. Douglas told her the man with the newspaper was missing. The assistant looked through the window and then turned to Douglas. She asked if he was joking. Douglas said he was not. The assistant said that was impossible. Mannequins did not move themselves. Douglas agreed that they did not. He said there must be an explanation. The site manager asked what kind of explanation. Douglas said he did not know yet, but they would find it in the morning. For now, they should go back inside and get some rest. They had a full day of work tomorrow. The younger backer said he did not think he would be able to rest, knowing that something in one of these houses was moving around. Douglas said nothing was moving around. They had simply made an error in observation. The assistant said she did not think Douglas believed that. Douglas said it did not matter what he believed. They were staying the night, and they would sort it out in the morning. They went back to house 1. No one spoke. The older backer asked what had happened, and the younger backer told him. The older backer closed his briefcase and said this was exactly the kind of thing he had been worried about. Douglas asked what he meant. The backers said he meant staying overnight in a place like this. Douglas said, a place like what? The backers said a place that had been abandoned for 20 years and filled with things that looked like people, but were not. The assistant said they were fiberglass and posed by an architect. The backer said he understood that, but it did not change the fact that one of them had apparently moved. The assistant said it had not moved. They had misremembered. The backer said 3 people did not misremember the same thing. Douglas ended the conversation by saying they would inspect all 7 houses in the morning and account for every figure. If one was missing, they would find it. If nothing was missing, they would acknowledge the error. Either way, they would have an answer. Until then, there was no point in speculating. He went into the master bedroom and closed the door. The 2 figures were still in the bed. He did not move them. He lay down on the floor with his jacket folded under his head. The floor was hard and cold. He closed his eyes. In the other room, he could hear the others settling in. The assistant taking the second bedroom, the 2 backers and the site manager arranging sleeping bags on the living room floor. The air conditioning hummed. The woman at the kitchen table sat with her coffee cup. And somewhere in house 3, a mannequin that should have been in an armchair was no longer there. Douglas tried to sleep, but his mind would not quiet. Every small sound the house made registered with unnatural clarity. The air conditioning cycling, the creak of settling wood, the whisper of desert wind against the windows. The house made the sounds all old houses made. He was staying in it because he had to. He went to the window and counted the houses in the circle instead of finishing, Ida thought, before finally lying back down on the hard floor and closing his eyes. At some point past midnight, he heard movement in the living room. Footsteps. He sat up and opened the door carefully. The assistant was at the window looking out at the cul-de-sac. Douglas asked if everything was all right. The assistant said she could not sleep. She said the house made sounds like someone was walking through the rooms. Douglas said he had heard them too. The assistant asked if Douglas thought someone was in the passages below them. Douglas said he did not know. They had not confirmed the passages existed yet. The assistant said She kept thinking about the observation points marked on the plans, windows in the floor where someone could look up and watch them. She said if the passages were real, someone could be down there right now, watching them through the floor. Douglas came to the window. The cul-de-sac was dark and empty. The other houses were black shapes against the sky. Nothing moved. Douglas was about to tell the assistant to try to get some rest when they both heard it. A sound from beneath the floor, rhythmic, wet, like something heavy being dragged across concrete. They both froze. The sound came from the direction of the utility room. It continued for perhaps 10 seconds, then stopped. The assistant looked at Douglas. Douglas went to the utility room. The assistant followed him. The floor was linoleum tile, undisturbed. Douglas knelt and put his ear to the floor. He could hear nothing now. He stood and checked the corners of the room, looking for a hatch or access point. He found nothing obvious. When they came back to the living room, the site manager was awake. He asked what they had heard. Douglas said it was probably the water pipes. The site manager said it had not sounded like water pipes. The site manager said it had sounded like something moving in a space beneath the house. Douglas told him to go back to sleep. The site manager did not move. He said he wanted to leave first thing in the morning. He said he would walk to Tonopah if he had to. Douglas said they would jump the dead battery in the morning and all leave together. The site manager lay back down, but Douglas could tell he was not sleeping. Douglas returned to the bedroom. He lay on the floor and stared at the ceiling. The sound had been real. The assistant had heard it. The site manager had heard it. Something had been moving beneath the house. He must have fallen asleep eventually because he woke to the assistant shaking his shoulder. The room was gray with early light. The assistant said he needed to come see something. Her voice was tight and controlled in a way that told Douglas something was very wrong. He followed her to the kitchen. She pointed to the woman at the table. Douglas looked. The woman had not moved. Her head was still turned toward the window, exactly where it had been. But something else was wrong. Douglas stepped closer. The woman's right arm had been repositioned. When they had gone to bed, both her hands had been resting on either side of the coffee cup. Now her right arm was extended, her index finger pointing directly at the hallway that led to the master bedroom. The gesture was exact, deliberate. Someone had moved it during the night while they slept. Douglas knelt and looked under the table. There was a small vent in the floor covered with a metal grill. The grill was slightly ajar. He removed the grill and looked down. He could see concrete, a passage, dim light from somewhere, and on the concrete floor, a scuff mark in the dust. Recent, as though someone had been standing there directly below the kitchen table, reaching up through the vent. Douglas replaced the grill. He stood. The assistant asked if someone had been down there. Douglas said yes. The site manager appeared in the doorway. He said the older backer was missing. Douglas asked the site manager when he had last seen the older backer. The site manager said the previous night, before they had all turned in. Douglas asked what time that had been. The site manager thought it had been around 10. Douglas checked his watch. It was now 6:30 in the morning. The assistant came over and looked at the empty sleeping bag. She asked if the backer had said anything about leaving early. The site manager said no, and besides, the trucks were still outside. The younger backer came back in and asked what was wrong. Douglas told him his partner was missing. The younger backer said that was impossible. Where would he have gone? Douglas said he did not know, but they needed to look for him. They split up and began searching the house. The assistant checked the bedrooms. The site manager checked the bathroom and the utility room. The younger backer looked in the kitchen and the garage. Douglas walked through each room systematically, opening closets and checking behind furniture. The younger backer called from the garage. Douglas went through the kitchen and opened the door that led to the attached garage. The space was dim and hot. The overhead light burned out or disconnected. The younger backer was standing just inside the doorway with his hand over his mouth. He was making a sound Douglas could not interpret. Not quite retching, not quite crying. The older backer was there. He was standing beside a workbench near the far wall, bent slightly forward, holding a pair of garden shears in both hands. He was wearing a cardigan sweater the color of rust and a pair of olive slacks. The cardigan had wooden buttons and the slacks were hemmed to break precisely at the ankle. On his feet were loafers Douglas had never seen him wear. His briefcase was on the floor beside him. The garden shears were positioned over a row of plastic hedges that had been arranged along the base of the wall. He was trimming them, or he appeared to be. His hands were on the shears and the blades were open, as though he had just made a cut. Douglas crossed the garage. He said the older backer's name. There was no response. He reached out and touched the man's shoulder. The body tilted slightly, but did not fall. Douglas pulled his hand back. His own hand was shaking badly. He tried to steady it, and could not. The assistant appeared behind the younger backer and asked what they had found. The younger backer stepped aside. The assistant looked into the garage and made a small sound Douglas could not interpret. She asked if he was dead. Douglas tried to answer and found he could not make his voice work. He tried again. He said yes. The site manager came in and stopped when he saw the body. His face went gray. He walked to the corner of the garage and vomited into a paint bucket someone had left there. Douglas heard him vomiting and could not look away from the older backer's face. The man's eyes were open, and his expression was calm, almost placid, as though he had been interrupted during a pleasant task. There was no blood, no visible injury. His skin had the gray cast of someone who had been dead for hours. Douglas needed to check the garage for a carbon monoxide source, but his legs would not move. He told himself to cross the garage and check the car. He told himself there was a sequence of actions he needed to perform. He stood there and did neither thing. The assistant touched his arm and he flinched. She asked if he was all right. Douglas said he was fine. He was not fine. He walked to the car. There was a car in the space, a sedan that must have been Grafton's, parked and covered with a tarp. Douglas pulled the tarp back. His hands were shaking so badly it took him 3 attempts to grip the fabric. The car was a 1973 Buick, pale blue, the interior pristine. He opened the driver's door and checked the ignition. The keys were in it. He touched the hood. It was cold. The assistant asked if the car had been running. Douglas said it did not appear to have been. She asked how the backer had died then. Douglas said he did not know. He told the site manager to open the garage door and let in some air. The site manager found the mechanism and raised the door manually. Daylight flooded in. In the light, the older backer looked even more like a mannequin. The cardigan and slacks were too neat, too carefully arranged. The pose was too exact. Douglas looked at the plastic hedges the man appeared to be trimming. They were the same hedges he had seen in other yards, decorative borders meant to suggest a garden. Someone had brought them into the garage and lined them up along the wall. Someone had dressed the older backer in the cardigan and slacks. Someone had positioned him with the garden shears and arranged his hands and his posture so that he looked like he was performing a task. The younger backer said they needed to call someone, and Douglas asked who he thought they should call. The backer's voice rose. He said the police, an ambulance, anyone. Douglas said they were 40 miles from the nearest town and there was no phone service out here. The backer said then they needed to drive to Tonopah and report it. Douglas tried to say they would, but first they needed to understand what had happened. The words came out wrong. His voice sounded distant and flat. The assistant said it looked like carbon monoxide poisoning, though she did not understand how. Douglas agreed. The symptoms were consistent. No visible trauma, the calm expression, the gray skin. But the car had not been running, and there was no other source he could identify. The assistant walked around the garage, looking at the walls and the ceiling. She said the garage was sealed. If the car had been running at any point during the night, the carbon monoxide would have accumulated. Douglas asked if she was suggesting someone had started the car and then turned it off before morning. The assistant said she was suggesting it was possible. The younger backer asked who would do that. The assistant said she did not know, but someone had dressed the man and moved him into position, and that person would have needed to be here after he died. The site manager said maybe the backer had done it himself. Maybe he had started the car for some reason and been overcome by the fumes and then dressed himself before he died. The assistant asked if the site manager really believed that. The site manager said he was trying to find an explanation that did not involve someone else being in the vista with them. The assistant said she understood, but the explanation did not fit the facts. Douglas went back to the body and looked at the clothing more carefully. The cardigan was a men's medium. The older backer had been a large. The sweater fit perfectly. Someone had known his size or had altered it to fit. The slacks were the same. They had been hemmed to exactly the right length. Douglas checked the labels. Both items were from manufacturers that had gone out of business in the 1970s. He told the others to step back. He said they were going to move the body into the house, and then they were going to search every building in the vista. If someone else was here, they would find them. The younger backer asked what they would do when they found them. Douglas said they would call the police from Tonopah and let the authorities handle it. They carried the older backer into the house and laid him on the sofa. The assistant covered him with a sheet from the linen closet. The younger backer sat in one of the armchairs and stared at the floor. The site manager went outside and checked the perimeter of the house, looking for signs of entry. He came back and said all the doors and windows had been locked from the inside. Douglas said they would proceed with the search anyway. They would go through every house in pairs. He and the assistant would start with House 2. The site manager and the younger backer would take House 4. They would meet back here in 30 minutes and compare notes. The assistant asked if Douglas really thought they would find someone. Douglas said he did not know, but the alternative was to accept that the older backer had died of carbon monoxide poisoning in a sealed garage with no apparent source, and then dressed himself in vintage clothing and arranged himself in a pose that required someone else to have positioned him. The assistant agreed that did not seem likely. They left the house. Douglas and the assistant walked across the cul-de-sac to House 2. The front door was unlocked as it had been the day before. Inside, the mannequins were exactly where Douglas remembered them. A woman folding laundry in the utility room. A man at the dining table with a newspaper. 2 figures on the sofa watching the dark television. Douglas and the assistant went through every room, opening closets and checking under beds and behind furniture. They found nothing. When they came back outside, the site manager and the younger backer were waiting in front of House 1. The site manager said House 4 was empty except for the mannequins. The younger backer said he had counted them. There were 12 figures in House 4. He had counted them twice to be sure. Douglas asked why that mattered. The younger backer said it mattered because yesterday he had only counted 11. The younger backer said he wanted to leave immediately. He said his partner was dead and there was someone moving mannequins around the vista, and they needed to get to Tonopah and call the police. Douglas said they would leave after they had finished the search. The backer said they had finished the search. They had found nothing. Douglas said they had searched 2 houses out of 7, and they needed to be thorough. The assistant asked Douglas what he expected to find. Douglas said he expected to find evidence of how someone was moving through the houses without leaving traces. The doors were locked from the inside, but the mannequins were being moved, and the older backer had been dressed and positioned while they were all sleeping in House 1. Someone was here, and that person had access to the houses in a way they did not yet understand. The site manager said maybe there were keys. Maybe Grafton had left keys to all the houses, and whoever was doing this had found them. Douglas said that was possible, but it did not explain how someone had entered and left House 1 without waking any of them. The sleeping bags had been in the living room, directly between the front door and the bedrooms. No one could have passed through without being seen. The younger backer said maybe they had come in through a window. The assistant said all the windows had been locked from the inside. She had checked them the night before. The backer asked when she had done that. The assistant said while they were eating dinner. She had walked through the house and tested every window and every door. Everything had been secure. Douglas told them they were going to search the remaining houses, and then they were going to examine Grafton's house with the bolt cutters. If there were answers, they would be there. The younger backer said he did not want to go into another house. Douglas said he could wait by the trucks if he preferred. The backer said he did not want to wait alone either. Douglas said then he should come with them. They searched houses 3, 5, and 6 together, all 4 of them moving as a group. In House 3, the armchair where the man with the newspaper had been was still empty. Douglas photographed the room from multiple angles. In House 5, they found a family of 4 seated around a dining table with a plastic roast and serving dishes filled with molded vegetables. The assistant counted the figures, 4. She checked her notes from the previous day. The count matched. In House 6, there were 2 figures in the living room and 1 in the kitchen. The counts matched there as well. When they came back out, the sun was fully up and the heat was beginning to build. The younger backer sat down on the curb and put his head in his hands. The site manager stood near the trucks and looked at the cul-de-sac as though he were trying to memorize it. The assistant asked Douglas if he still wanted to open Grafton's house. Douglas said yes. They walked to the last house in the circle, the one with Grafton on the mailbox. The front door had been secured with a padlock and chain. Douglas used the bolt cutters from the truck and cut through the chain. The padlock fell to the concrete. He pushed the door open. The interior was different from the other houses. There was no furniture in the living room. No television console, no sofa, no armchairs. The walls were bare. The carpet had been removed, exposing the concrete slab underneath. In the center of the room was a drafting table with a stool and a metal lamp. On the table were rolled architectural drawings held down with stones. Douglas crossed the room and unrolled the first drawing. It was a site plan for the vista showing the 7 houses arranged in their circle. The assistant came up beside him. She asked what the drawings showed. Douglas pointed to a series of dotted lines that connected the houses. He said they appeared to be tunnels or passages. The assistant leaned closer. She said the passages ran between the houses underground, connecting them in a network. Every house was linked to at least 2 others. The site manager came in and looked at the plans. He asked if Grafton had actually built them. Douglas said they would need to check. But if the plans were accurate, there should be access points in each house. The assistant asked where the access points would be. Douglas traced the lines with his finger. He said they appeared to be in the utility rooms and the garages, spaces where a basement access or a crawl space entrance would not be unusual. The younger backer was standing in the doorway. He asked why Grafton would build tunnels between the houses. Douglas said he did not know. Perhaps it was for utilities. Perhaps it was for maintenance. The assistant said the plan showed more than that. She pointed to small squares marked at intervals along the passages. She said they looked like observation points, windows or vents that would allow someone in the passages to see into the houses. Douglas unrolled the second drawing. It was a cross-section of the passage system, showing the depth and the construction method. The passages were shallow, only 6 feet below ground, lined with concrete, and equipped with ventilation. At each observation point, there was a small window at floor level, positioned to look up into the rooms above. The windows were marked as one-way glass. Someone in the passages could see into the houses, but someone in the houses could not see down into the passages. The site manager said this was not a model development. This was something else. Douglas asked what he thought it was. The site manager said he did not know, but people did not build observation tunnels under houses unless they wanted to watch the people inside. Douglas said there were no people inside. There had never been people inside. The houses had never been occupied. The assistant was looking at a third drawing. She said there was more. She unrolled it on the table. It showed the interior of one of the houses with notations in the margins. The notations were in handwriting Douglas recognized from the bankruptcy file. Grafton's handwriting. They described the placement of the mannequins and the arrangement of the furniture. Each figure was labeled with a name. The woman at the kitchen table was labeled Mother. The man reading the newspaper was labeled Father. The child at the desk was labeled Daughter. Douglas read through the notations. Grafton had specified the exact position of each figure, the angle of the head, the placement of the hands, the direction of the gaze. He had drawn sight lines showing what each figure could see from its position. The sight lines all converged on the observation points in the floor. The assistant asked if Grafton had been watching the mannequins. Douglas said it appeared he had been. The assistant asked why someone would watch mannequins. Douglas said he did not know, but the level of detail suggested Grafton had spent considerable time doing exactly that. The drawings were dated. The earliest was from 1973, when construction began. The latest was from June 1974, the month Grafton disappeared. The site manager found another set of plans in a cardboard tube leaning against the wall. He brought them to the table. Douglas unrolled them. They were medical diagrams, anatomical charts showing the structure of the human face, the muscles involved in expression, the mechanics of gaze and posture. Beside the charts were photographs of real people in various positions, sitting, standing, walking, reaching for objects. The photographs had been annotated with measurements and notes about angles and proportions. The assistant said Grafton had been studying how to make the mannequins look real. Douglas said it appeared he had been doing more than that. He had been studying how to pose them in ways that were anatomically correct, that matched the photographs. The assistant asked where the photographs had come from. Douglas looked at them more closely. They were not professional photographs. They were candid shots taken without the subject's knowledge. People in parks, in stores, in their homes. The people were unaware they were being photographed. The younger backer said he wanted to leave now. He said they had found what they came for and they needed to go. Douglas said they had not found what they came for. They had found evidence that Grafton had built observation passages under the houses and that he had used those passages to watch the mannequins he had posed. But they had not found evidence of who was using the passages now. The assistant asked if Douglas thought someone else knew about the passages. Douglas said someone had to. The older backer had died in a garage and been dressed in position. The mannequins were being moved. Someone was here, and that person was using the passages to move between the houses without being seen. The site manager asked if they should check the passages. Douglas said yes. They would go back to House 1 and find the access point in the utility room. If the passages were real and not just plans, they would know within a few minutes. They left Grafton's house and walked back across the cul-de-sac. The younger backer walked close to the site manager, looking at the other houses with an expression Douglas could not quite identify. Fear, perhaps, or something more specific than fear. The understanding that what they were standing on was not solid ground, but a hollow space beneath which someone could move and watch. When they reached House 1, Douglas went directly to the utility room. The assistant came with him. The room was small and narrow, containing a water heater and shelves stocked with cleaning supplies. The floor was linoleum tile. Douglas knelt and examined the corners. In the far corner, beneath the bottom shelf, he found a seam in the tile. He pulled at it, and a section of the floor lifted. Underneath was a concrete shaft with a metal ladder leading down into darkness. The assistant asked if he was going down. Douglas said yes. She said she would come with him. Douglas told her to get a flashlight from the truck. She left and came back with two. Douglas took one and climbed down the ladder. The passage at the bottom was exactly like the drawings had shown. Concrete walls and floor, low ceiling, dim light from small vents positioned at intervals. The air was cool and smelled of earth and concrete. Douglas could stand upright, but only just. He walked forward and following the passage as it curved gently to the left. After 30 feet, he came to an observation point. There was a small, rectangular window set into the ceiling, covered with one-way glass. He looked up through it. He could see into the living room of House 1, the sofa where they had laid the older backer's body, the armchairs, the dining table, where the assistant had been working. From this angle, looking up, he could see everything. The woman at the kitchen table, the sleeping bags on the floor where they had slept. All of it visible to anyone standing in the passage where he was standing now. The assistant climbed down behind him. She came up beside him and looked through the window. She said someone had been watching them all night. Douglas said yes. She asked if he could see footprints in the dust. Douglas shone his flashlight on the floor. The concrete was covered in a fine layer of dust, undisturbed except for his own footprints and the assistant's. No one else had been here recently. Or if they had swept the floor clean behind them. Douglas continued along the passage. It branched to the right, leading toward House 2. He followed it. The assistant stayed behind him. They found another observation point. This one looked up into the utility room of House 2. Douglas could see the washer and dryer, the shelves of cleaning supplies, everything exactly where it had been when they searched the house that morning. They walked the full networks. Every house was connected. Every house had observation points in multiple rooms. The passages were clean and well-maintained. The ladders were stable. The vents were clear. Someone had been using the system regularly. Douglas found no evidence of who, but the absence of dust in some sections suggested recent movement. Someone was careful. Someone knew they were here. When they climbed back up into House 1, the younger backer and the site manager were waiting. The younger backer asked what they had found. Douglas told him. The backers said they needed to leave immediately. Douglas agreed. They gathered what they could carry and left the rest. The assistant took her survey maps and her notebook. The site manager took his tools. The younger backer took nothing. He walked to the front door and stood there waiting while the others collected their things. Douglas covered the older backer's body with the sheet again and left it on the sofa. There was nothing else to be done for him here. The assistant asked if they should bring the architectural plans from Grafton's house. Douglas said no. The police would need to see everything in place. They would explain what they had found, and the authorities would handle it from there. The assistant folded her maps and put them in her jacket pocket. The younger backer said his thermos was in the kitchen, and he needed water for the drive. The site manager said he would get it. He went into the kitchen and came back with the thermos and handed it to the backer. The backer unscrewed the cap and drank without checking what was inside. Douglas saw him drink and thought nothing of it. They walked out to the trucks. The sun was high and brutal, and the cul-de-sac shimmered with heat. The mannequins at the barbecue stood in their positions. The one with the beer bottle, the one with the tongs, the two facing each other. Their shadows were short and pooled at their feet. Douglas looked at the other houses as they crossed the street. Every window was dark. Every door was closed. If someone was watching them from the passages below, and there was no way to tell, the younger backer reached the truck and leaned against it. He said he felt strange. The site manager asked what kind of strange. The backer said dizzy, like the heat was getting to him. The site manager told him to get in the truck, and they would turn on the air conditioning. The backer tried to open the door, but his hand slipped off the handle. He tried again, and his legs gave out. Douglas reached him before he fell. The assistant was beside him a moment later. They lowered the backer to the ground. His face was pale, and his breathing was rapid and shallow. The site manager asked what was wrong with him. Douglas said he did not know. He asked the backer if he could hear him. The backer's eyes were open but unfocused. His lips were moving, but no sound came out. The assistant took the thermos from the backer's hand and smelled the opening. She said there was something wrong with the water. Douglas took the thermos and smelled it himself. Beneath the metallic smell of the thermos interior, there was something bitter and vegetal, like crushed leaves. He asked the site manager if he had put anything in water. The site manager said no. He had only picked up the thermos from the counter where the backer had left it the night before. The younger backer's breathing slowed. His hands went still and his eyes fixed on the sky above. The assistant closed them. Douglas stood and looked at the thermos. He said someone had poisoned it. The site manager said the thermos had been in the kitchen all night. Anyone could have accessed it through the passages. Douglas said they needed to leave immediately. They would take both trucks and drive in convoy. If one truck broke down, they would have the other. The assistant said they could not leave the backer's body in the sun. Douglas said they would move him inside and then they would leave. The site manager and Douglas lifted the body and carried it back across the cul-de-sac to House 1. When they reached the front door, the assistant opened it and stepped inside first. Douglas heard her stop. He asked what was wrong. She did not answer. He and the site manager carried the body inside and saw what had made her stop. The dining table had been set. The plastic tumblers had been filled with something that resembled iced tea. The plates had been arranged with care. In the center of the table was a roast on a platter surrounded by molded plastic vegetables. 4 chairs were positioned around the table. 3 of them were occupied by mannequins. The 4th was empty. The mannequins were new. They had not been there when they left the house 20 minutes earlier. One wore a cardigan and khaki pants. One wore a floral dress with a white collar. One wore a child's striped shirt and corduroy trousers. They were seated with their hands on the table and their faces turned toward the empty chair. Douglas and the site manager lowered the younger backer's body into the empty chair. The moment they released him, Douglas understood. Someone wanted them to leave him there. Someone had prepared this table while they were outside. Someone had brought 3 mannequins from other houses and arranged them here, waiting. The site manager said they should go. Douglas agreed. He told the assistant to check the utility room and make sure the passage access was still closed. She went to check and came back and said the hatch was open. Someone had been in the passages while they were outside. Douglas said then they would leave through the front door and run for the trucks. They would not stop for anything. They went to the door. The assistant opened it. Outside, the cul-de-sac was empty. The barbecue scene was unchanged. The other houses were dark and quiet. Douglas stepped out first. The assistant and the site manager followed. They were halfway across the street when Douglas looked back at House 1. Through the window, he could see the dining room, the 4 figures at the table. The younger backer in the 4th chair, his head tilted forward slightly, his hands on the table. And standing behind him, barely visible in the shadows, was a 5th figure. Taller than the others, wearing something pale, moving toward the backer with something in its hands. Douglas stopped. The assistant asked what he was looking at. He pointed to the window. By the time she turned, the figure was gone. The backer sat at the table with the 3 mannequins. Nothing moved. The site manager said they needed to keep going. Douglas said there was someone in the house. The site manager said he knew that, and that was why they needed to leave. Douglas looked at the window again. The dining room was empty except for the 4 figures at the table. He could not see anyone else. They reached the trucks. Douglas pulled the jumper cables from his truck bed and connected the batteries. The site manager's engine turned over on the second try. Douglas disconnected the cables and threw them in the back. The assistant climbed into Douglas's truck and waited. Douglas stood by the driver's door and looked back at House 1. The front door was closed. The windows were dark. The younger backer was inside, seated at a table with mannequins, and Douglas had seen someone standing behind him. He got into the truck and started the engine. The site manager pulled out first. Douglas followed. They drove down the access road, raising dust that hung in the still air. Douglas watched the vista in his mirror until it disappeared behind a rise in the road. They drove for 15 minutes before the site manager's truck pulled over. Douglas slowed and stopped behind him. The assistant asked what was wrong. Douglas said he did not know. He got out and walked to the site manager's truck. The site manager was sitting behind the wheel with both hands gripping it. His face was red and his breathing was heavy. Douglas asked if the truck was having engine trouble. The site manager said the truck was fine. Douglas asked then why they had stopped. The site manager said he could not keep driving. He said he needed to think. Douglas told him they could think in Tonopah. The site manager said he did not want to go to Tonopah. He wanted to go home. Douglas reminded him that home was in Reno and Tonopah was on the way. The site manager said he did not care about Tonopah or Reno or the resort project or any of it. 2 men were dead, and Douglas was acting like it was an engine problem they could fix with the right tools. The assistant had gotten out of Douglas's truck and was standing a few feet away. She asked the site manager if he wanted her to drive for a while. The site manager said he did not want her to drive. He wanted to know why Douglas had brought them to the Vista in the first place. Douglas said he had explained that already. It was a demolition site for the resort project. The site manager said it was not a demolition site. It was something else. Something Grafton had built, for reasons they did not understand, and Douglas should have known better than to bring a team here without investigating what it actually was. Douglas said there had been nothing in the bankruptcy file to suggest the Vista was anything other than a failed model development. The site manager said the file had mentioned that Grafton disappeared. That should have been enough. Douglas said people disappeared for all kinds of reasons, and most of them had nothing to do with the properties they left behind. The site manager said Grafton had not just disappeared. He had built observation passages under houses and filled those houses with mannequins and then vanished. That was not normal bankruptcy. That was not a normal anything. The assistant said they should continue this conversation in Tonopah, where they could contact the authorities. The site manager looked at her and then at Douglas. The site manager said the Vista was cursed and Grafton had done something to it before he left, and now anyone who came here would end up dead or worse. Douglas asked what worse meant. The site manager said he did not know, but he had seen the figure in the window behind the younger backer, and he had seen the dining table set for 4, and he was not staying to find out what happened next. Douglas said they were not staying. They were leaving. They had been leaving when the site manager pulled over. The site manager said Douglas did not understand. He said he was not going to Tonopah with them. He was going home, alone. Douglas said that was not acceptable. They needed to stay together and report what had happened. The site manager said Douglas could report whatever he wanted. The site manager was leaving. He reached for the gear shift. Douglas put his hand on the truck door and told him to wait. The site manager looked at Douglas's hand and then at Douglas's face. "You brought us here," he said. He put the truck in gear and drove forward. Douglas stepped back. The assistant called after the site manager, but he did not stop. The truck accelerated down the access road, raising a plume of dust that drifted across the desert and settled slowly. Douglas and the assistant watched until the truck disappeared. The assistant asked if he would really go home without reporting what had happened. Douglas said he did not know. He said people did strange things when they were frightened. The assistant said they should get moving. They still had Douglas's truck, and they could reach Tonopah in under an hour if they left now. They walked back to Douglas's truck. Douglas got in and turned the key. The engine turned over once and died. He tried again. The same result. The assistant asked what was wrong. Douglas said he was not sure. He got out and opened the hood. The positive battery terminal was loose. Not completely disconnected, but worked partway free of the post. Enough contact to start the engine once, but the vibration from driving had shaken it the rest of the way off. Douglas checked the negative terminal. It was tight. He checked the positive terminal more carefully. The bolt had been deliberately loosened, not stripped, not corroded, but backed off several turns and left in a position where it would fail after a few minutes of engine vibration. Douglas tightened the terminal and tried the engine again. It started. The assistant asked if the bolt could have come loose on its own. Douglas said no. Someone had loosened it deliberately. The assistant asked when. Douglas thought back. The truck had started fine when they first tried to leave the Vista, but they had stood outside the trucks for several minutes while he jumped the site manager's battery. The cul-de-sac had been behind them. The passages ran under every house. Someone could have come up through the garage of one of the perimeter houses, approached from behind while they were focused on the jumper cables, and sabotaged his truck before they even pulled out. The assistant looked back the way they had come. The road was empty. The desert stretched in all directions, flat and pale under the sun. She asked if Douglas thought whoever it was had followed them on foot. Douglas said no. This had been done before they left. Whoever was in the Vista had known they would try to drive away and had made sure they could not get far. He got back in and put the truck in gear. He told the assistant they were going to drive straight to Tonopah without stopping. She agreed. They drove in silence for 10 minutes. The road was rough and the truck rattled over the washboard surface. The assistant kept watching the mirrors. Douglas saw the smoke before he felt the engine trouble. A thin gray stream coming from under the hood. Then the temperature gauge climbed into the red. He pulled over and shut off the engine. The assistant asked what had happened. Douglas said the engine was overheating. He got out and opened the hood again. The radiator hose had been cut. Not severed completely, but sliced partway through so that it would fail under pressure. Coolant was pooling on the ground beneath the truck. Douglas checked the hose carefully. The cut was clean and deliberate. Someone had sabotaged the truck in a way that would not be immediately obvious. That would only fail after they had driven far enough from the Vista that walking back would take hours. The assistant came around and looked at the cut hose. She asked if Douglas had a spare. He said no. She asked if they could repair it. He said not without materials they did not have. She asked what they should do. Douglas said they would have to walk back to the Vista and wait there until the site manager contacted the authorities or until someone came looking for them. The assistant said she did not want to go back to the Vista. Douglas said neither did he, but they had no choice. The nearest town was 40 miles west, and they had no water, and the temperature was over 100 degrees. They would not survive the walk. The Vista at least had water and shelter. They could wait there until help arrived. The assistant asked how long Douglas thought that would be. He said he did not know. The site manager might report what happened as soon as he reached a phone, or he might not report it at all. Douglas's office would expect him to check in within 2 days. When he did not, they would send someone to investigate. 2 days was a long time, but it was survivable. They gathered what they could carry from the truck. The assistant took the water bottles, and the remaining food. Douglas took his flashlight and the architectural plans he had photographed with his camera. They began walking back toward the vista. The sun was directly overhead and there was no shade anywhere. The road was a pale ribbon cutting through the desert. Behind them, the truck sat with its hood open, coolant still dripping onto the ground. Ahead, somewhere beyond the rise in the land, was the vista. 7 houses in a circle, mannequins in every room, observation passages beneath the floors, and someone who had sabotaged their truck and was waiting for them to return. Douglas did not speak during the walk. The assistant stayed beside him. After an hour, they reached the rise and looked down. The cul-de-sac was visible in the distance, the houses small and pale against the desert. Douglas could see the barbecue scene in the yard of House 2, the figures standing in their positions. He could not tell from this distance if they had moved. They walked down the slope and across the final stretch of desert. When they reached the cul-de-sac, it was late afternoon. The shadows were beginning to lengthen. The assistant asked which house they should stay in. Douglas said, House 1. It was where they had slept before, and it was familiar. The assistant said she did not find that comforting. Douglas said he did not either, but it was the best option they had. They crossed the street to House 1. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the dining table was still set. The younger backer sat in the 4th chair with the 3 mannequins. His head was tilted forward and his hands were on the table. Someone had positioned him exactly like the others. His eyes were closed now. Douglas had not closed them. The assistant said they should move him. Douglas said they should leave him where he was. They had no place to put him, and moving him would accomplish nothing. The assistant did not argue. She went to the kitchen and filled 2 glasses with water from the tap and brought one to Douglas. Douglas drank and looked at the dining room. 4 figures at the table, the roast on the platter, the plastic vegetables, the tumblers of iced tea. Through the window, he could see the other houses in the circle. Every door closed, every window dark, and beneath everything, the passages. Someone down there watching, someone who had cut the radiator hose while they were standing beside the truck. Someone who had been close enough to do that without being seen. The assistant asked what they should do now. Douglas said they would secure the house as best they could and wait for morning. In daylight, they would search for supplies and figure out how to signal for help. The assistant asked if Douglas thought help would come. Douglas said it had to. Someone would notice they were missing. Someone would come looking. He did not say what he was thinking, which was that someone was already here. They spent the first hour securing the house. Douglas checked every window and confirmed they were locked. The assistant checked the utility room and found that the passage hatch was closed. She asked if they should block it. Douglas said yes. They moved the water heater across the floor and positioned it over the hatch. It would not stop someone from opening it, but it would make noise if anyone tried. Douglas checked the garage. The door that connected it to the house was locked from the kitchen side, but there was no way to block the passage hatch he knew was in the garage floor without moving the Buick, and the car had no keys in reach. He told the assistant the garage was a vulnerability. She asked if they should block the connecting door with furniture. Douglas said the door was solid and locked. It would hold as long as they stayed alert. Douglas went through the kitchen cabinets and found canned food that was decades old but still sealed. Soup, vegetables, fruit cocktail. The labels were faded but legible. The assistant asked if he thought the food was safe. Douglas said he did not know, but they might need it if they were here longer than 2 days. The assistant said she hoped it would not come to that. They ate the sandwiches the assistant had brought from the truck and drank water from the tap. Douglas tested the water first, running it until it was clear, then filling a glass and tasting it. It was metallic, but not obviously contaminated. The assistant drank without comment. They did not sit at the dining table. They stood in the kitchen with the younger backer and the mannequins visible through the doorway. After they ate, the assistant asked what Douglas's plan was. He said his plan was to wait until morning and then assess their options. The assistant said she wanted to know what he thought their options actually were. Douglas said they could try to walk to Tonopah if the temperature dropped enough at night. They could try to signal for help using mirrors or fire. They could search the vista for anything useful that Grafton might have left behind. The assistant said none of those options addressed the real problem, which was that someone was here with them, and that person had already killed 2 men and sabotaged their truck. Douglas agreed that was the real problem. The assistant asked what Douglas intended to do about it. Douglas said he intended to find whoever it was and stop them. The assistant asked how he planned to do that when the person could move through the passages and watch them without being seen. Douglas said he had been thinking about that. The passages gave the person an advantage, but they also created a vulnerability. The passages were enclosed spaces. If Douglas could force the person into one of them and then block the exits, the advantage would be reversed. The assistant asked how Douglas would force someone into the passages. Douglas said he would give them a reason to use the passages. He would make them think he and the assistant were leaving and then wait for the person to follow. The assistant said that sounded dangerous. Douglas said it was, but doing nothing was more dangerous. The assistant was quiet for a moment. Then she said she did not believe the person in the passages was trying to kill them specifically. The person was trying to keep them here. Douglas asked what made her think that. The assistant said it was a collection. The mannequins, the stage scenes, the observation passages. Grafton had been collecting something or creating something, and now someone else was continuing his work. Douglas did not answer immediately. He was thinking about the medical diagrams in Grafton's house, the photographs of real people taken without their knowledge, the notations about muscle placement and anatomical accuracy. The assistant was right. This was not random violence. This was purposeful arrangement. He told the assistant he was going to search Grafton's house for anything that might explain what they were dealing with. The assistant said she would come with him. Douglas said no. He needed her to stay here and watch the utility room. If anyone tried to come up through the passages, she would have warning. The assistant asked what she should do if someone tried. Douglas said she should run. They went to the living room, and Douglas found a length of pipe in the site manager's abandoned tools. He tested its weight. It would serve as a weapon if necessary. The assistant found a flashlight and checked the batteries. Douglas told her to keep the front door in sight and not to open it for anyone except him. She agreed. Douglas left through the front door and crossed the cul-de-sac to Grafton's house. The sun was setting and the light was orange and flat. The shadows of the houses stretched across the street. The mannequins at the barbecue stood in their positions, their shadows long and distorted. Douglas did not look at them closely. Grafton's house was exactly the way they had left it. The drafting table, the rolled plan, the medical diagrams. Douglas walked through the empty rooms, checking closets and cabinets. In the master bedroom, he found a locked door he had not noticed before. It was painted the same color as the wall and had no handle, only a keyhole. He went back to the drafting table and searched the drawers. In the bottom drawer, he found a ring of keys. He took them back to the bedroom and tried each key until one fit. The door opened onto a small room with no windows. Inside was a filing cabinet, a desk, and a wall of photographs. The photographs were all of the same person. A young woman, maybe 20 years old, in various locations around the vista, standing in the kitchen of House 1, sitting at the dining table in House 3, walking through the cul-de-sac. In each photograph, she was surrounded by mannequins. In some of the photographs, she was touching them, adjusting their clothing, repositioning their hands. In one photograph, she was smiling at the camera while standing between two figures posed at a dining table. She looked completely at ease. The photographs were dated. The earliest were from 1973. The latest were from June 1974, the month Grafton disappeared. Douglas looked at the filing cabinet. It was unlocked. Inside were handwritten journals and loose papers covered in Grafton's cramped writing. Douglas pulled out the first journal and opened it. March 1973. Nancy arrived today. She's calmer here. At the hospital, she would scream when the nurses came too close. Here, she doesn't scream. She walks through the houses and looks at them, and she's calm. I don't think she knows they're not real. I don't think it matters to her. Douglas turned the page. April 1973. Showed her photographs today. One of her mother. One of the mannequin in House 2 that I dressed in one of her mother's old dresses. Asked her which one was her mother. She pointed to both. Then she pointed to neither. She wasn't guessing. She genuinely couldn't tell. Dr. Kaplan said she wouldn't be able to, but I didn't believe him until now. Douglas flipped ahead several pages. June 1973. She's been arranging them. I came through the passage this morning and watched her through the observation window in House 4. She was adjusting the woman on the sofa, moving her head a few degrees to the left. Then she stepped back and looked at her work and smiled. She was pleased with it. She has a sense of what's right, what looks natural. I need to learn from her. More pages. September 1973. I've been studying the photographs I took at the park, at the grocery store, at the library, measuring the angles, the way people hold their arms when they sit, the way their weight settles into a chair. Nancy sees them all the same, the painted ones, the real ones. I've shown her mirrors. She smiles at her own reflection the same way she smiles at the mannequins. She doesn't know there's a difference. To her, this is a neighborhood, a community. She has friends here. She's safe. Douglas felt something cold spreading through his chest. He turned to another journal dated 1974, January 1974. I have to leave her. The bankruptcy is final. I can't pay the property taxes anymore. Someone will buy this place eventually. They'll demolish it or repurpose it, and she can't be here when that happens. But she can't go back to the hospital. They don't understand her. They keep trying to make her recognize faces, and she can't, and it terrifies her. Here she's happy. She takes care of them. She keeps them in their places. Another entry. March 1974. Taught her how to use the generator, how to maintain the water system. Stocked all 7 houses with canned food, enough for years if she's careful. Showed her where the tools are kept, the sewing supplies, the vintage clothing in the storage room under House 6. She'll need those when the mannequins deteriorate, when they need to be replaced. A final entry dated June 1974. I told her I was going to Los Angeles for supplies. She believed me. She doesn't understand time very well. She won't understand that I'm not coming back. Maybe that's better. She has the houses. She has her friends. She knows how to keep them still, how to make sure they stay in their places. If anyone comes here, she'll think they're new ones. She'll think I sent them for her. She'll try to fix them. She'll try to make them stay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But she's happier here than she ever was anywhere else. Douglas closed the journal. He stood in the small room surrounded by photographs of a young woman who could not tell the difference between a human face and a painted one. A woman who thought the mannequins were her friends. A woman who had been living alone in the Vista for 20 years, taking care of her community, making sure everyone stayed in their proper places. And when Douglas and his team had arrived, she had thought they were new additions, defective ones that moved and made noise, ones that needed to be fixed, ones that needed to be dressed and positioned so they would finally stay still. He heard it then. from somewhere in the house, not behind him, but deeper inside, from the direction of the master bedroom. A sound like plastic wheels rolling over linoleum, rhythmic, deliberate. The furniture dolly. Douglas turned toward the doorway. A woman was standing there. She was older than she had been in the photographs, maybe 40 now, but Douglas recognized her face. She wore a cotton dress in a floral print, and her hair was pulled back. Her face was calm and blank in the way faces were when their owners were not thinking about being observed. She did not speak. She looked at Douglas the way someone might look at a chair that had been moved from its proper place. Her expression was direct, but without recognition. She could see him, but she could not process what she was seeing. To her, he was an object, a thing that resembled a person, but was not one. In her right hand, she held a syringe. Douglas did not move. The woman stood in the doorway with her arms at her sides. The syringe was held loosely, the way someone might hold a screwdriver or a pair of pliers, a tool for a specific job. Douglas said her name. Nancy. He said he understood what had happened, and he was not going to hurt her. Nancy's expression did not change. She took a step into the room. Douglas backed toward the window. He still had the pipe he had brought from House 1, but he could not imagine using it against someone who did not understand she was doing anything wrong. He tried again. He told her his name was Douglas Hartley, and he was a real estate developer, and he had come to the Vista by mistake. He said he knew about her father and about the mannequins and about why she was here. He said he was leaving, and he would not come back. Nancy tilted her head slightly. The gesture was exact, deliberate. It was the way someone might adjust a picture frame to see if it looked better at a different angle. She walked toward him. Douglas moved to the side, keeping the desk between them. He asked her to stop. She did not stop. She reached the desk and picked up something Douglas had not noticed before. A second syringe, already filled, resting beside the first. She held both now. Douglas ran for the door. Nancy turned and followed him. She did not run. She walked at the same steady pace. Douglas reached the hallway and turned toward the front of the house. He could hear her behind him, her footsteps even and unhurried. He reached the front door and pulled it open. The assistant was standing on the porch. She had come across the cul-de-sac, probably concerned when Douglas had been gone too long. She asked what was wrong. Douglas told her to run. The assistant looked past him and saw Nancy in the hallway. She turned and ran toward House 1. Douglas followed her. Nancy followed Douglas. They crossed the cul-de-sac in the fading light. The shadows were long and the air was cooling. The assistant reached House 1 and held the door open. Douglas ran through, and the assistant slammed it behind him. They heard Nancy's footsteps on the porch. Then they stopped. Douglas locked the door. The assistant asked what had happened. Douglas told her about the journals and about Nancy and about the syringes. The assistant asked what was in the syringes. Douglas said he did not know, but he could guess. Some kind of sedative or paralytic. Something that would make them stop moving so Nancy could position them. The assistant went to the window and looked out. She said Nancy was standing on the porch, just standing there. Not trying to open the door, not calling out, not doing anything. Douglas came to the window. Nancy was exactly where the assistant had described, standing with the syringes in her hands, looking at the door with that same blank, incurious expression. Douglas checked the other windows. He could see no one else. He told the assistant to check the utility room. She went and came back quickly. She said the water heater was still in place over the hatch. No one had tried to come up. They waited. Nancy stood on the porch for 10 minutes without moving. Then she walked down the steps and crossed the street back to Grafton's house. She went inside and closed the door. The assistant asked what Douglas thought she was doing. Douglas said he thought she was waiting. The assistant asked for what? Douglas said for him to make a mistake, for them to fall asleep or to leave the house, or to forget that she was out there. The assistant said they could not stay awake indefinitely. Douglas agreed. He said they would take turns. One of them would sleep while the other kept watch. The assistant asked how long they could maintain that before exhaustion made them vulnerable. Douglas said 2 days at most. By then, someone would have come looking for them, or the site manager would have reported what happened. The assistant looked at him. She asked if Douglas really believed that. Douglas said he had to believe it because the alternative was unacceptable. They arranged a watch schedule. The assistant would take the first shift while Douglas rested. Douglas lay down on the floor in the living room where he could see both the front door and the utility room hallway. The younger backer sat at the dining table with the 3 mannequins, his eyes closed, his hands positioned with anatomical precision. Douglas closed his own eyes and tried to sleep. He woke to the assistant shaking his shoulder. She said it was his turn. He asked how long he had been asleep. She said 2 hours. He asked if anything had happened. She said no. The house had been quiet. Douglas stood and stretched. His back ached from the hard floor. The assistant lay down where Douglas had been. Douglas went to the window and looked out. The cul-de-sac was dark. The houses were darker shapes against the sky. He could not see Nancy, but he knew she was there, in one of the houses waiting, or in the passages below, watching through the observation windows. He kept watch for 3 hours. Nothing moved outside. The mannequins at the barbecues stood in their positions. The doors of the other houses stayed closed. The temperature dropped, and Douglas could feel the cold coming through the window glass. At some point near midnight, he heard a sound from the kitchen. Faint, articulated, like a joint rotating under pressure. He turned. The woman at the kitchen table was visible through the doorway. Her coffee cup was still between her hands. Douglas stood and crossed to the kitchen. The woman's head had been turned. Before, she had been facing the window. Now she was facing the dining room, facing the table where the younger backer sat with the 3 other mannequins. Her painted eyes were looking directly at the chairs where Douglas and the others had been sitting hours earlier. Douglas felt his stomach drop. He had checked the kitchen before taking his watch shift. The woman's head had been facing the window. He was certain. He crossed the room quickly and knelt beside the table. There was a small vent in the floor covered with a metal grill. The grill was loose. He removed it. Below he could see the passage. Concrete floor, dim light from distant vents. And on the concrete, directly beneath the vent opening, a scuff mark in the dust. Recent. Someone had been standing there, reaching up through the vent, turning the woman's head while Douglas had been sitting 20 feet away in the living room. Douglas replaced the grill. His hands were shaking. He woke the assistant and told her what he had seen. She came to the kitchen and looked at the woman. She checked the woman's neck and found the seam, the joint that allowed the head to rotate. Douglas told her about the scuff mark in the passage below. The assistant's face went pale. She asked if Nancy had been down there while they were awake, while they were sitting in the living room. Douglas said yes. The assistant looked at the covered vents in the living room floor. She asked if Nancy could see up through them. Douglas said he did not know, but they need to block every vent in the house immediately. They spent the next hour finding every vent and covering it. There were 6 in total, 1 in the kitchen, 2 in the living room, 1 in each bedroom, 1 in the bathroom. They used chairs, stacks of dishes, the television console. When they were finished, Douglas felt more secure, but not safe. The assistant says she was going to try to sleep again. Douglas said he would keep watch. The assistant lay down and was asleep within minutes. Douglas sat in one of the armchairs and watched the front door and the windows and the covered vents. Nancy was in the passages below. Her father had built this place to keep her safe from a world she could not understand. The mannequins were supposed to be her community. What had happened when real people arrived and she could not tell the difference? Grafton had not anticipated this, or perhaps he had and thought Nancy would never encounter real people out here in the desert. But Douglas had come with his team and his demolition plans, and now 2 men were dead. And he and the assistant were trapped in a house with covered vents and locked doors, waiting for rescue that might not arrive. Douglas felt exhaustion pulling at him. He stood and walked to the kitchen sink and poured water on his face. When he looked up, he saw a movement in the window, a shape passing outside. He went to the front window. Nancy was in the cul-de-sac. She was moving between the houses, going from door to door, checking them perhaps, or doing something else Douglas could not interpret. She moved with purpose, but without haste. She carried the syringes in one hand. Douglas watched her complete the circuit of the cul-de-sac. When she reached Grafton's house again, she went inside. Douglas waited. She did not come back out. The sky was beginning to lighten. Dawn was perhaps an hour away. Douglas had been awake for nearly 6 hours. He needed to wake the assistant and tell it was her turn to watch. He turned from the window. Nancy was standing in the hallway. She had come through the garage. The door that connected the garage to the kitchen was open now, hanging loose on its hinges. She must have forced it from the other side. The garage hatch they had not been able to block. Douglas stepped back. Nancy walked toward him. She moved at the same steady pace she had maintained since he first saw her in Grafton's house. The syringes were in her right hand, held loosely, the way someone might hold a pen while thinking about what to write. Douglas shouted for the assistant. Nancy did not react to the sound. She walked past the dining table, where the younger backer sat with the 3 mannequins. She walked past the covered vents and the locked front door. She walked toward Douglas with the expression of someone completing a familiar task. The assistant came out of the bedroom. She saw Nancy and grabbed the length of pipe Douglas had left on the floor. She moved between Nancy and Douglas. She told Nancy to stop. Nancy did not stop. The assistant raised the pipe with both hands. Nancy walked directly toward her without slowing, without blinking, without acknowledging the weapon at all. The assistant swung. Her hands were shaking so badly, the pipe wavered mid-arc and struck the doorframe instead of Nancy's head. The impact jarred the pipe from her grip. It hit the floor with a metal clang and rolled toward the kitchen. Nancy walked past her without turning, without breaking stride, as though the assistant had never been there at all. Douglas backed into the kitchen. The woman at the table sat with her head turned toward the dining room, her coffee cup between her hands. Douglas felt the counter behind him. There was nowhere else to go. Nancy reached him. She took his wrist with her left hand. Her grip was firm, but not violent. She held his wrist the way someone might hold a piece of lumber to keep it steady while measuring. Douglas tried to pull away. Nancy held on. She raised one of the syringes. Douglas pushed her. She stumbled back 2 steps and then came forward again. She did not appear angry or surprised. She appeared patient. Douglas pushed her again harder. She stumbled and dropped both syringes. They hit the linoleum and rolled under the table. Nancy knelt and reached for them. Douglas ran past her toward the front door. The assistant was there. She had unlocked it. Douglas pulled it open and they both ran outside. The cul-de-sac was gray with early morning light. The shadows were long and soft. Douglas ran across the street toward Grafton's house. The assistant ran beside him. Behind them, Nancy came out of house 1. She had retrieved the syringes. She walked down the porch steps and began crossing the street. Douglas reached Grafton's house and tried the door. It was locked. He looked for something to break the window. There was nothing. The assistant pointed to house 3. The door there had been unlocked when they searched it. They ran to house 3. Inside, the armchair where the man with the newspaper had been was still empty. The rest of the house was the same. Douglas and the assistant went through to the utility room. Douglas lifted the hatch in the floor and climbed down the ladder into the passages. The assistant followed. The passage was dark. Douglas turned on his flashlight. He could see the concrete walls and the low ceiling and the observation windows in the floor above. He started walking, following the passage away from House 3, away from where Nancy would enter. The assistant stayed close behind him. They had gone 30 feet when Douglas heard a sound ahead, another hatch opening. Light spilled down from above. Nancy descended the ladder and dropped to the passage floor. She was ahead of them now, between them and any exit in that direction. Douglas turned. Behind them, the passage curved back toward House 1. They could go that way, try to find a different exit. They ran. The passage curved and branched. Douglas took the branch that led away from the cul-de-sac toward the perimeter of the vista. The assistant's flashlight beam bounced on the walls behind him. Douglas could hear Nancy's footsteps. She was not running. She was walking at that same steady pace. But the passages were enclosed, and there were only so many directions to go. Douglas found a ladder and climbed. The hatch above was blocked from the other side. He could not lift it. He climbed back down and kept running. The next ladder was the same. Something heavy had been placed over every hatch. Nancy had prepared for this. She had blocked the exits and left only the paths she wanted them to use. The passage ahead ended at a wall. Douglas stopped. The assistant stopped behind him. Nancy's footsteps were close now. Douglas turned his flashlight back the way they had come. Nancy appeared at the curve in the passage. She walked toward them. The syringes were in her hand. Douglas looked for another way out. There was none. The passage ended here. Nancy had herded them like someone might herd animals into a pen. Douglas pressed his back against the wall. The assistant stood beside him. Nancy reached them. She took Douglas's wrist again. This time he did not pull away. There was nowhere to go and no point in fighting. Nancy positioned his arm, extending it, exposing the inner elbow. She held one syringe up to the light from the assistant's flashlight and checked it with the care of someone who had done this before. The assistant said Douglas's name. Douglas told her to run, to try the passages they had not explored, to find a way out. The assistant said she would not leave him. Douglas said she had to. Someone needed to get help. The assistant shook her head. Nancy pressed the needle into Douglas's arm. Douglas felt the sharp pain of entry and then the cold spread of the liquid entering his vein. Nancy depressed the plunger slowly, precisely. When the syringe was empty, she withdrew it and released his wrist. She turned to the assistant. The assistant ran. She ran back the way they had come, her flashlight beam swinging wildly. Nancy watched her go and did not follow. Douglas understood. The assistant would not make it. All the exits were blocked. Nancy had already prepared the passages. The assistant would run until she exhausted herself, and then Nancy would find her and bring her back. Or perhaps Nancy would let her go. Perhaps Nancy only needed one. Perhaps one person positioned in each house was enough. Douglas felt his legs weaken. He sat down, his back against the wall. The paralysis spread from his extremities inward. His fingers went numb first, then his hands, then his arms to the shoulder. His legs were completely without sensation. He could feel his chest muscles struggling to expand. Each breath required conscious effort. Nancy stood watching. She held the second syringe, but she did not use it. After several minutes, Douglas could no longer move his arms. He could move his eyes and he could breathe shallowly, but nothing else. His body had become an object. He could feel it in a distant way, but he could not control it. Nancy waited until Douglas's breathing had stabilized. Then she walked back down the passage. She returned with a furniture dolly, the kind used for moving appliances. She positioned the dolly beside Douglas. She tipped him forward, catching him before he fell, and maneuvered him onto the dolly's platform. Douglas's head lolled to one side. Nancy straightened it. She secured him with a strap across his chest. Then she began pulling the dolly down the passage. Douglas could see the ceiling moving past above him. He could see the observation windows in the floor. He could see Nancy's face, blank and focused, looking down at him occasionally to make sure he was properly positioned on the dolly. She pulled him through the passages, around curves, past blocked hatches, until they reached a ladder. She stopped there and checked his breathing again. Then she began the work of getting him up the ladder and into the house where she wanted him to be. Nancy lifted Douglas from the dolly at the base of the ladder. She positioned him against the wall, his back supported by the concrete. She climbed the ladder and pushed the hatch open. Then she came back down and began the process of moving him up. Douglas could not help. His body was weight without function. Nancy worked methodically, lifting him part way, bracing him against the ladder rungs, climbing above him, pulling him up another section. It took her 20 minutes to get him through the hatch and onto the floor above. Douglas lay on the linoleum in what he recognized as the utility room of Grafton's house. He could see the ceiling, white and textured. He could see Nancy moving around him, checking his position, adjusting his limbs. She left briefly and returned with the dolly, having brought it up through a different access point. She loaded him onto it again and pulled him through the house. They passed through the empty living room with the drafting table and the stones holding down the architectural plans. They passed through the hallway where Douglas had first seen her. Nancy pulled the dolly into the master bedroom. The room had furniture Douglas had not noticed during his first search. An armchair positioned near the window, a side table beside it with a cup on a saucer. The cup was porcelain, the pattern faded. The chair was upholstered in fabric the color of dried moss. Nancy stopped the dolly beside the chair. She released the strap across Douglas's chest and lifted him with surprising strength. She positioned him in the chair, arranging his legs, his back, his arms. She placed his right hand on the armrest. His left hand she positioned near the cup, as though he had just set it down. She tilted his head at a slight angle toward the window. Through the window, Douglas could see the cul-de-sac, the other houses in their circle, the barbecue scene in the yard of House 2, the figures standing in their positions. The sun was rising, and the light was gold, and the shadows were shortening. It would be a clear day. Nancy stepped back and looked at him. She walked around the chair, checking his position from different angles. She made small adjustments, the tilt of his head, the placement of his fingers, the angle of his shoulders. She worked with the focus of someone solving a familiar problem. When she was satisfied, she left the room. Douglas heard her moving through the house. Footsteps, doors opening and closing, the sound of water running. She was cleaning, perhaps, or preparing something else. Douglas tried to move his fingers. Nothing happened. He tried to move his eyes. They responded barely. He could shift his gaze a few degrees, but no more. The light through the window was still gold, but it was beginning to shift, the angle changing as the sun climbed. The shadows across the cul-de-sac were shortening. He could see the houses across the street. House 1, where the younger backer sat at the dining table, with 3 mannequins. House 3, where the armchair was empty. The other houses dark and quiet. The armrest under his right hand felt smooth and cool. He could feel its texture in a distant way, like a memory of sensation rather than sensation itself. He should be able to move. His mind could issue the command. The paralysis was not confusion. He understood what he wanted his hand to do. The signal simply ended somewhere between tension and flesh. The assistant was running through the passages, trying blocked hatches, exhausting herself. Would Nancy bring her back, or would she leave her down there in the dark? Douglas did not know. He could not know. His body was an object now, and objects did not ask questions. Nancy returned. She was carrying clothing, a cardigan the color of rust, a pair of olive slacks. She began the process of dressing him. She worked carefully, maneuvering his arms into the sleeves, his legs into the trousers. The cardigan had wooden buttons. She fastened each one. The slacks were hemmed to break precisely at the ankle. She smoothed them. She adjusted the collar. When she was finished, she stepped back again and looked at him. Douglas could see the edge of the cardigan's sleeve at the periphery of his vision. Rust-colored. Wooden buttons. The exact shade. The exact style. He understood then with the cold clarity of someone who could do nothing with the understanding. These were the same clothes. The cardigan the older backer had been wearing in the garage, the olive slacks, the loafers he could not see but knew were on his feet. Nancy had dressed the older backer in them, and now she had dressed Douglas in them. Not similar clothes, the same clothes. She had undressed the dead man and dressed Douglas in his place. To her, they were interchangeable. The older backer had been a broken father figure, defective, unable to stay still. Douglas was the replacement, the same role, the same costume, the same position. She had not seen two different men. She had seen one malfunctioning object and its substitute. Douglas's identity had been erased completely. He was not Douglas Hartley anymore. He was not a person with a name and a life in an office in Reno that would notice he was missing. He was a thing in a chair wearing rust-colored wool, positioned at the angle Nancy had determined was correct for this particular space in this particular house. Nancy nodded once, a small gesture of satisfaction. Then he turned and left the room. Douglas sat in the chair. Beneath his palm, the material was rigid and unyielding. Fiberglass, or something like it, molded to look like fabric. He did not know. He could not lower his head to look. The sun climbed higher. The light changed. The shadows moved across the cul-de-sac. Douglas sat very still. He had no choice but to sit very still. His breathing was shallow and regular. His eyes were open. His hand rested on the armrest in the position Nancy had chosen. Something landed on his left eye. A fly. He could feel its legs moving across the surface of his cornea, the faint tickle of its proboscis tasting the moisture. His eye did not blink. He could not make it blink. The fly walked across his pupil. Douglas could see its shadow, a small dark shape at the edge of his vision. The fly remained for perhaps 30 seconds. Then it lifted and was gone. The house was quiet. Nancy was somewhere, doing something, maintaining her community. The mannequins in their poses, the houses in their circle, everything in its proper place, everything still. Douglas looked out the window and waited for nothing. Grant Weaver had been standing at the front door of his house for perhaps 90 seconds, his right hand flat against the deadbolt, when the lock disengaged. He felt the mechanism slide through its housing, smooth as a ball bearing rolling across glass, and then the bolt withdrew into the door. No key had turned in the exterior lock. No hand had touched the interior hardware. He had time to think absurdly that he should have replaced the lock when he first noticed the slight play in the cylinder 3 weeks ago, and then the door swung open. The cold came in first. It was October in Packwood, and the nights dropped below freezing by 10 o'clock. But this was a different quality of cold, wet and profound, the kind that came off deep water or out of caves. Grant stepped back from the door. His left hand found the wall. The porch light was off. He had turned it off himself at 9:30, as he did every night, but now he could see nothing beyond the threshold except a darkness that seemed to have weight and texture. Then he heard Copper's claws on the hardwood floor behind him, and the dog pushed past his legs and walked out onto the porch. Grant opened his mouth to call him back, but the sound died in his throat. Copper was wagging his tail. The dog stopped at the edge of the porch, his scarred haunches visible in the faint light from the living room, and looked back at Grant with an expression that Grant had come to recognize over the past month as expectation. Copper wanted him to follow. Copper wanted him to see something. Grant did not follow. He reached for the door and pulled it shut, and this time the deadbolt engaged when he turned the thumb latch. He heard Copper's claws on the porch boards, a single scratch of protest, and then the dog went silent. Grant stood with his back against the door until his breathing slowed. He counted to 60. When he opened the door again, the porch was empty and the cold had dissipated. Copper sat in the entryway behind him, looking up with his brown eye, his tail sweeping the floor in slow, uncertain arcs. Inside, Grant said, though he knew the dog would not obey. Copper had not barked since the day Grant brought him home from the Lewis County Animal Shelter. The intake form listed him as a bloodhound mix, approximately 6 years old, with scarring on his hindquarters and shoulders consistent with burn trauma. No owner had come forward. No microchip. The shelter staff said he had been found on the shoulder of Highway 12 near Randall, 20 miles east, lying in the gravel as if he had simply given up. They said he was anxious, that he paced his kennel at night and refused to settle. But when Grant knelt in front of the chain-link gate, Copper had walked up to him and pressed his scarred forehead against Grant's palm. Grant had not intended to adopt a dog. He had gone to the shelter because the woman at post office mentioned they were at capacity and would begin euthanizing intakes within the week. And Grant, who had been living alone in the house on Snyder Road for 2 years, felt a vague sense of obligation to at least look. He had owned a dog as a child, a German shepherd named Bridger, and he remembered the specific weight of responsibility that came with another living creature depending on you for food, for water, for the opening of doors. He had not wanted that responsibility again. But Copper had leaned into his hand with a desperation Grant recognized, and he found himself signing the forms. That had been 32 days ago. For the first 3 weeks, Copper slept in the corner of the living room on a fleece blanket Grant had purchased from the hardware store, and the dog's anxiety seemed to ease. He ate without hesitation. He walked the perimeter of the property each morning and evening, his nose low to the ground, and Grant observed that Copper moved with a professional efficiency as though he were inspecting rather than wandering. At night, Copper settled on his blanket and watched the front door. Grant had installed a dog door in the back door during the second week, cutting through the frame with a jigsaw and fitting the plastic flap into place. Copper had investigated it immediately, pushing his head through and then withdrawing, and that night he had gone out into the yard. Grant heard him return an hour later, the flap clicking shut. And when Grant came downstairs the next morning, Copper was asleep on his blanket, as though nothing had changed. It was on the 19th night. Grant counted later when he was trying to reconstruct the sequence, that he first heard the deadbolt. He had been lying in bed, not quite asleep, listening to the furnace cycle on and off when the sound reached him from downstairs. It was methodical and deliberate. The bolt retracting, the latch disengaging, the hinges sighing as the door opened. Grant sat up. He heard nothing else. No footsteps, no voices. Just the door, open, and the house breathing the night air. He found his flashlight in the drawer of the bedside table and went downstairs in his socks. The front door stood open. Copper was gone. Grant stepped onto the porch and swept the flashlight across the yard. The beam caught nothing but the dark trunks of Douglas fir and the pale gravel of the driveway. He called the dog's name twice, his voice swallowed by the trees, and then he went inside and locked the door. Copper returned through the dog door 40 minutes later. Grant heard the clatter of claws on linoleum, and when he came downstairs, the dog was drinking from his water bowl in the kitchen, his muzzle dripping. Copper looked at him and wagged his tail once, then walked to his blanket and lay down. Grant checked the front door. The deadbolt was still engaged exactly as he had left it. He wrote it down in the notebook he kept on the kitchen counter. The deadbolt mechanism had shifted on its own. The house was settling, as though recording an explanation were the same as having one. The sound came again 3 nights later. This time Grant was awake, sitting in the living room with a book he was not reading, and he heard the deadbolt retract at 3:02 in the morning. He stood and crossed the room in time to see the door swing open. Copper was already moving toward it, his tail wagging, and Grant grabbed the dog's collar before he could step outside. The cold poured in. Grant held Copper back and looked through the open door, and for the first time he saw them. There were 3 of them standing on the porch. They were tall, taller than Grant, perhaps 6.5 feet. And their shapes were wrong. They stood too still, their limbs held at angles that suggested joints in places where joints should not be. Water ran from them in thin streams pooling on the boards, and the smell that came off them was the smell of mud and rot and something deeper, something that made Grant think of the bottom of a well where no light reached. Their faces, if they had faces, were obscured by shadow or by the darkness itself, but he could see their hands, pale and swollen, and he could see the way they tilted their heads toward the door, toward Copper, as though listening. Copper pulled against Grant's grip, whining low in his throat, and the figures on the porch shifted. One of them extended a hand. Grant saw the fingers unfold, slow and deliberate, and Copper lunged forward with enough force that Grant had to brace himself against the doorframe. "No," Grant said, and his voice came out hoarse and unfamiliar. The figures did not move. They stood in their wrongness and waited, and Grant understood, in the part of his mind that was still functioning, that they were waiting for him to release the dog. He dragged Copper backward into the house, slammed the door shut, and turned the deadbolt. His hands shook. Copper barked once, a sharp, desperate sound, the first Grant had heard from him. And then the dog went silent and sat down, his brown eyes fixed on the door. Grant stood with his back against the wall and counted his breaths until the tremor in his hands subsided. He heard nothing from the porch, no footsteps, no voices, no sound of departure. After 20 minutes, he crossed to the window beside the door and pulled the curtain aside. The porch was empty. The boards were dry. Grant returned to the living room and sat in the chair by the bookshelf until the sky outside began to pale. Copper remained at the door, unmoving, and when Grant finally stood and walked into the kitchen to make coffee, the dog followed him and sat at his feet, leaning his scarred shoulder against Grant's calf. Grant did not go back to bed that night, and he did not write anything in the notebook on the counter. The invasions followed a pattern. Grant documented this in the notebook during the daylight hours, writing in careful block letters as though accuracy might grant him some measure of control. The figures arrived at 3:02 in the morning, never earlier, never later. The deadbolt retracted with the same practiced smoothness each time. The door opened inward, always to the same angle, roughly 45 degrees, and remained open until Grant forced it shut, or until Copper returned from wherever he had gone. Because Copper did go. On the 4th night, Grant did not grab the dog's collar. He stood at the threshold and watched as Copper walked out onto the porch, his tail wagging in slow, deliberate arcs, and approached the figures. There were 2 of them that night, standing shoulder to shoulder in the space where the porch light would have illuminated them if Grant had left it on. Copper walked directly to the nearest one and sat, looking up at its obscured face, and the figure reached down with one pale, swollen hand and touched the top of the dog's head. Grant heard himself make a sound, something between a gasp and a moan, and the figure's head turned toward him. For a moment, Grant thought he saw eyes in the shadow where a face should have been, but then Copper stood and walked past the figures, down the porch steps, and into the yard. The figures turned and followed him. Grant watched them move across the gravel, their limbs bending in ways that made his vision swim. And then they passed beyond the reach of the light from the living room and disappeared into the trees. Copper returned 90 minutes later. Grant heard the dog door in the kitchen, and when he came downstairs, he had been sitting on the edge of his bed staring at the wall. Copper was drinking from his water bowl. The dog's fur was wet. His paws left muddy prints on the linoleum. Grant knelt and ran his hands over Copper's flanks, his shoulders, his scarred hindquarters, checking for injuries, but the dog was unharmed. Copper licked Grant's wrist once and walked to his blanket. The front door was closed. The deadbolt was engaged. Grant added these details to the notebook. He wrote down the time Copper left, 3:04, and the time he returned, 4:36. He wrote down the number of figures, 2. He wrote down the direction they had walked, northeast, toward the Forest Service road that dead-ended 3 miles into Gifford Pinchot National Forest. Then he closed the notebook and went upstairs and did not sleep. On the 7th night, there were 4 figures. Copper greeted each one in turn, sitting in front of them, and waiting until they touched his head, and then he led them off the porch. Grant stood in the doorway and watched until they vanished into the trees. He noted the count in his notebook. 4. The pattern held in every other respect. On the 9th night, Grant tried to prevent it. He removed the dog door from its frame and sealed the opening with a sheet of plywood he found in the garage, screwing it into place with a cordless drill. He checked the deadbolt 3 times before going to bed, testing the mechanism, confirming that it required deliberate force to disengage. He brought Copper upstairs and shut him in the bedroom, though the dog whined at the closed door and scratched at the frame. At 3:02, Grant woke to the sound of the deadbolt retracting. He went downstairs. The front door stood open. Copper was gone. The plywood panel he had installed over the dog door lay on the kitchen floor, the screws still embedded in the wood, but the sheet itself had been removed cleanly, as though unscrewed by careful hands. Grant walked to the front door and looked out onto the porch. There were 5 figures waiting. They stood in a loose semicircle, their heads tilted toward the open door, and Grant understood that they were waiting for Copper to return, that they had come for him specifically, that the door would remain open until the dog emerged. Grant closed the door. He turned the deadbolt. He went to the kitchen and found the sheet of plywood leaning against the table, placed there with the same care with which it had been removed. He sat in the chair by the window and waited. 20 minutes later, he heard Copper's claws on the porch steps, and when Grant opened the front door, the dog walked past him into the house, his fur soaked, his breath misting in the cold air. The figures were gone. Grant reinstalled the dog door the next morning. He did not attempt to block it again. On the 11th night, he followed. He had been preparing for this. He had purchased a headlamp from the hardware store in Packwood, the kind used by hunters, and he had charged the batteries and tested the beam in the backyard, sweeping it across the tree line. He dressed in layers, thermal undershirt, fleece pullover, waterproof shell, and he laced his hiking boots while sitting on the edge of the bed, his hands steady despite the hour. When he heard the deadbolt retract at 3:02, he was already downstairs. The door opened. Copper walked out onto the porch. There were 3 figures waiting, and the dog greeted them as he always did, sitting before each one, receiving their touch. Then Copper walked down the steps, and the figures followed, and Grant stepped out onto the porch and followed them all. The cold was immediate and absolute. It sank through his jacket, through the fleece, through the thermal layer, and settled against his skin. Grant switched on the headlamp. The beam caught Copper's haunches 20 feet ahead, the dog moving at a steady trot. And beyond him, Grant could see the figures, their shapes black against the darker mass of the forest. They did not react to the light. They walked in their uneven gait, their limbs bending in ways Grant tried not to observe too closely, and Copper kept pace just ahead of them, glancing back occasionally as though to confirm they were still following. Grant stayed 30 feet behind. He tried to step quietly, but the gravel crunched under his boots, and twice he stumbled over roots he had not seen despite the headlamp. The figures did not turn. They moved through the trees with a kind of purpose, and Grant realized, after 10 minutes, that they were following a path, though he could see no trail. Copper seemed to know the route. The dog did not hesitate at the places where the undergrowth thickened or where the ground dropped away into shallow ravines. They walked for 40 minutes. Grant's legs burned. His breath came in short, visible clouds, and the cold had worked its way into his lungs so that each inhalation felt like inhaling shards of ice. He checked his watch. 3:48. They were deep in the forest now, far beyond the point where the service road ended, and Grant had lost his sense of direction. He thought they were moving east, but the canopy above blocked the stars, and the headlamp illuminated only the few feet directly in front of him. Then the figures stopped. Grant stopped as well, his hand finding the trunk of a fir tree to steady himself. Copper had sat down in a small clearing, no more than 15 feet across, where the trees opened enough to admit a faint suggestion of moonlight. The figures stood in a loose ring around the clearing, motionless, and Grant watched as Copper turned his head and looked back the way they had come, directly at Grant. The dog's eyes caught the light from the headlamp and shone red. Grant took a step backward. Copper stood, walked to the center of the clearing, and lay down. The figures remained at the perimeter. They did not move. Grant waited, his breath shallow, and after 5 minutes he realized that nothing else was going to happen. The figures were simply standing there, and Copper was lying in the center of the clearing, and the cold was working its way deeper into Grant's chest with each breath. He turned and walked back the way he had come. The return took over an hour. He lost the path twice and had to double back, sweeping the headlamp across the ground until he found his own bootprints in the mud. By the time he reached the house, the sky to the east had begun to pale, and Grant's hands were numb inside his gloves. He climbed the porch steps, went inside, and locked the door behind him. Copper returned through the dog door at 5:11. Grant was sitting at the kitchen table, his boots still on, his jacket unzipped. The dog walked past him without looking and went to his water bowl. Grant did not write any of this in the notebook. He sat at the table until the sun rose fully, and then he went upstairs and slept for 3 hours. Over the next week, Grant attempted every intervention he could conceive. He moved Copper's blanket into his bedroom and closed the door, wedging a chair under the handle so that it could not be opened from the outside. At 3:02, he woke to find the chair on its side and the door standing open. Copper was gone. The deadbolt downstairs had retracted, and when Grant went to the front door, he found 3 figures waiting on the porch. They remained until Copper returned at 4:18. Grant purchased a chain at the hardware store, the kind used to secure bicycles, and he looped it through Copper's collar and locked it to the leg of his bed. He lay awake that night, listening, and at 3:02 he heard the metallic click of the lock disengaging. The chain lay on the floor beside the bed, still locked, but Copper's collar sat empty inside the loop. The dog had slipped free without unbuckling the clasp. Grant found the collar in the kitchen the next morning, placed neatly on the counter beside the coffee maker. He tried staying awake through the entire night, positioning himself in the living room with a view of both the front door and the staircase. But at some point between 2:47 and 3:02, he lost consciousness. He did not remember closing his eyes. He did not remember any sensation of falling asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the front door was ajar, and Copper was already outside. Grant stood and walked to the threshold, his legs unsteady, and watched the dog lead 4 figures down the driveway and into the trees. His watch read 3:09. Grant considered calling someone. He sat at the kitchen table with his cell phone in his hand and scrolled through the contacts list, but he could not determine who he would call or what he would say. The police would ask questions he could not answer. His brother in Olympia had not spoken to him in 18 months, not since their mother's funeral, and Grant could not imagine the conversation that would follow if he called now to explain that his adopted dog was leading supernatural entities into the forest every night. He set the phone on the table and left it there. He tried locking Copper in the garage. The dog whined and scratched at the door, and Grant lay in bed and listened to the sound until it stopped at 3:02. When he went downstairs, the garage door stood open. Not the overhead door that required the remote control to operate it, but the side door that led into the yard, which Grant had locked with a deadbolt identical to the one on the front door. Copper was gone. The figures were waiting on the porch. Grant closed the front door and sat on the stairs until the dog returned. On the 15th night, Grant drove to the shelter. He had not planned this. He woke at noon after another sleepless stretch and found himself standing in the kitchen, staring at Copper's water bowl, and the thought arrived fully formed. He could bring the dog back. The shelter would take him. They had taken him once before, and they would take him again, and Grant could return to the life he had been living before he signed the intake forms. He would sleep through the night. The deadbolt would remain engaged. The house would stay closed. He loaded Copper into the bed of his truck and drove the 12 miles to the shelter without stopping. The dog sat in the truck bed with his head raised, his ears forward, watching the trees pass. Grant pulled into the gravel lot and turned off the engine. He sat with his hands on the steering wheel and looked through the rear window at Copper, who had turned and was now looking directly at him. The dog's eyes were brown and calm. He did not whine. He did not bark. He simply looked at Grant, and Grant looked back. And after 5 minutes, Grant started the engine and drove home. He did not try to take Copper to the shelter again. On the 17th night, Grant woke before 3:02 and went downstairs to wait. He stood at the front door with his hand on the deadbolt, his palm flat against the cold metal, and he felt the mechanism begin to disengage. He pushed against it, applying pressure to keep the bolt extended, but the metal moved under his hand with the same smooth inevitability it had shown every night since this began. The bolt withdrew. The door opened. Grant stood in the threshold and watched Copper walk past him onto the porch, where 2 figures waited in the cold. The dog looked back at Grant once, his tail wagging, and then he walked down the steps and into the yard. The figures followed. Grant closed the door and locked it, though he understood now that the lock served no purpose. He sat in the chair by the bookshelf and waited for Copper to return. He had been a medic in the Army, stationed at Fort Lewis for 4 years before his discharge. He had seen men die from wounds that should have been survivable, and he had seen men survive wounds that should have killed them, and he had learned that the body operated according to rules that were consistent and observable. Bones broke in predictable ways. Blood clotted, or it did not. Infections followed bacterial logic. The world made sense if you understood the systems that governed it. The figures on his porch did not follow any system Grant recognized. They defied the rules he had spent his adult life learning to trust. And yet they came every night with the same clockwork regularity as the deadbolt retracting or the furnace cycling on. And Grant found himself documenting their arrival in his notebook with the same clinical exactness he had once used to record vitals and dosages. He could not stop them. He had tried, and every attempt had failed. And he understood now that the attempts would continue to fail regardless of what he did. The figures wanted Copper. Copper wanted to go with them. And Grant, who had not wanted the responsibility of caring for another living creature, could not bring himself to abandon the dog to whatever awaited in the forest. Copper returned at 4:52. Grant let him in through the front door, checked him for injuries, and watched him drink from his water bowl. Then Grant went upstairs and did not sleep. The veterinary clinic in Packwood occupied a converted gas station on the west end of town, its examination rooms carved out of what had once been the service bays. Grant had driven past it a dozen times without stopping, but on the morning of the 18th day, he loaded Copper into the truck and made the appointment. The receptionist told him Dr. Camus could see him at 2 o'clock, and Grant spent the intervening hours sitting in the truck in the clinic parking lot, watching Copper through the rear window. The dog slept in the truck bed, his head resting on his paws, utterly still, except for the occasional twitch of his ears when a car passed on the highway. Grant had brought a thermos of coffee, and he drank it slowly, the heat from the cup warming his hands. He had not slept more than 3 hours in any given stretch since the invasions began, and the exhaustion had settled into his bones in a way that coffee could no longer address. His vision blurred at the edges. His thoughts moved slowly, each one requiring deliberate effort to complete. He functioned, but only just. At 2 o'clock, he brought Copper inside. Dr. Camus was a woman in her 50s with gray hair pulled back in a braid, and the kind of efficient, unhurried movements Grant associated with people who had spent decades doing the same work. She greeted Copper first, kneeling to let the dog sniff her hand, and then she looked up at Grant and gestured toward the examination table. Grant lifted Copper onto the steel surface, and the dog stood without resistance while Dr. Camus ran her hands over his flanks, his legs, his scarred shoulders. Grant had prepared a story. He would say that Copper had been acting strangely, that he seemed anxious at night, that Grant wanted to rule out any underlying medical issues. He had rehearsed this in the truck, shaping the sentences into something that sounded plausible. But when Dr. Camus asked him what had brought them in today, Grant found himself unable to speak. He stood with his hands in his pockets and said nothing. Dr. Camus waited. Then she returned her attention to Copper, palpating his abdomen, checking his teeth, examining his ears with a penlight. She worked in silence for several minutes, and Grant watched her hands move over the dog's body with the same clinical detachment he had once brought to his own work. She found the scars on Copper's hindquarters and traced them with her fingertips, her expression neutral. Finally, she straightened and looked at Grant. She said in a tone that invited no disagreement, "These scars are consistent with heat trauma. A fire, most likely." Grant nodded. He had known this or suspected it, but hearing it confirmed gave the knowledge a different weight. Dr. Camus checked Copper's microchip scanner, running the device over the dog's shoulders and neck. The scanner beeped once, a negative tone, and she set it aside. She pulled up Copper's intake records on the computer terminal in the corner of the room, scrolling through the file with one hand, while the other rested on the dog's back. Grant could see the screen from where he stood. A sparse document with no owner history, no previous veterinary visits, no information beyond what the shelter had recorded when Copper arrived. Dr. Camus closed the file and turned to face Grant. She said, her voice matter-of-fact, "No microchip, no regional records. He's a ghost in the system." Grant absorbed this. A ghost. The word settled into his thoughts and remained there. Dr. Camus completed the examination, declared Copper healthy aside from the old scarring, and recommended a follow-up in 6 months. Grant paid at the front desk and carried Copper back to the truck. He sat in the driver's seat for 10 minutes, staring through the windshield at the highway, and then he started the engine and drove home. The visit had provided no answers. Grant had learned nothing that changed his situation or explained what happened each night at 3:02. But the phrase Dr. Camus had used, a ghost in the system, circled through his mind as he drove, and by the time he reached the house on Snyder Road, he had made a decision. He would search for Copper's history himself. If the dog had been in a fire, there would be records. Fires were documented. They appeared in newspapers, in incident reports, in the archives maintained by county and state agencies. Grant was not an investigator, but he understood how to follow a trail of evidence, how to piece together a sequence of events from fragmented information. He had done this work in the Army, reconstructing what had happened to wounded soldiers when the soldiers themselves could not remember. He could do it now. That afternoon, while Copper slept on his blanket, Grant sat at the kitchen table with his laptop and searched for fires in Lewis County. He found the article immediately. Wildfire burns 2,400 acres in Goat Rocks, containment ongoing. September 2019. He scrolled to the casualties section and read, "One fatality confirmed. Victim identification pending notification of next of kin." No name. No follow-up, just one person dead in the fire. And 8 days later, a bloodhound with burn scars found lying in the gravel on Highway 12. Grant searched for missing search dog Goat Rocks, 2019. No results. He searched the shelter intake records, Copper's file. No owner contact info available. The handler's name did not matter. The handler was gone. Copper had survived. And now Copper was still working, still tracking the lost, still bringing them to whoever would receive them. Grant was that person now. Grant closed the laptop and walked to the front door. Copper was waiting there, looking up at him, his tail wagging. Grant knelt and ran his hand over the scars on Copper's shoulders, tracing the burn marks from a fire no record would name, from a handler the system had erased. The figures that came each night, dripping and cold. He still didn't know what they were. Copper leaned into Grant's hand, and Grant stayed there until the light began to fade, trying to convince himself that he understood what was happening in his house. That night, Grant did not go to bed. He sat at the kitchen table with his laptop open and searched for information about search and rescue dogs, about their training protocols, about what happened to working animals when their handlers died. He read articles written by trainers and behaviorists. He watched videos of certification courses. He learned that search and rescue dogs were divided into categories: live find, cadaver, wilderness tracking, and that each category required hundreds of hours of conditioning to produce reliable results. Bloodhounds, the articles explained, were particularly suited for trailing work. Their olfactory capacity exceeded that of most other breeds by an order of magnitude, and they could follow scent trails that were days or even weeks old. A trained bloodhound did not forget its purpose: the drive to track, to locate, to bring the handler to the source of the scent. These behaviors became embedded in the dog's identity. They were not tasks the dog performed. They were what the dog was. Grant read about handler bonds. A working dog formed an attachment to its handler that went beyond simple affection or dependency. The handler was the anchor point, the reference for all behavior, the entity to whom the dog reported its findings. When a search and rescue dog located a victim, alive or dead, it returned to the handler and indicated the discovery through trained alert behaviors: barking, sitting, pawing, or leading the handler back to the location. The dog did not work for itself, it worked for the handler. Grant closed the laptop and looked across the kitchen at Copper, who was asleep on his blanket. The dog's sides rose and fell with steady breaths. His scarred shoulders gleamed faintly into the light from the overhead fixture. Copper's handler had died. Grant did not know the handler's name. He did not know if the body had ever been recovered. The 2019 fire records mentioned one fatality, identification pending, and then nothing. But Copper had survived alone and had somehow traveled 20 miles to the highway where the shelter found him. The dog had been lying in the gravel, lying there waiting, perhaps, for someone to come and take him back to work. And now Copper was working again. Every night at 3:02, the dog went into the forest and came back with the figures. The shapes that walked wrong, that smelled of mud and rot, that stood too still and waited. Grant had assumed they were threats. He had tried to protect himself, to protect Copper, to prevent whatever horror he believed was unfolding. But now, sitting in the quiet kitchen with the laptop cooling under his hands, Grant reconsidered. What if the figures were not threats? What if they were the lost dead? People who had died in the wilderness and whose bodies had never been recovered, whose spirits remained confused and isolated in the places where they had fallen? And what if Copper, still operating according to the training that had defined his entire life, was tracking them down and bringing them to Grant, because Grant was the handler now? The thought arrived with a clarity that felt inevitable. Grant stood and walked to the window above the sink, looking out into the dark yard. The trees were black shapes against a slightly less black sky. Somewhere beyond them, in the forest that stretched for miles in every direction, people had died. Hikers who had lost the trail, climbers who had fallen, hunters who had succumbed to exposure. The wilderness did not give up its dead easily, and some bodies were never found. Copper was finding them. Not their bodies. Those were long gone, decomposed or scattered. But their remnants, the impressions they had left. The cold and rotting presences that still wander the places where they had died. And Copper was bringing them home, one by one, because that was what he had been trained to do. He was a search and rescue dog. He was still on the clock. Grant returned to the table and opened his notebook. He wrote down everything he had learned, filling 3 pages with details about training protocols and handler bonds and the specific behaviors associated with cadaver work. Then he wrote a single sentence at the bottom of the 3rd page. Copper thinks I am his handler. He stared at the sentence, then added beneath it, or he thinks I am something else. He closed the notebook and sat in the kitchen until 3:02, when he heard the deadbolt retract. This time, Grant did not try to stop it. He walked to the front door and stood in the threshold as it opened. Copper emerged from the living room and walked onto the porch where 4 figures waited in the cold. The dog sat in front of each one, receiving their touch, and then he led them down the steps and into the yard. Grant watched them go. The figures moved with their wrong, jointed gait, and Copper trotted ahead of them with his tail raised, purposeful and steady. Grant closed the door and returned to the kitchen. He poured himself a cup of coffee and sat at the table, waiting. Copper returned at 4:41, his furs soaked, his paws muddy. The dog drank from his water bowl and then walked to Grant and sat at his feet, looking up with an expression Grant now recognized, not as expectation, but as something else. A request for acknowledgement, for confirmation that the work had been done correctly, for approval from the handler. Grant reached down and placed his hand on Copper's head. He said nothing. The dog leaned into his palm, and after a moment, his tail wagged once, slow and deliberate. And then he walked to his blanket and lay down. Grant finished his coffee and went upstairs as the sky outside began to pale. He did not sleep, but he lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about what he would do the next time the door opened. He could not save the figures. They were already dead. But perhaps he could do what Copper believed he was supposed to do. Perhaps he could sit with them, acknowledge them, give them the moment of human contact they had been denied when they died alone in the wilderness. Perhaps that was what they needed to move on. And perhaps that was what Copper needed as well. A handler who understood the work and participated in it, rather than a man who hid behind locked doors and tried to prevent what could not be prevented. Grant did not know if this would work. He did not know if the figures were capable of moving on, or if his presence would mean anything to them, or if Copper would understand what Grant was trying to do. But he knew he could not continue as he had been. He could not spend another night barricading himself in his bedroom while Copper performed the work he had been trained to do alone, without acknowledgement or support. The decision settled into Grant's thoughts with the same quiet weight as the deadbolt retracting. He would help. He would sit with the dead. He would be the handler Copper believed him to be. He rose from the bed and went downstairs. Copper was awake, sitting by the front door, watching Grant descend the stairs. Grant crossed the living room and knelt beside the dog. He placed both hands on Copper's scarred shoulders and looked into the dog's brown eyes. The next night, when the door opened, Grant would not close it. He would not hide. He would walk out onto the porch, and he would meet the figures Copper brought home, and he would do whatever needed to be done. Copper's tail wagged, slow and steady, and Grant remained there on the floor beside him until the afternoon light filled the room. That night, Grant dressed warmly and waited downstairs. He positioned himself in the living room with a clear view of the front door and sat in the chair by the bookshelf, his hands resting on his knees, his breathing slow and deliberate. Copper lay on his blanket, watching the door with the same steady attention he brought to this vigil every night. Grant did not look at his watch. He knew what time it was by the quality of the silence, by the way the house held its breath in the minutes before 3:02. When the deadbolt retracted, Grant stood. The door swung open, and the cold poured in, and Grant walked forward and stepped out onto the porch. There were 3 figures waiting. They stood in a loose arrangement near the steps, their shapes dark against the darker mass of the forest beyond, and Grant forced himself to look at them directly, rather than allowing his gaze to slide away. He had been doing that, he realized, letting his vision blur or shift whenever the figures appeared, because looking at them required an effort his mind resisted. But now he looked, and he made himself see. They were tall, as he had noted before, but the wrongness he had perceived in their proportions was not a function of impossible anatomy. It was the wrongness of bodies that had been subjected to trauma and then left to decompose in cold, wet conditions. Their limbs hung at angles that suggested broken bones poorly set, or not set at all. Their clothing, what remained of it, clung to them in rotted strips. Water ran from their hair, their shoulders, their hands, pooling on the porch boards, and the smell that came off them was the smell of earth and standing water and tissue breaking down over months or years. But it was their faces that stopped Grant where he stood. He could see them now. The darkness or shadow that had obscured their features was not an intentional concealment. It was the absence of the details that made a face recognizable. Skin mottled and sloughed away, eyes sunken or missing, mouths open in expressions that might have been surprise or confusion, or simply the slackness that came with death. They were not monsters. They were corpses, or the memory of corpses. The shapes that remained after the body had been taken by the wilderness, and what was left could not find its way out. Copper walked past Grant and approached the nearest figure. The dog sat and looked up at the figure's face, or the place where a face had been, and the figure reached down with one pale, swollen hand and touched the top of Copper's head. The gesture was slow and deliberate, almost gentle, and Grant watched the dog's tail wag in response. Then Copper stood and moved to the next figure, and the ritual repeated. Grant understood now what he was seeing. The figures were not reaching for Copper in hunger or threat. They were acknowledging him, thanking him, perhaps, in the only way they could for having found them, for having tracked them down in the places where they had died, confused and alone, and for having brought them here, to warmth and light and the presence of another living person. Because that was what Copper had been trained to do. Not just to locate the lost, but to bring them to someone who could help in life. That someone had been Wade Drexler, the handler who would have coordinated the recovery, who would have brought the body home to the family waiting, in death, or whatever the state was. That someone was Grant, because Grant was the person Copper had, and Grant was the one the dog brought his findings to each night. The third figure received Copper's attention, touched the dog's head, and then all three of them turned and looked at Grant. He did not step back. He stood in the cold and met their gaze, or the empty spaces where their gazes should have been. And he saw in their stillness not patience or menace, but a kind of bewildered waiting. They did not know what to do. They had been found, brought here, acknowledged by the dog, but the process was incomplete. The handler was supposed to do something. The handler was supposed to finish the work. Grant descended the porch steps. His boots sounded loud against the wood, and his breath misted in the air between himself and the figures. He stopped 3 feet from the nearest one, close enough to see the fabric of the jacket it wore, a red windbreaker faded to pink and torn along the shoulder seam. And he forced himself to stand there, to remain present, to not turn away. The figure did not move. It stood in its wrongness and its ruin, and Grant could see now that beneath the rot and the damage, this had been a person. Someone who had gone into the wilderness with a red windbreaker and had not come home. Someone whose family might still be waiting, or might have stopped waiting years ago. Someone who had died alone, and cold and frightened, and whose remains had never been recovered. Grant did not know what to say. He did not know if the figure could hear him or understand him, or if speech was even relevant to whatever this was. But he opened his mouth and spoke anyway because it seemed important to try. He said, keeping his voice low and steady, "I see you." The cold struck him immediately. Not the ambient cold of the winter air, but something that came from inside the figure and poured into Grant's chest. His lungs seized, his vision narrowed, and then he was not standing in his yard anymore. He was in the forest, and it was dark, and he could not find the trail. His hands were numb. He had been walking for hours or days, and the trees all looked the same, and his flashlight had died, and he could not remember which direction led back to the road. The cold was inside him now, in his bones, and he knew he was going to die here. He knew no one would find him. The panic rose in his throat, thick and choking, and he tried to call for help, but his voice would not work. And the darkness pressed in from all sides, and he was so cold, and he was so alone. And Grant gasped and staggered backward. He was in his yard again. The figure stood 3 feet away, unchanged. Grant's hands were shaking. His chest ached. The memory of being lost, of dying lost, clung to him like oil. He forced himself to breathe. The figure waited. Grant understood now. This was the cost. To acknowledge them, he had to carry what they had carried. Or he had to feel what they had felt in the moments before they stopped feeling anything. He steadied himself and looked at the figure again. He said, his voice rough, "You can go now." The figure did not vanish. It did not dissolve into light or mist, or any of the picturesque dissolutions Grant had read about in stories. It simply became less present, less insistent, less anchored to the space it occupied, and then it was gone. Not departed, not released, just absent, in the way that a sound stops being audible once it passes beyond the range of hearing. Grant stood alone in the yard, breathing hard, the phantom cold still lodged in his chest. Grant turned to the second figure. This one wore the remnants of hiking boots and cargo pants, and its hands were curled into loose fists at its sides. Grant stepped closer, looked into the ruined face, and said the same words. The cold came again. This time he was falling. His ankle had turned on loose rock, and he was sliding down the ravine, branches tearing at his face, and he could not stop, and the slope was steeper than he had thought, and he hit the bottom hard enough that something in his chest broke, and he could not get up, and the pain was enormous, and he tried to call for help, but his ribs would not let him draw breath, and the sun was setting, and no one knew where he was, and Grant pulled free. He was back in the yard. His ribs ached where the memory of broken bones had pressed against them. The second figure faded. He moved to the third. He spoke the words. The cold struck, and he was in water this time, deeper than he had expected, and his boots were filling, and the current was stronger than it looked from the bank, and he could not find his footing, and his pack was dragging him down, and his lungs were burning, and the water closed over his head, and he tried to swim, but his limbs would not respond, and the cold crushed the air from his chest, and Grant came back gasping. The third figure was gone. He stood alone in the yard with Copper, shaking. His chest ached, where 3 different deaths had pressed against his ribs. His lungs burned from phantom drowning. The cold the figures had left behind was not the cold of winter air. It was deeper, colder. The cold of bodies left too long in places where no warmth reached. Copper sat at his feet and looked up at him, his tail wagging once. The dog had done his job. Grant had done something, though he was not certain what. Grant knelt and placed both hands on Copper's scarred shoulders. The dog leaned into him, warm and solid and alive, and Grant stayed there on the cold ground until the shaking in his hand subsided. Then he stood, walked back to the porch, and climbed the steps. Copper followed. Grant held the door open, and the dog walked inside. Grant followed and closed the door behind them. The deadbolt engaged when he turned it. The house was warm. Copper walked to his water bowl and drank, and then he returned to his blanket and lay down, his head resting on his paws, his eyes already closing. Grant sat in the chair by the bookshelf and looked at the dog. The horror he had felt over the past weeks, the dread, the sleeplessness, and the certainty that something malevolent was stalking him through his own front door, had not dissolved. It had changed shape. He did not know if the figures were what he hoped they were. He did not know if what he was doing helped them or fed them. But he knew what Copper needed from him, and he knew the cost of providing it, and he knew he would pay that cost again tomorrow night when the door opened at 3:02. He rose from the chair and went into the kitchen. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it slowly, standing at the sink and looking out the window into the dark yard. Then he went upstairs and lay on the bed without undressing. He did not expect to sleep, but he closed his eyes, and sometime before dawn, he did. The pattern continued. Each night at 3:02, the deadbolt retracted, the door opened, and Copper walked out onto the porch to greet whoever he had found in the forest. Grant followed. He stood in the cold and looked at the figures Copper brought home. Sometimes 1, sometimes 3 or 4, once as many as 6. And he spoke to each of them in turn. Each time the cold poured into him. Each time he carried their deaths for the seconds or minutes it took for them to fade. And each time some of that cold remained. Some nights the figures wore the remnants of hiking gear, their boots rotted through, their backpacks hanging from their shoulders in tatters. Other nights they wore ordinary clothing, jeans and sweatshirts, flannel shirts, work boots, the kind of attire someone might wear for a walk in the woods that was supposed to last an hour and instead lasted forever. Grant learned to look past the decay, past the damage, past the wrongness of bodies that had been left too long in cold, wet places. He looked for the details that suggested who these people had been. A wedding ring on a swollen finger, a watch still strapped to a wrist, a necklace tangled in long hair. He did not learn their names, The figures did not speak. They stood in their bewildered waiting, and Grant acknowledged them, experiencing their final moments, and they faded. Sometimes the process took minutes. Other times it took longer, and Grant would stand with a figure for half an hour, living through hypothermia, or drowning, or falling until the figure's presence softened enough to release. By the second week, Grant could not get warm. He kept the fire burning constantly. He wore layers even inside the house. Thermal underwear, flannel shirt, fleece pullover. But the cold had settled into his chest and would not leave. His breath puffed white in the kitchen. His joints stiffened. When he touched objects, they felt warm against his hands, and he realized it was not the objects that were warm. It was his hands that had gone cold. Copper worked with the efficiency of a professional. The dog knew the routes into the forest, knew where to search, knew how to track scents that were years old and no longer attached to anything resembling a body. Grant did not follow him on these nightly expeditions. That was Copper's work, and Grant trusted him to do it. Grant's work began when Copper returned with his findings. Grant was the handler. His role was to receive what Copper brought and to process it, to give the dead whatever it was they needed so they could stop wandering. The sleeplessness that had plagued Grant in the early weeks did not ease. His body could not adjust. The cold he carried from the figures interrupted his sleep. He would wake at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, shivering despite the fire, his sheets damp with condensation that should not have been there. His breath fogged the air above his bed. He wore gloves to make coffee. The exhaustion was constant, but it was not the exhaustion of someone performing necessary work. It was the exhaustion of someone whose body was shutting down by degrees. The house felt different. Grant had lived here for 2 years in a kind of voluntary isolation, going into town only when he needed supplies, avoiding conversations that might extend beyond the transactional exchange of goods and payment. He had preferred the quiet. He had preferred the absence of demands on his attention or his time. But now the house had a purpose. It was the end point of Copper's searches, the place where the lost came to be acknowledged, and Grant found a strange comfort in that, even as it killed him. He was no longer simply occupying space. He was doing something. The cost was simply that he was giving the figures the warmth they needed to pass on and taking their cold into himself in exchange. And eventually there would be nothing left of him but cold. On a night in late November, Copper brought home a figure who looked no older than 20. The young man wore a torn t-shirt and shorts, and his legs were mottled with the discoloration of prolonged exposure to cold water. Grant stood on the porch and looked at him, and something in the tilt of the figure's head, some residual gesture of confusion or fear, made Grant step closer. He said, his voice steady, "You're safe now. You can go." The cold struck. Grant was in the river, the water deeper than it looked from the bank, and the current pulled at his legs. He tried to wade back, but his feet slipped on the rocks, and then he was under, tumbling, his lungs burning, the cold crushing the air from his chest. He pulled free. The figure faded. Grant stood alone on the porch, gasping, and realized his hands were shaking. Not from fear, from cold. The kind of cold that came from inside. Copper sat at Grant's feet and looked up at him, and Grant placed his hand on the dog's head. His fingers felt numb. The two of them stood on the porch in the cold November air until Copper turned and walked back into the house. That night, Grant could not get warm. He added logs to the fire. He wrapped himself in blankets. But the cold he had taken from the young man's drowning remained lodged in his chest, and it did not leave. Winter came to Packwood in early December. The first snow fell on a Thursday night, and by Friday morning the yard was covered in 4 inches of white. Grant shoveled the driveway and the path to the porch, wearing 3 layers despite the moderate temperature, and still his breath fogged white even when he came back inside. Copper walked the perimeter of the property, his nose low to the ground, and Grant watched from the window, his hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that he could no longer feel the heat from. The dog's routine did not change. At 3:02 each night, the door opened, and Copper went into the forest and came back with the dead. And each night, Grant took more cold into himself. By January, Grant kept the fire burning constantly. He burned through a cord of wood in 2 weeks, an amount that should have lasted the entire winter. He wore thermal layers inside the house. He slept under 4 blankets, but the cold had settled into his chest and would not leave. When he exhaled, his breath puffed white even in the heated kitchen. His fingernails had taken on a faint blue tinge. He stopped writing in the notebook. There was no longer anything to document except the progressive transfer of warmth from his body into theirs. Copper found the lost dead. Grant gave them what they needed. They faded, and Grant grew colder. On Christmas Eve, Grant brought Copper a new blanket from the hardware store, a thick fleece in dark green, and he placed it in the corner of the living room where Copper slept. The dog investigated the blanket, circling it twice before lying down, and Grant sat in the chair by the bookshelf and watched the fire burn low in the hearth. Wade Drexler had trained Copper. Wade Drexler had died in the fire that scarred the dog's shoulders. Had Drexler tried to reach the dog when the flames closed in, or had he simply hoped Copper would survive? Grant did not know. He would never know. But he knew that Copper had survived, and that the dog was still working, and that Grant was doing what he could to help. The years passed in this manner. Winter became spring, but Grant did not feel the warmth return. Spring became summer, and he wore fleece pullovers in July, kept the fire burning through August. The wood delivery driver commented on the size of Grant's orders. Grant did not explain. He simply signed for another 2 cords and stacked them in the shed. Grant turned 57, then 58. His lips had taken on a permanent blue tinge. His fingers went numb if he stopped moving them. In summer, when the temperature outside reached 80 degrees, his breath still fogged white in the kitchen. He avoided going into town. The few times he did, people stared at him, at his pale skin, at the way he shivered despite wearing layers, at the wrongness they could not quite name. Copper's muzzle grayed. The scars on his shoulders faded slightly, though they remained visible under the right light. The dog moved more slowly in the mornings, though at night, when the door opened, he walked onto the porch with the same steady purpose he had always shown. Grant did not speak to anyone about what was happening. There was no one to tell. He bought his groceries at the market in winter clothing, even in June, exchanged brief greetings with cashiers who looked at him with concern and drove home. He lived quietly. He lived alone. But he was not lonely because he had Copper, and he had the work, and the work was killing him by degrees, and he knew this, and he continued anyway. On a night in October, 5 years after Grant had first opened the door and stepped onto the porch to meet the figures, Copper brought home a woman in a blue rain jacket. Grant acknowledged her, spoke the words he had spoken hundreds of times by now, and watched as she faded. When she was gone, he knelt beside Copper and ran his hand over the dog's graying muzzle. The dog's eyes were still brown and calm. His tail still wagged when Grant touched him. He was older, but he was still Copper, and he was still working, and Grant knew they would continue this way for as long as Copper was able. He stood and walked back into the house. Copper followed. Grant closed the door and locked it, and the 2 of them settled into their places. Copper on his blanket, Grant in the chair by the bookshelf, and waited for the morning. The winter that year was colder than usual. By mid-January, the thermometer on the porch read 8 degrees at night, and the snow accumulated in drifts that reached halfway up the front steps. Grant shoveled twice a day, clearing the path from the house to the driveway, and from the driveway to the road. And each time he finished, he would stand with the shovel in his hands and look out at the forest, his breath steaming in the frozen air. Copper walked beside him during these excursions, his paws leaving neat prints in the snow, his ears forward, alert to sounds Grant could not hear. The work continued without interruption. At 3:02 each morning, the door opened, and Copper brought home the lost. Grant met them on the porch, acknowledged them, and watched as they faded. Some nights there were more figures than usual, as many as 7 or 8. And Grant would stand in the cold for over an hour, speaking to each one, giving them the time they needed. Other nights there were only 1 or 2, and the process took less than 20 minutes. The numbers varied, but the rhythm remained constant. Grant turned 59 in February. He did not celebrate. He woke, made coffee with hands that shook from the cold he could not expel, shoveled the driveway in 3 layers of clothing, and sat in the chair by the bookshelf with a book he had been reading for the past 3 weeks. Copper slept on his blanket, his sides rising and falling, with the slow breaths of an old dog in deep rest. The house was warm. The thermometer on the wall read 72 degrees. But Grant's breath still fogged when he exhaled. He read until his eyes grew heavy, and then he set the book aside and closed his eyes for a few minutes before rising to prepare dinner. He had been feeling the cold constantly now. Not the cold of winter, which could be addressed with fire and layers, but the cold he had taken from the figures. It had accumulated in his chest over 5 years of nightly transfers. Each acknowledgement had left a residue, and the residue had built into something permanent. His core temperature was dropping. He knew this without needing a thermometer. His fingers were pale. His lips had taken on a faint blue tinge he could see in the bathroom mirror. When he touched his own chest, the skin felt like touching refrigerated meat. On a night in late February, Grant woke at 2:30, unable to feel his fingers. He lay in bed and flexed his hands, watching them move, but the sensation was absent. The cold had reached his extremities. He rose at 2:45, dressed in every layer he owned, and went downstairs to wait for the door to open. 3 figures came that night. Grant acknowledged them, experiencing their deaths, drowning in a creek, falling from a cliff, freezing in a snow cave. And when they faded, he stood in the yard, shaking so violently that Copper whimpered and pressed against his legs. The dog's warmth felt distant, as though Grant were touching him through thick fabric. Grant climbed the stairs and went back to bed. He slept until 8, woke with no sensation in his feet, and had to look down to confirm they were still attached to his legs. By 9, he could feel them again, barely, a distant tingling that suggested the nerves had not died completely. He knew what was happening. The cold he had taken from the figures was not metabolizing. It was accumulating. Each night, he gave them warmth, his warmth, the heat from his own body, and took their cold in exchange. The transaction was killing him. His core temperature was dropping below the threshold where human tissue could function. He was freezing to death from the inside out, one acknowledgement at a time. On the 1st of March, the temperature rose above freezing for the first time in 6 weeks. The snow began to melt, and by afternoon the driveway was slick with water running in rivulets toward the road. Grant stood on the porch and watched the drip from the eaves, the steady percussion of water falling onto the steps below. Copper sat beside him, his muzzle gray, his eyes half closed in the pale sunlight. The dog was 11 years old now, by Grant's estimation, and the years had slowed him in ways that were impossible to ignore. He moved stiffly in the mornings. He slept more during the day. But at night, When the door opened, Copper still rose with the same steady purpose and walked out into the forest to do his work. Grant placed his hand on Copper's head, and the dog leaned into his palm. Grant said quietly, "Good boy. Now let's get the fire started." They stood together in the thin March sunlight until the cold drove them back inside. That night, Grant felt the cold settle into his heart. He had spent the afternoon splitting firewood in the yard, stacking the pieces in the shed behind the house, and the exertion had brought no warmth to his limbs. He made a simple dinner, toast and soup, and ate it, standing at the kitchen counter, too weary to sit at the table. The soup steamed, but when he swallowed it, he could not feel its heat. Copper watched him from his blanket, and Grant saw the concern in the dog's eyes. He went upstairs at 9 o'clock, earlier than he normally would, and lay on the bed without undressing. His chest felt heavy. Not painful exactly, but cold, as though his heart were pumping ice water instead of blood. Going back downstairs, calling someone. A hospital. He knew what they would find. Core temperature too low to register. Tissue damage from sustained hypothermia. No external explanation. They would ask questions he could not answer. His watch read 9:14. He closed his eyes. The cold in his chest deepened. His breathing slowed, and then it stopped, and the room was silent. Grant opened his eyes to teeth clamped on his sleeve. He was lying in the snow. Something was pulling at him, dragging him, and he could hear whimpering, high and desperate and familiar. He tried to sit up. His arms would not respond correctly. His elbows bent backward. His shoulders moved wrong. He looked down at his hands and saw them pale and swollen, fingers bent at angles fingers should not bend. Water was running from his hair, from his shoulders, pooling in the snow around him. His mouth hung open, and he could not close it. He tried to move his jaw. The muscles would not respond. He tried to stand. His knees bent the wrong direction, and he collapsed back into the snow, his limbs splaying at impossible angles. A copper was pulling at his sleeve. The dog had his teeth clamped on something. The shape of Grant's thermal shirt, the ghost of fabric that Copper could see and smell and grip the way he had gripped all the dead Grant had sent away. Grant felt the pressure of teeth, but could not feel warmth, could not feel the dog's breath. The sensation was distant, like being touched through thick glass. Grant tried to speak, to tell Copper it was all right, to tell the dog to stop. But his throat would not make sound. His tongue lay thick and cold in his mouth. He was shaped like a person, but the mechanics of being a person no longer functioned. His joints moved wrong. His limbs hung loose. Water dripped from him the way it had dripped from all the figures he had acknowledged. He was one of them now. He was what he had been standing on the porch with for 5 years. Copper dragged him another 3 feet toward the house, then stopped to dig. His front paws tore at the frozen ground, throwing up clods of dirt and ice, and Grant understood what the dog was trying to do. Copper could see him. Copper had found him the way he found all the lost dead, and now Copper was trying to drag him to the porch, to the door, to reunite him with the body lying upstairs in the bed. The dog thought he could still save him. Grant tried to reach for Copper's head. His arm bent at the elbow, but the joint articulated backward and his hand flopped uselessly, passing through the dog without making contact. He tried again. The same result. Copper could touch him. Grant could not touch Copper. The dead could be acted upon. They could not act. He tried to call Copper's name. His mouth would not form the word. No sound came. He was trapped inside his own ruined body, shaped like himself but functioning like nothing human, and the dog pulling at his sleeve could not see him, could not hear him, could not understand, that Grant was there. Copper stopped dragging and looked toward the house, whimpering. Then he clamped his teeth harder on Grant's sleeve and pulled again, desperate, trying to get Grant to the porch, to the door, to the body lying upstairs in the bed. Grant understood. Copper had found him, tracked his scent to where it ended in the yard, to the ghost that had formed where Grant's last living warmth had touched the ground. Copper had tracked his ghost the way he had tracked all the lost dead, and now Copper was trying to bring him home, trying to reunite the ghost with the body lying upstairs in the bed. But Grant was not lost in the wilderness. He was lost in death, and there was no handler who could help him. Grant tried to reach for Copper. His arm bent wrong. His hand passed through. Then he felt himself fade. The cold around him diminished. His edges grew less distinct. And then he was gone from Copper's sight. But he was still there. Invisible now, he watched Copper stare at the empty space, whimpering. The dog sniffed desperately, trying to reacquire the scent, then lowered his muzzle and began to dig. His claws scraped frozen dirt, raw and rhythmic and desperate. Between each bout, Copper would stop and look up, tail low, body trembling, waiting for the handler to give the release command, waiting for the praise, waiting to be told the job was done. Grant remembered the training videos he had watched on his laptop months ago. The dogs in those videos had vibrated with joy when they found the hidden volunteer, their tails whipping back and forth as they led their handlers to the source. The reward came immediately. A worn tennis ball produced from a pocket, or the handler dropping to their knees for rough, enthusiastic play, their voice high and warm. Good boy. You found him. Good find. The job is finished. The dogs had lived for that moment. The game ended with warmth and contact and release. Grant understood. Search and rescue was a game that ended with reward. Copper had found Grant. But Grant could not give the command, could not speak the words, could not end the work. Grant knelt beside his dog, his spectral form bending at impossible angles. He could see the blood on Copper's paws, the exhaustion in his trembling limbs, the desperate terror each time Copper lifted his head and waited for praise that would never come. He reached for the ground where Copper was digging. His hand passed through the dirt. He tried again and again, willing himself into contact, and on the fourth attempt his fingers left a mark. Not a depression, but a disturbance in the snow's surface, a shadow that darkened the white for half a second before fading. Copper's head snapped up. The dog stared at the spot where Grant's hand had touched, whining, his nose working the air. Then he lowered his muzzle and dug harder, trying to reach whatever he had sensed. Grant pressed his palm flat against the frozen ground. The shadow appeared again, darker this time, and held for 3 seconds. Copper pawed at it, whimpering, then looked up at the empty air where Grant knelt and waited. Grant tried to form the words, "Good boy. You found him. The job is finished." His mouth shaped them. No sound came. The shadow faded. Copper dug. Grant pressed his hand down again, and again. Each time the shadow appeared, Copper would stop and search for the source, his tail lifting briefly in hope before he returned to digging. The shadow was not enough. It was not the voice. It was not the warmth. It was not the release command Copper had been trained to wait for. But Grant could not stop trying. He knelt in the snow and pressed his hand to the frozen ground, leaving the marks that appeared and vanished, while Copper dug and paused and dug again, both of them locked in a loop. Neither could escape. The sound of claws scraping frozen dirt, the wet panting, the occasional whimper. All of it filled the winter air. Grant made no sound, no breath, no footsteps, no voice. Only the fading shadows his hands left behind, Signals Copper could sense but not understand. Traces of a handler who could no longer give the words his dog was waiting for.